L streamer 10-minute waiting screen. Son, I did say I was getting food. I literally said I was getting food. Literally said I was getting food. You damn trolls. You see, you would have known if you're here at the start. Wait, it's not pinned? Okay, well, the presentation doesn't start till 5 anyway. Like, we have tons of time. What are we eating? Yeah, you've lost your mind. Be right back. We're back. We're back. What's up, chatters? All right, yeah, we are going to be watching this for Terra. Yes, we are. If you're confused on anything. Yeah, the PlayStation State of Play is in 30 minutes. We did our sub predicts, bet thingies or whatever. Well, I'm not gifting subs. I'm saving up. But still, we did our sub bets already. Or predictions. I'm not gifting shit. I'm poor. Green Goblin. Resident Evil Requiem reaction. Yo, Kaku Just, I said on 43.
We eating DMC6, KH4, Wolverine, and Tokon also Stranger Than Heaven.
Anyways, yeah, Kaku Just, they sort of 42, and Mana, they sort of 15. You can do 3.5 years. Glad you part of the mod stream for Twitch. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Thanks for your service. Don't worry, I'll pay you soon. I'm joking. I'm not gonna pay you. It'd be funny if one of the mods was getting paid this entire time, but then the rest of the mods didn't know. That'd be pretty hilarious. There's one mod just getting paid this entire time. That'd be so fucked up. Let me start the YouTube stream. That'd be so fucked up, bro. Freaking labor. Oh, what's up, Adrian? A TikTok stream. YouTube should be live now. Yeah, obviously, I apparently lost the bet yesterday. So I have to play Mr. Fantastic all stream or something like that. I don't know what the fuck I gotta do something apparently. I'm not playing only Mr. Fantastic today. Well, I'm not playing only Rivals today. I want to play 007. I want to play Tekken. We're definitely going to play 007. I don't know about Tekken though. But yeah, the presentation starts in 30 minutes. If you didn't see the sub prediction thingies or whatever, I can put it on the screen right now. Hold on. Are we going to watch this on Twitch or YouTube? Are we going to watch this on Twitch or YouTube? Are we going to watch this on Twitch or YouTube? No. The Twitch stream isn't live yet. Twitch stream is not live yet. That's not live yet. Oh, is it gonna be a secret sub goal? Anything but Spider-Man? Oh, I didn't change this much sub goal yet. I forgot. I think I wrote down what I was gonna change the month to. Hold on. I think I wrote it down on my phone. I didn't change the sub goal yet. Where did I write it at though? Oh, I did write something. I don't want to do this.
42 months, goddamn.
It was a little finicky. Cody to attack God. I think I'm gonna do that regardless. That sounds like a fun one, but I think I'm gonna do that regardless. Right now, we're ranking out with Kunimitsu. I'm like green or something like that, bro. Or no, I'm orange. I'm fucking orange rank right now. I'm fucking orange rank, bro. I haven't played ranked in that game. Dude, like, isn't like the most common rank right now Tekken King? That inflation is crazy, bro. Because everyone's at higher ranks now, so there's new ranks. If I was playing Cloud, I'm pretty sure I'd probably be Tekken God. Because Tekken God is the new blue rank, though. I mean, King is the new blue rank. Yeah, something like that. I'll change the sub goal later. Well, tomorrow. We don't have time for that right now. Anyway, these are the sub predictions. If you guys didn't see them. That's what everything we have right here. We made this yesterday during the 12-hour stream. We got Bloodborne. We got Tokon. We got Season 4 for Street Fighter 6. We have Robo Kai First Drive. We have GTA 6. We have Persona 6. We have Final Fantasy Expedition. Final Fantasy 17. We have a new gacha. I mean, there's gonna be gacha slop for sure. Wolverine. We have Blade. We have the fucking Dark Souls game. We have Cyclops review from Marvel Rivals, Free Space. We have DMC. Anything DMC. And we have Destiny 3. Speaking of Destiny 3, they are spamming up the chat like crazy already right now with Destiny 3. Where's the chat box? We want Destiny. We want Destiny 3. Destiny 3. Destiny 3. Destiny 3. Destiny 3. Destiny 3. We want Destiny. We want. Yeah, these dudes are really mad about Marathon because they stopped working on Marathon. I mean, Destiny to work on fucking Marathon, but people don't like Marathon or something like that. I don't know. But Sonic. Anything Sonic. We have Kingdom Hearts. We have Stellar Blade 2, FF7 Part 3, and Infamous 3, RE5 remake. I think I put the picture wrong. RE9 DLC. We have the Zone Koi game made by the same people that made Black Myth Wukong. Remember they're making a Zone Koi game? Yeah. And we have DOA 7, and then we have Intergalactic by Naughty Dog. And yeah. Those are the predictions. Now, there is a problem with a few of these. I don't think Persona 6 will be here. I think that will be at the Xbox Showcase, which is on the 7th. Because that's where we originally saw the last Persona later news, which was P4.
22 months Hugimi Titanfall 3 or any Dead Space content or D3 Infer Cinema.
Yo, King Justin. Thanks for the 22. Titanfall 3 any Dead Space. And Remnant, thanks for the 42. I appreciate it, man. I didn't say it already. And man, thanks for the 6. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. But yeah, these are the predictions. State of play begins in 29 minutes. What can I do in 29 minutes? I can play a second match. GTA 6 not gonna be here. What if they start with GTA? I'll say that. You never know, man. I am about to hop in VC with Terra. Hold on. We're gonna stream this together. What the? I don't know. Overlay's working. Have you seen New Fate? Character on Honkai Star Rail? Yes. Yes, I did. We did. On that Blade game? Yeah, hopefully we get Blade news today. Hopefully. I have no clue if we will, but hopefully. Sheesh. I have so much tabs open. I was editing some stuff. Close all this stuff. Yeah, if anyone wants to get your sub in, you should probably do it now before the presentation. Gift subs will be greatly appreciated, of course. So nobody gets an ad during this. That'd be pretty cool. But it is inevitable. But don't worry, if you do get an ad, it's only be like 2 or 3. Well, I guess that could depend on if they're 30 seconds or 15 seconds. But you get my point. You get my point. I think it's max set to 1:30, but it could give you which could be 3 ads or it could be 6, depending on if some of the ads are 15 seconds and some of them are 30, you know? That's why it's tricky when someone says, oh, I got 9 ads. Did you get 9 30-second ads or 9 15-second ads? Like, it's tricky. Like, that's why you shouldn't really read the number. You should read the amount of time, which should be like, what, 3 minutes if it was max? I'm changing the sub goal. Did you watch the new 2X scale character? Oh shit, that's out. Oh shit, that is out. Okay, we can look at that. Hold on. We can look at that. I'll put it 500. It's June. Lock in. Streaming every day. I didn't put a sub goal title yet, but I'll just put June hype. It is really June. Damn. This month is passing by so fast. Well, year, I feel. Yo, congrats to anyone that's graduating. Isn't there like a lot of you guys graduating now or something like that? Something like that. Congrats to those graduating. Congrats. Boom. I graduate next year. Next year? It'll be pretty soon. Yeah, let's look at the Senna trailer. You guys said it's out already, right? Oh, somebody threw in the reaction channel. Thank you.
Ready to banish the darkness.
The fuck does she do? Y'all said she got like a big sword, the sword gun sword thing.
Ready to banish the darkness.
Senna.
Cover your eyes. It's about to get bright in here. Say hello to my seriously large friend.
Seriously large friend is crazy. What? What did she just do?
No shadow without light.
Yeah, that shit is huge.
I'm what the monsters run from.
How does this form work? Was that unblockable?
Futile.
Ooh, the spin is cool.
Come on. Let's live.
What is that ball? Did she teleport to it? Okay.
In the darkness.
Oh shit.
Condemned.
Damn.
Light, dark, both weapons.
Damn. Pretty cool. What the hell is this? What? Who the fuck was that? Is that Viego? This early? We're getting Viego? That's early. No way. Viego this early? Or Thresh? I don't know about Viego. This is too early, no? Sounds like Viego. This sounds like Viego. Yeah, it's Viego. Let me hear this.
Love ruins all.
It's Viego. It's Viego.
My heart was already broken.
This is fucking Viego. Which one is it? That's 100% Viego.
She waits for me beyond the mist. My queen, my love, my black and broken heart.
Go to the live section. Damn. It's him, 100%. Damn, this early? I didn't think we'd get Viego this early. So if you guys don't know Viego can copy people's moves. Which is ultimate. He steals your fucking, he kills your ass and steals your shit. I didn't think we'd get him this early because I figured there's not enough characters. But I guess not. Yeah, he steals your damn chungus. So baby from Fighters? Yes, but like he steals your whole kit. instead of just Baby revives dead characters and like can use them as assist. His dude just straight up takes your whole kit. That is interesting. I didn't think we'd get him this early. Wow, like Shang Tsung? Yeah. Yeah. If I remember how Shang Tsung works, yes, that's probably the closest thing to it, yes. Yeah, that definitely sounds like him for sure. If you compare that, did I miss the whole state of play? No, it didn't start yet. It starts in 20 minutes. Yeah, he has a 19-inch blade. If you haven't seen Viego's sword, that shit is long. That shit is long as fuck. If you have never seen this blade, that shit is pretty long. That dude got a long schlong. That's a 19-inch blade. Sunyan has a 19-inch. He has the pass. This shit is in Val. It is in Val. They got new skins yet with him? Oh, I've never seen this one. This is pretty cool. Oh, King Viego. This was before he was evil. This one's cool. Worlds Viego. Remnant Rain. Yeah, King Viego's cool. I think I used this one. I don't remember though. But yeah, what's his lore? I don't remember. I don't remember. It was like a long time ago. I used to know it too. Something, something, something. Used to be king. Some. Lost the throne. Some. I don't fucking remember how it went. This is how his sword looks in game, bro. That shit is huge. Yeah, he got a 19-inch blade, bro. I'm telling you, that shit is no joke. That shit is gigantic, bro. Yeah, I can show you it in game. Hold on. Dude, he's gonna be sick then. Damn, we're getting Viego next? Damn, he's gonna be really sick. Watch the lore video to waste time? Nah. Might just play a Tekken match.
Ready to banish the
Let's look at this one more time. I didn't see anything that makes me want to play her though, sadly.
It's about to get bright in here.
The soul form shit's cool.
To my seriously large friend.
Are y'all gonna play her? I don't think I'm interested. What the fuck was that soul thing she wore? Oh, she can arise it from the floor. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, she can throw it again.
No shadow without light. I'm what the
Did she
monsters.
just block the move and then just use a super? I guess, I mean, that move is pretty minus. I guess you technically could do that. The way she did it, though, I was like, is that a blocking? No, it's not. It's really minus.
Life persists. Come on, let's live a little.
What is this ball? What? Okay, she calls an assist. The assist throws this ball. Oh, okay. Does she teleport to the ball? She does a little spirit thingy dash forward. Teleports to the ball, I think? Or I don't fucking know. I don't know how her soul form works. And she has like a sweep? Okay. Why is YouTube in rectangle? Better for the algorithm. Better for the algorithm. If you want to watch it with Orlando, come to the Twitch.
Light, dark, both weapons.
Both weapons. Tell them. They're both weapons. That guy is crazy. The best state of play starts in 15 minutes. So I have time for probably one Tekken match. One Tekken match, I think. One poor old Tekken. Boot up my Tekken. That's pretty cool. Thresh? Who's Thresh? Okay, let me look who Thresh is. Thresher? Is it Thresher? Thresher? We are Threshers? What does this guy do? Who the hell are you? The chain warden. Y'all just trying to put people in chains again. The box. The move is just called the box. A prison of walls that slows and deals damage is broken. The move is just dead ass called the box. Nothing special, just the box. Was that a Kraken? That one's pretty cool. The box. What's up, Ellie? It's just straight up the box. I'm about to put you on a box. I ain't no Roddy Rich either. Skins look pretty cool. Oh yeah, she has a humanoid skin. To being this guy just carrying around chains. What else does he do? Damnation. Thresh can harvest the souls of enemies that die near him, permanently getting armor. Oh hell no. We're about to get a Android 21 install. Bro, he's about to get the 21 debuff. But yeah, if it's Viego, that's pretty cool. I'll play Viego, but I don't think I care about Senna. What is my bot lane doing? How much time we have left? 15 minutes. Okay, that's like enough for like 1 or 2 Tekken matches. That's legit Thresh's laugh. I don't know. That sounds like Viego to me. Have you listened to the Drake album? No. Yeah, we didn't play Cuphead yesterday. Don't worry. We'll get to it. Oh, lordy. Bro, we were on Rivals for 12 fucking hours yesterday. Oh, shit, bro. Damn, me and I were supposed to play Cuphead, but we didn't. Dude. She's in fucking Diamond, bro. To be fair, she's in Diamond, dog. You think she wants to be in Diamond? Yeah, she's in Diamond ring, bro. That is, yikes. Dude, we did our placements, and then I placed... What I play? I placed Plat 1, but I climbed all the way to Celestial. I'm Celestial right now. When I finished my placements with her, she was, GM1. She was GM1. And then she played off stream. He ranked all the way to, Diamond. Yeah, she ran it down. Yeah, she ran it down. That's her fault, bro. She fucking ran it down. That's pretty hilarious. Yesterday's games were pretty funny, though. I can't lie. Yesterday was hilarious. No, we didn't start Cuphead. We were supposed to start it yesterday, but we played Rivals the entire stream. Why? Why not? Nah, Hero was hilarious, bro. I'm talking about Liat, bro. Oh god, that shit was hilarious yesterday. Yes, it was mad fun. No problem, dude. Okay, I only have time for like 1 match, so I'm gonna play like 1 or 2 Kunimitsu matches, and then we gotta watch this presentation. I'm in VC. I don't know if Terra is 007 still ain't finished. We're playing 007 this stream. Relax, bro. I'm gonna get my ass whooped real quick. Do I know how to play this character? I don't think I do. Crack addiction. Wait, what? What? 12 minutes. 12 minutes. 12 minutes. 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Kazuya Mishima. Dude, I haven't done an electric in 10 years, bro. Retrial soon. Wait, do I get a trial, or does she say I have to do it? Wait, what did she say? Did she say something else? You're not my fucking lore. You're not my fucking lore. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no, you're not my lore. You're not my lord. You're not my fucking lawyer, bro. Son. Son, you are not my lawyer. Alright, let me go lose a fucking quick match because I forgot to play this character. Can I get a match, please? I only have 10 minutes left. Please, just give me a match. Shit. I literally have 10 minutes. Literally. Premium. I don't have YouTube Premium. Oh, I'm on the wrong YouTube channel. What's up, Ellie? 10 minutes of gooning. Son, what are you talking about? Did I miss your message yesterday when I asked you what you were doing? Oh, you see, we're taking care of family. Yeah, I remember that. Guys said hi to me. No, I'm saying hello again. Bro, they are just spamming. We want Destiny. We want Destiny. We want Destiny. Oh, is Tara undeafened? Hello?
No!
What are you doing? What are you up to?
We just watching a little trailer.
I feel like it's been 10 years since I seen you.
I know.
You've been ducking me.
You know, no, see, it's crazy. How about you tell everybody that I literally asked you to play Directive 8092 and then you said you was already doing that, bro?
Yeah, I was. I literally already was playing with someone. I refunded the game anyway. The game was ass. No, I'm dead ass. I refunded it. You can actually, I refunded it. That game is ass.
Bro, it's cheeks. Bro,
it's that bad, yes.
Oh my gosh, bro. I swear the last one before that was cheeks. Tell him stop ducking the meat mountain. Yo, we got
You're ducking the meat mountain? You gonna do a meat mountain challenge?
No, I know. No, I think they're talking to me because I know you're talking to me. No, sir. I'm never doing that. Oh yeah, it is starting soon. All right, chat. We'll pause that for now. We'll pause that trailer. What you been up to, Con? How's your Marvel Rivals matches been going, man? You know,
was as fun as always.
I heard them new characters is busted as hell. What's her name? That new character.
Hold on.
Hold on, chat. Are we up to speed?
I don't know the combo, chat.
How's the volume?
Fuck.
Chat, I gotta do my checks. Devil Dino? Nah, I swear.
Yeah, Dino's
did they
busted.
not drop a new?
Yeah,
did they
Dino's
not drop
new
a new
character.
healer?
New healer?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
White Fox? She's pretty
I thought
good.
they dropped a healer. Maybe I'm pretty. Damn, 9 minutes?
Yeah, 9 minutes, yeah.
What? Yeah, should we continue that trailer or do I go play something?
Oh, fuck. Son sent me flying. Oh. Oh, my goodness.
Alright. Bro, they really gotta peep over the shower feature, bro. Why would you need that?
What? What? Excuse me?
Huh?
What the fuck are you doing?
Bro, I'm watching the Naruto game trailer, bro. And they in the bathrooms. Like, you know how, like, you know.
Are you gooning again?
Again? Wait, what are you talking
Son.
about? Yo, what is this guy talking about?
For that.
Oh, yeah, here we go. This is what happened, Chad. I knew I shouldn't have just not said nothing, bro.
About some shower game or whatever. All right, last match I can do, chat.
Same nigga that just
Did you make predicts? Any predicts for today?
No, I actually don't know like what you can expect from State of Play Day.
Oh my god.
I heard some stuff got leaked, but like I don't. Show me Xenoverse 3 and I'm happy.
Son, that's not here.
Bro, they can show me, bro.
This guy.
Chat, what y'all think they showing today, bro?
You're watching a Naruto and Sakura fan animation?
Yeah, yep.
Well, it's like some
Like,
goon
chat, that's what you
animation.
going in this chat saying, bro? Like, what the fuck is going on?
You watching fanfics?
No, bro.
Son, that dude got a whole wife.
It's a game trailer, bro. They showing in-game mechanics. Kingdom Hearts 4? Oh yeah.
I do got a whole wife, and that's what you're doing?
And y'all told me Persona 6 got leaked too, bro. Yo, if that's real, I gotta beat one of those, bro. Like, soon. Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
Nothing, bro. It's nothing.
We not seeing Kingdom Hearts 4 here. Hey, man. I heard y'all, they been starving y'all Kingdom Hearts fans. That's tough.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Oh yeah, I was watching a little bit of the Kalen plays BMC chat. That's another game I always had on the list, bro. I don't know which one to start with.
Oh my god, he sliced up. You see Rada left Banda? Yeah.
True.
And the Katsu, yeah. Oh my god, you watch me.
Why can you fish people out of the water? When is that ever gonna happen? Yeah, get on his head, Zari. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
Don't play two, bro. Man, that's one of them games. Like when I was a kid, bro, and I had like a 360. My uncle used to play BMC all the time, but like my pop never let me watch him play. He talking about this. You know what I'm saying? You too young to watch this. One of those. I don't know why though. Regardless, that game getting played soon.
Fuck.
Is this Shinjin 6?
Oh.
I like this text box
we got
on here.
literally 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left. Well, 4. But...
So what? Oh, this is like cosmetic stuff? You know, if Dabo come in? Nah, I didn't.
I did not think that was gonna. Ooh, that you got clapped.
Maybe he'll be on the 5th.
We all order Mimon if you win. Oh, excuse me.
Sad Cam can't stream. Yeah, nah, that's actually crazy. I deadass didn't even know he was banned until this morning.
He got banned again.
Yeah, Chat told me. Until the
How?
night.
How hard is it to just like? How hard is it to be a genuine human being?
You gotta get a coach, man, a PR coach. Yo, these maps, Sensei, y'all snapping, bro. I don't know where we at, but
how does he banned again?
Nari Kaminari. Right, that's her name.
Oh my fuck. Oh my god. This guy's so fucking like I don't read combos.
W
I'm
heads
new
up.
with this character.
Are we joining chats?
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Oh my god, this asshole.
Chat, I got 3 different browsers downloaded on my thing, bro. So they don't want to add using chat
Dude.
to any other browser. Like, bro. Like, can we please get the update to any other browser? Just use Chrome?
Bro, what? That's a trade cop? Oh my god, this game
Am I still on
stinks.
Opera? No, I use Brave now. I do still have Opera installed though for when I watch YouTube. Cause I can't pop out YouTube videos on Brave.
Okay, we gotta start. We gotta start.
Yeah, I just sent you a request. Extension. I guess I could look into that, huh?
Melon's suit cheered. X100.
Okay.
Damn frown.
Chat, can y'all see? Gotta make sure that everything's good. Yeah. You joined it, Con?
Yeah, hold on. Where'd you invite me at? Did you knock or where'd you send it? You put a link in?
No, I sent it on Twitch. You didn't see it?
No.
Action already. It's not letting me re-invite. Okay, just try to send me one or something. Right.
Send it. Why'd you make the YouTube thing shorts? It's better for our algorithm. Let's come to the Twitch if you want to watch them regular thingy.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I don't see it either.
Okay, I'll just give you a link.
Yeah, that. What the frick is going on?
Sent it.
Open it on here.
All right, here we go. Let's see what game we starting with.
Boom. All right. I think it should work now. I joined.
Yeah, I see you.
W.
What we starting with?
Okay,
What we
chat,
starting
y'all ready?
with? I need a banger. I need a banger.
Oh no, can I not hide? Oh, I can.
Yo,
Yep.
you guys ready for a little Big Planet 5?
Bruh. Oh, they're starting with Wolverine.
Ooh, Wolverine off rip.
Okay.
Show me something then.
DMC6
I'll take these.
incoming.
Hi,
Thought we were
I'm
gonna
Marcus
end with
Smith,
Wolf.
creative director for Marvel's
good, Marcus.
Wolverine. Today, we're excited to debut a new look at the game. To set the stage, Wolverine is in a race against time to rescue a group of kidnapped
off strong,
mutants
chat.
before they're shipped off to parts unknown by
crack
cybernetically
open one of
enhanced
these Jolly
mercenaries
Ranchers. What's that?
known as the Reavers. However,
Reavers.
Logan quickly discovers he isn't the only mutant attempting to save them. Let's take a look.
Okay.
Let's see if we can find the one that got away. Redhead.
A redhead.
Might be our only lead.
Boy, mad here he is.
I mean, hey, he's Wolverine, bro.
I do not like this suit. Oh, why is it buffering?
I think my favorite Wolverine suit is the brown one, the brown and
Son.
black.
The
Yeah,
industrial
now mine's
park.
buffering like crazy too.
I'm going to Twitch. Do they have it on
Let me.
Twitch?
Yeah.
You
It
guys
should.
are yeah, very, very much.
Oh, we ahead on here. Okay, I might stay then.
Oh, we're ahead on here? Okay, fine.
They will take those. Hold up. Oh my god.
God damn. Oh, okay.
Nigga, over the barrel, bro.
The dude said over the barrel and crying. That's supposed to be stealth?
Getting it like
He's
Etsy.
such a
yeah.
low guy, bro.
Do another sweep. It's too quiet.
Oh, nah.
Bro, stop buffering, bro.
Oh my god.
Bro,
It's a lot of blood.
Nah. Oh. You don't like these.
Shut it, freak.
Shut it, freak.
To him, Logan. You see, it's a kid in there,
Freak
man.
is crazy.
Shit's gassing off. Not today, Bob.
Oh, yeah. That nigga Darth Maul?
Oh, damn. Darth Maul is crazy.
We need backup now.
Oh my god. No.
Ooh, that boy leg. Ooh! Yeah, we're not sugarcoating it. What the fuck?
Hold up. Oh yeah, girl.
Whoa.
It is not okay.
There you are, Red.
Them boys is smooshed. Bro, my video. Oh my
You want me
god.
to stream for you?
Yes, please.
Gene,
Bro, this
Wait, can I even do that?
hurry.
Oh, shoot, I just leaked.
You're not going anywhere.
Chat, in the meantime, let me just...
I did it. I don't know if it'll work though.
Son of a bitch!
It might not work.
Nah, it's cool. I just watched the video. It's all good. I'll fix it when they're switching games. Goodness, bro.
Oh damn.
Wolverine or Ouroboros?
Oh, so she fights with you as like an assist.
Yo.
Bro, nah, that slide is cold.
Boy got a chunk in his back missing.
Spartan mode.
Oh, that's pretty sick, yeah. No. He said, what the hell? Oh,
Kill,
shit.
Logan, kill!
Bro, why they got low
God
ass
damn.
arms?
Why do you have low ass arms?
Let's go.
You sure they ain't the villains? God damn.
I'm saying, bro.
You got Jack Harlow in the front.
Yeah, that'll work.
Bro, you know how much that gotta hurt? 2 claws and then he pick your ass up? Like, chill, bro. Like with it.
God damn.
Oh my gosh.
Where are those mutants?
Woo. That claws he got. Hey, get him out of there, Logan.
Bro, there's no way.
Boy, look at his health. He's just regenning. He's just passively regenning. Mid-fight.
Oh, I didn't even know
That healing factor.
Yeah. W, high speed region.
Get out of my way!
He just kicked
Nah,
that dude down.
definitely killed. There's no way you missed this. My aunt's a treat.
Bro, based on the scenery, I already know Saber Tooth is popping up.
Oh, ads here. I'm gonna touch the thing so you can go. There's gonna be ads. Hold on.
Did I not Adam Smasher? Get to him, Logan.
I changed the ads chat. I put it once every hour. But it don't give you 9 though. But I'm gonna snooze it next time it's about to happen.
Oh, crazy regen, bro.
God damn. Dog, we can forget the claws just tossed me off. Oh, oh, oh.
Yeah, smart.
Oh my god,
Wait,
bro.
damn,
There's-
you
how does this game make it on YouTube? I don't see it. But I can
You
flag.
like the blur
mean-
so much.
Yeah, you might have to.
Oh, shoot. No.
Oh.
Redhead.
That nigga weaving though. Hold on, Darth Maul.
Look at his back.
Let's get you guys out of here.
Too fucked
Are you a
up.
superhero?
Lock it.
Superhero.
I'm Wolverine.
Oh, fuck.
Y'all did. Oh, shit.
Damn, that's pretty sick.
Close the door, bro, before they get hit. Okay. That was hard.
He had
though.
the suit on. That was sick.
That was hard. That was hard.
The suit fit.
Oh,
Is that
shit,
Mystique?
not done. Ooh, the
The
feet!
Marvel Rivals skin.
Sentinels? That is not Deadpool.
I knew it was gonna see Saber Tooth.
Yeah. Oh my god, a bunch of different fits.
Gosh, bro. Nigga,
Cool.
saber tooth. Oh, they got the brown fit.
We hope you enjoyed that new
I like his
look at
white suit
Marvel's
fit. That shit
Wolverine.
was sick.
Timber.
This is a single-player action-adventure
Nah,
game
definitely is,
featuring
bro.
a focused, story-driven experience.
Chat, it
that will
stopped
send
lagging. I might
Logan
not even
on a
have to
perilous
swap
journey
off of
across the
YouTube.
globe, where more
We good,
Why
right?
is there a Temu
than
Deadpool?
My stream, we good?
Who the hell was that?
In this game, mutants
Nah,
live
that
in
was actually
hiding,
crazy.
fearful of those who would hunt them down. While most of the
Oh
rest
yeah,
of
I just looked at the Twitch
That is
version.
not Deadpool, bro.
As
The
you
Twitch
saw,
version's hella
you'll
far
encounter
behind.
iconic Marvel characters like Jean
Bet.
Grey,
Noted.
Mystique, and
Chilling,
Sabretooth.
bet. Let me know if anything messes up, y'all.
We also showed you a glimpse of
He
the
said, "Just
brutal
take my money."
combat you'll experience in Marvel's
Nah, this getting
Wolverine.
beaten
It's
just as fast as Spider-Man got
fluid,
beat.
visceral
Son.
in the way that
Son.
only Logan can deliver.
On me.
Son.
Marvel's
Just give me
Wolverine
brown
is
suit
built
Logan,
to take
I'm in
full
there.
advantage of the PlayStation 5 consoles.
Y'all hear this guy,
and we
chat?
cannot wait for you to get
Hold
your
up, tell me
hands on
something.
it when it launches September 15th, 2026. We're also happy to announce that you can pre-order your copy today at the end of the show in select markets. Check
not
out
that far
PlayStation
either.
blog for more information.
Alright, chat, turn ads
behalf
off on
of
Twitch.
Everyone at Insomniac
You won't get an
Games,
ad for the next
Yeah,
hour.
pre-ordering?
see you next
Not
time.
that crazy.
For the
over
next
there.
hour, there's no ads. But when you do get an ad, it will be 9. That is the lowest I can put it. But I'll warn you guys before you get it. Actually, I'll snooze it.
Hello,
I'll try
and
to snooze
welcome
it.
to State of
But you're not gonna get an ad
I
for an
wanted to
hour.
start by thanking Marcus
You
and the
might
whole
get
team
9.
at Insomniac for
No,
that
might.
extended look at Marvel's Wolverine.
But I snoozed it
We've got a
for an
ton
hour.
more to share with news and updates
Good,
from
Sid.
both PlayStation Studios and third-party studios from around the globe. Let's get right to it with the latest from our friends at Arc System Works,
Yeah, let's go. Talk
XDev,
already.
and Marvel Games.
W, hold on, let me see this. Let me see
Wait,
this.
am I behind?
Yeah, you might be.
Oh yeah, I'm
Speed up, speed up, speed up, speed up.
Hold up, hold up.
Who we got? Carnage. Let me see Deadpool.
Carnage?
Whoa.
There's so many Carnage?
Wait. We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
Master of the pugilistic art.
It's either gonna be Dr. Doom's team or Ghost Rider's team. We don't know yet.
Mr.
Who the hell is this?
Actions are worth
Who is
more
Make it red, no?
than any word. And the greatest action is
Oh, it's my
to
nigga Doom.
fight.
Instead of some of that other
You
dude.
have defeated so many.
Oh, it's Doom's team.
You've defeated whole worlds.
Let's see Venom.
But
Knight's
you
Doom.
never fought Doom.
I need to see that
Let me
Venom. I
show
need to
you
see
why
Carnage.
you should
Something.
Think you're a genius, Doom? Your works are mere trinkets. My genius is endless.
Who we got? Who we got?
And now my
Magneto.
Magneto with it.
promises Doom. And
Yeah,
those
I ain't gonna lie, there was no way he wasn't making it in the game.
This violence will solve
He looks
nothing.
sick too.
My dearest Aurora, mutant kind shall
God.
rise.
Oh, he look crazy.
Kill on Storm too.
He look crazy. Green Goblin.
You look a little angry, bug.
Oh shit.
Fucking mad, bro.
Time to stop laughing, Gobby.
Oh my god, they actually added a what?
Carnage. This team is sick.
I'm using Carnage.
Oh my god. Wait. This guy's
Sarah, look at
crazy.
my screen.
Moment
Sarah.
has come.
I'm on that.
Look at Red W man.
Ah.
W Ren.
Nah, Carnage. No, Dr. Doom's team is
Yo, Ray,
insane.
turn up for me a little bit if you can.
Knights of Doom.
Can
Destroy
you turn up for me a
them
little bit? Like a tiny bit.
by wrath. The end is near.
Was that a sentinel on a stick? The head on the...
Bro, Green Goblin is crazy, bruh. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh, they got a
Right
new
on the team
artwork.
with Spidey.
Yo, that new artwork is sick.
Right on the main roster.
We still have one more team.
Little Big Planet 5.
I
Yo, that team is sick.
atop the tree of tranquility.
Wait, this opening of State of Play is actually
Some
gas.
outcomes that are
Nah, that was
uncertain,
good ass.
even to me.
Oh my god, bro.
Rayman is back.
Man getting a new game, bro.
Oh wait, this State of Play is crazy, bro. What? This State of Play is actually insane. What is the State of Play?
Your heroics will no doubt be the stuff of tales
What?
quite
Rayman!
throughout the Glade of Dreams.
Dropping all the bandits early.
Calming biscuits? But
Oh, it's co-op too? Great way to do that, bro. Actually, perfect way.
Oh my, Rayman is back?
Damn.
Follow me, brave heroes. The Glade of Dreams is in grave danger. time I made my mark.
It's 4 against 1. You don't stand a chance. Maybe he stands a little bit of a chance.
Nah, it's not Chino, but I don't think we see nothing like that in here, bro.
Bro, we're seeing what?
Mega Man?
You could. Mega Man is back.
Bro, I don't think they showing no Mega Man stuff in here.
Last time we seen was Game Awards.
That would get me hyped though.
You could see Mega Man, you could.
That's for my nigga Mega Man. Dang, yeah, they 3 for 3, huh? Legends cold. I ain't gonna lie, yeah, they definitely did.
Yeah, man. All right, put it.
October.
Watch that.
What's this now?
Oh, this is that diving game.
Freaking
That's
bad.
it's like a diving game where you gotta.
What is this?
My shoulder, chef.
Bancho the
If
chef.
they send me a code for the game, I'll get on. You know, you feel me?
The fuck is this? The hell is this? This better not be another hero shooter.
Exactly what's about to be.
Oh,
scared hype train supporting with the prom. Appreciate you, twin. Love you. Thank you so much, bro.
Infamous? Nah.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Like first
I
glance,
wish.
it did look like Infamous. A little bit.
Yeah.
Like standing on the floor.
You are a yokai hunter.
What is this, bro? A frick?
Shoot!
The fuck? What am I looking at? What is the goal here?
I don't know.
We hunting yokais? For real?
I'm clean. 3-player? Nah, let's get on this, bro. Lock it in.
We don't know if it's good yet.
Bro, I can see this being tough a little bit.
Bro, this is Orin.
That shit might be $80. You know what I'm saying? Let's get on this. It's $80.
If they got character customization, I'll get on this.
That's only the beginning.
What, Zari?
Whoa.
I'll give this a 0.5. If they send me a code, I'll boost it up to a full 1.
Hi everyone! お久しぶりです。安心の
ありがとうございます。
Jeez, that's
Did
gotta
you
be
miss
racist.
me? I missed you! と言っても多分私のことを知らないし忘れてる人もいるかもしれないんですけど、
Cancel this guy ASAP.
見てね、お姉さんです。今日皆さんにお届けしたのは妖怪ハンターアクションゲーム煙です。舞台は煙シティ。この世とあの世が混ざってるカオスな街をアジアをベースにいろんなカルチャーが入り混じってます。煙あるところに妖怪ありという言葉がありまして、それを妖怪ハンターが見つけ出します。そこで使うのが妖怪ハンターだけが使えるフォックスウィンドウ、狐の窓です。 この窓を介してパラノーマル現象や妖怪を見つけ出してで可視化してそこに妖怪を反応する。しかし妖怪をただただ集めるわけではありません。私たちのゲームでは妖怪と契約をしなければなりません。
And I'll Rice Picker, that's his fucking name, bro. Yeah, not but they keep bringing this shit up like that wasn't his username.
Yo, what's good? And I'll Rice bust him. How you doing, my boy?
What?
Bro, he said he was interested in the game.
What? ハンターは種類が3つありまして、1つは刀ハンターになります。もう1つは弓ハンター。次はシャーマン。
The way he was skipping up that building kind of tough.
マルチプレイあります。仲間と一緒に暴れて死にかけて妖怪ハンターとして一緒にこのケムリシティで遊んでいただければ嬉しいです。私たちはカオスをお届けして笑いをお届けしたいと思ってケムリを作っています。あの世に最も近い都市ケムリシティへようこそ。と言いたいところですが、煙はまだまだ開発中です。情報いっぱい落としていきますので、もうとにかく煙の世界をこれから楽しんでください。レッツ煙、煙っていこう。シュシュシュシュシュシュシュシュシュカカカカカカ。
People went open road. They had like a whole stage. I thought the stages. I see what you mean.
I like the art for the game. Tomb Raider, woo!
Tomb Raider.
Woo!
Been halfway across
hold
the
on, Laura.
continent looking for you.
God damn. Hold on.
Oh, Laura.
Hard woman to track down.
Well, you found me.
Damn.
Ms. Croft, I hear when it comes to retrieval.
Oh my God!
You are the one to hire.
Lord Almighty.
Where are we supposed to look?
I don't know if she's supposed to look like this.
This is a
I don't know if she's supposed to look like this. Hold on.
buried in centuries of silence.
They know what they're doing.
You don't strike me as someone who walks past a locked door.
They know what they're doing at that
studio.
Me.
There's a reason I can only trust you.
I don't recall her having
I'm loving the gameplay so far.
Bro, fuck the gameplay.
Wait, the F the gameplay.
Bro, fuck the gameplay. Oh my.
It's crazy.
She rated too.
Yeah, gameplay, slang play. What are you looking at? They can take my money now. They can take my money now.
Gotta say,
Get this dude off my screen.
good side.
No, I'm joking.
Just released the model. I don't care about the game.
You're assuming I've got a pass.
5.5
Oh my
out of
God.
10. Good game.
Dude, you need to get on that new 007 game. I don't know if you'd be able to beat it though. That game is fire.
How you gonna say that?
Actually, it's a short game. You can. You low key can. I'm not even trolling.
But that's on the list. I heard that game was fire.
It's why I've been playing it. It's just heat.
It's supposed to be like Hitman.
It's like
I played Hitman and I beat that. Yep.
It's like Hitman and
today.
Uncharted mixed together.
What is that game of the year? Oh, it's that good, huh?
What did you like about it?
He's big.
Yeah, the people are saying it's game of the year. Yeah.
He said it's Uncharted.
This is Jurassic Park. No, I think the 07 is like Uncharted and Hitman. Oh, what the?
Yeah, it gotta be Jurassic Park. I don't know.
Horror game?
Nothing else makes sense to me. Yeah.
Looking like a 6 out of 7. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yo, chat, y'all surviving in a situation like this, bro? Be honest.
I would.
Have a question.
They're like me, I'm getting out.
Is that?
They're not catching me.
What is that? Imagine if she start chasing you.
The moment something that can fly start chasing me, though, I might
was
be
that?
There's always a
finished.
choice.
The Lost Wild.
No, that was actually playing for a trailer.
Son, what was that dino? I have never seen that dino in my life.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, but Dell special right here.
Don't worry, they get to the gacha slop soon.
It's a Dark Soul. It's a Souls like already.
Oh shit.
This is that one game, right?
Oh, this is Phantom Blade Zero, no? Oh my god,
Oh,
I
this
took
Phantom
this off
Blade.
the list.
I just want to
I took this off the list. I should have fucking kept it on. I took it off the bingo, didn't I? Yeah, I did. It was right here.
He looked brought him with one hand, bro.
Man, with the baby in his hand.
Bro, you got the vampire mask on. Hold on.
Just like me, that's a visor test.
What the hell?
Ripping him by the throat?
I swear the trailer gets shorter and shorter.
Like
The trailers get shorter and
seconds.
shorter every time. It's crazy.
What the hell?
That's fucked up.
Back
swear
in
the
early
first one we got was like a
2023,
long, like,
S-Game
5
first
minute
showed us
joint.
Bro, do you know how
Phantom
expensive
Blade
that
Zero
was? Must have
passing
been
at a
though.
hotel. And we knew immediately that this
That
game
shit
had
had to have been like
incredible
crazy
potential.
expensive though.
Once again, Phantom
Look
Blade is
forward
one
to
of them
more
ones that get
details in a
passed, bro. I'll
gameplay
probably
and
play
story
this
deep
one.
dive coming later this summer.
Who had me? Is this Cam?
Persona.
Next,
They
let's
show
head
Persona
over to the
chat.
sandworm-infested sands of Arrakis in
My camera keeps
Dune.
You gotta get at least one miss.
In this open-world survival RPG,
Yeah, they got the
you can
toss-ups
fully
now,
immerse
bro. They
yourself in the
narrate.
world of
Yeah,
Dune.
the calm Dune.
Unravel a cinematic story filled
my
with
light.
mystery and intrigue, featuring many of the characters from the books
Nigga in
and
the
movies.
chat just randomly
Find
said
the
smash.
Fremen.
Like, what are you even talking about?
I got ads. Oh shit. Oh, it didn't take
Alone
effect
or
yet.
with friends, you will explore the vast open
Sorry,
world
did
of
not miss
Arrakis and learn to survive and thrive by unlocking the secrets of the Fremen.
Wait, it should have took effect. I
Along
literally
the
said
way,
6
you'll
minutes.
discover
If it
new
wasn't its price.
technologies, craft gadgets and weaponry.
Bro, they sent me this game,
and build
chat.
a
You know
base
that?
of operations
way.
that will grow
And I
and
low-key forgot
expand
about it.
as you progress towards
They
Yo,
sent
God,
you
if you
this?
got it, let's get on, bro.
I don't have this. They didn't send me it.
Pursue the
Wait, what
path
game is
of
this?
the
Star
Bene
Wars
Gesserit,
Outlaws?
Nah, this is
Swordmaster,
Dune Awakening.
Trooper,
Oh, no, they didn't send me
or
that.
Mentat, and master
They sent me
anything
this a
from
while
mind
ago.
control
Like
to
when it
brutal
first came out. I
hand-to-hand
think that's
combat.
why.
You should demand
In
money.
Dune
I'm
Awakening,
not gonna lie.
you
You
can choose
shouldn't.
to play with your friends
just, like-
or alone
I
in a
guess I
grand
But
did
they
say
ask
that.
you first, or they just
arriving
just
with
straight up
Most of the
send
time they would do
release.
that.
If
But
they
nah, I
ask,
mean,
make
like-
sure you like ask for money. Like, don't just take that shit because they'll continue sending you shit for free.
Not like I played it.
Dune Awakening arrives on PS5 on
Like, if it's a
September
game you're not
Like,
that
Dune
interested
Awakening?
in,
Pre-orders
like, you
start
should like
today.
ask if you get paid to like play. You know?
The fan favorite PS2 classic Dynasty Warriors
they
3
showed
is
Dynasty
getting
Warriors now,
remastered for
too.
PS5.
I'm good, bro.
Dynasty Warriors 3
Hey, bro,
Complete
let's sleep
Edition
on this game,
Remastered
This
is a
one of them
modern
games that
revival
held you
of the
down 'cause it was
2001
free
game
back in the day,
that
bro.
established the foundation
Exactly,
of the series.
bro.
You don't
Yeah,
need
he
to
has
play
one
these
now.
games.
Players
Dynasty
can become one of
Warriors.
over 40 officers and experience intense one
Cobra,
versus
what are you
1,000
talking about?
skirmishes across vast battlefields.
What are you talking
And
about,
joining the
Cobra?
battle is Zolan, the protagonist
I have
from
no clue
Dynasty
what you're talking
Warriors
about.
Origins.
Yeah, of course, do you know about all these Dynasty Warriors games, bro. I'm not even disrespecting them, bro. You know, but like, you can really only play these for like an hour and 30 before you gotta
Hey, bro.
get off.
Dynasty
You don't know
Warriors
about when
3
it comes to
Complete
stuff,
Edition
bro.
Remastered
You have to download
launches
the free
later
trial
this year.
demos, bro.
Pre-orders
You don't know
start
about
I know
today.
about them days, trust. I know about those.
You never did Dynasty Warriors.
From the award-winning studio
promise I
behind the
downloaded
Ori
that
series
Dynasty Warriors
comes
at
a
least
bold
once.
new vision for action
We can
RPGs.
skip this.
No Rest for the Wicked is a brutal Souls-like
Oh,
built
I have
around
this game.
skill,
They sent me it.
consequence,
I was
and
gonna play it on my
precision
Steam Deck.
combat. Step into a living
like a
hand-painted
Souls-like,
world
but
you can
top-down.
explore alone, or share with friends in
You hear
your
that,
own
Vidal?
Oh, it's
persistent
co-op
realm.
now? What the fuck?
A world that evolves
Alright, 4
even
players.
when you're offline.
I know it's
The
co-op
highly
now. I have
anticipated
it.
full 1.0 release expands
Yeah, I have it
everything.
right here.
A massive world, a deep class and progression system,
Co-op make it a little
and
cleaner.
hundreds of hours
How did I
of
know it was gonna be
content,
cool?
including endgame, all with full crossplay and cross-save. No Rest for the Wicked launches on PS5
Oh,
this
it's not
summer
on PS5 yet.
I'll get that
and
half,
is
yeah.
available
We can
to
get that
wishlist
half
now.
because of the co-op.
I didn't know it was a
Up next, let's check in with
Only on
Capcom
PC.
for an update on Onimusha: Way of the Sword.
Onimusha. Okay, what about Street Fighter?
It's
though?
only
Onimusha.
game, Onimusha, yeah.
Beast isn't far from an Oni, you know. You do
Played this at
his example.
TwitchCon. It was fun.
appeal of necessity.
It was fun.
I'll probably end up giving this a full point.
That shit nasty though.
Ooh.
I mean, but there's fucking demons and shit.
Musashi, I sense Genma.
Oh, that nod was
Prepare
cold.
yourself. No ordinary Genma
Oh,
can
that was
move
sick,
them.
yeah.
I like his fighting style.
I doubt this area was designed to welcome visitors. The castle's owner must be terrible.
Oh, nigga.
What was that? Oh, that's disgusting.
You're gonna be one of them boys.
Yeah, I told you the
I'm
game was
gonna
nasty,
this
though.
nigga ass. I already know.
Oh, maybe you didn't catch up.
You shame yourself, child. Witness my light.
I like this stage too.
I'm so fucking behind.
If you live by the sword, fighting is everything. So you've lost. Will you swap the sword for a trowel?
Like hell I will.
No. What then? Are you going to start taking human souls?
If human
Look,
souls
you got the Radon helmet.
are what it takes.
Damn.
Musashi, if that's the path he walks, I will follow.
Taking human souls now?
I've
Hold on.
chosen to trust Musashi's judgment in all matters.
Ori departed. Give me
I like it.
of power that you have.
The fuck is
In
this?
return,
Then get going.
Oh shit.
Onimusha.
Kurama Awakening?
I forgot what that film was called. It was the old games. Oh, there's a release date. Ooh, let's go.
Okay. They drop in September as well. Okay.
Girl, look at that.
Oh my god.
Curse.
We can't wait to get our hands on Onimusha Way of the Sword this
So,
September. But
Street Fighter
you won't
Season
have
3?
to wait long to try it yourself.
I'll give that a point still.
Here's
I think that
one
looked
more
pretty cool.
update from the Onimusha team.
Oh, one more? Let me see
I'll probably
this.
get on Phantom Blade before that one.
Oh, it's a demo? Yeah, I figured.
Oh,
I already
dropping
played the demo. I already played it, so I can't play it again. I played it at TwitchCon already. Remember, Chad, I streamed it? When I was streaming from TwitchCon? It was a while ago, though. When the demo is out today.
In the game, go ahead and drop a new Sonic Unleashed.
Cool.
Let's get a Sonic Unleashed, new
Son,
Sonic Unleashed
he
game, bro.
says Sonic Unleashed. Do y'all hear this guy? Can I see the new Blade game again? What the fuck?
Nigga, open this. That's a. This about to be. Oh, I might like this. Hold on.
Okay.
What is this, chat? It's a new horror game.
Oh, it's the.
Oh, this is Silent Hill game.
Hey, who's
I remember it was like Silent Hill got black people now. I was like, what?
I was gonna say they got niggas now.
It's the first.
I was like,
first
what?
Silent Hill with the niggas. Oh,
Not be out there, but fuck it, bro.
They said they got black people in Silent Hill now.
He the only one there too.
Where did you go, Simon?
Shoot, twin.
I was fucking crying, bro.
You know damn well
Something
not be
doesn't
out
feel
there.
right.
In Silent Hill, this is just not true because any black dude is not doing this.
Right? These intricate puzzles, bro. Come on,
We'd have
walk
been
the other
gone,
way,
bro. What the fuck?
Zoe?
Zoe, who?
Sorry,
Who we looking for?
Who? We'd have been gone.
Zoe?
If that's your girl, then I'll give you a pass.
What are you doing?
That's not his
I think
girl,
it's his
bro.
daughter. Or something. I don't fucking know. I think you said you were his daughter, so it gets passed. I don't remember. It's been announced so far. A lot of shit. Ugh.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, we might got it going.
The fuck? Like 3 bowls fused together.
I'm so sorry.
They have arms, bro.
His arms are like
Take your ass
bowls.
home, bro.
Yeah, take your ass home.
Arby's meat.
Oh, it's also September. Damn, all these games are September. It's fucking Arby's meat is crazy.
The target is the front gate of the capital of our homeland.
So much stuff
The
September.
Federation of Central Asia.
Bondi.
We will storm from the sea and
This
take
Armored
the
Core?
back from our enemy.
Oh, no way.
So you're the next one.
What is this?
The one whose rear will have
No,
to
it's
cover?
not. I think.
People left behind back on the continent need something to hold on
Jet
to.
games.
Some sort of symbol inspires hope.
We will be in visual range of the land
Ace combat? Oh.
Giant!
What the frick? World of Tanks, please?
Enemy artillery intensifying. Where's Wings when you actually need him? All units return to base.
What the fuck?
Tasha Rex.
Oh, that dude dead. Oh.
That's where the Wings of Thief comes in. The legendary savior. Dee wants the legendary savior to get as much publicity as possible. The more exposure, the better.
Cannons firing. We're gonna be wiped out.
All aircraft, pull out.
Sorry, Rex.
Who we fighting, y'all?
Joker 1.
Above you flies the Wings of Thieves. No harm will come to you. Hands to the sky, everyone. Hope is within reach.
The Terminus fingers.
What, the imposter? Sharing information isn't always about telling people the truth.
Hope's all we can offer, right, Joker 1?
It's an ambush. Shadows.
Just as planned. We dangled the bait and Wings took it.
We'll find out soon enough.
Would you please?
Green flight, defensive maneuver.
It's getting a 0.5 for me. Not my cup of tea.
Joker 1, down
It's decent though.
You never ran away, did you?
Here we go, Rex.
Come on, Ray.
Let's go, Rex.
These guys
Interesting.
belong to you, Rex. Go take what's yours.
Combat tape.
Wings of Thieves.
Yeah, who getting
Rise
on that?
above.
Talk to me, bruh. If it's tough, let me know.
こんにちは。エースコマットシリーズ
Not
ブ
my
ランド
cup
デ
of
ィレク
tea.
ターの河野です。
Time to
お待たせ
learn
いたしました。
fly a fighter
エースコマッ
jet?
ト
I don't know
8 リースオブ
about
シールの
that.
発売日は2026年10月2日。アーリーアクセスは9月29日になります。今回の映像では皆さんがエースコンバット8で直面する出来事を一つ一つのカットに意味を持たせて約2分にギュッと詰め込んでいます。
What's so funny?
自由自在に空を飛び、
Wait, what's so
ファイトの興奮を味わいながらドラマティックな英雄体験ができる。他にはないエースコンバットだけの空はもうすぐそこに広がっています。加えてもう一つお伝えしたいことがあります。こちらの映像をご覧ください。
Did you know there are 3 kinds of aces?
What the hell? Why is fucking Peter Parker talking to me like that?
今回エースコンバット8 Wings of Shield にはダウンロード版はプレイオーダー特典としてパッケージ版には早期購入特典としてエースコンバット0ザ・ベルカンウォーの移植版がつくことになりました。ぜひ8と世界を同じくするストレンジリアルの世界をもっと深く楽しんでください。お知らせした通り発売まではあと少しです。出撃の準備を整えてお待ちください。
Okay, son.
ありがとうございました。
We gotta have a talk.
Got some bad news. No shot at your bluff.
Saber. What was this? This is not Need for Speed. Need for Speed.
It might be.
Could be, yeah.
Why? Fast and Furious.
Forza? No, I don't know about Forza.
Forza just dropped another.
Yeah, they just dropped it, right? Last Need for Speed was Unchained, I think. What the fuck?
It's kind of clean.
Oh wow. Oh, okay.
Oh.
What?
What the?
What is
What
going
is
on?
happening? What?
Oh,
A Portal Crossworlds?
they got the Back to the Future
We're
whip.
playing Sonic Crossworlds.
DeLorean. Okay.
This about to be a Need for Speed trailer, bro. Or something.
What?
Huh?
Great take. Think we got it.
Yep. What
Role play
the
back.
hell? Stuntman Hollywood. Let's see, Stuntman. It's a game about being a stuntman. Oh. Buy horizontal, watch on Twitter, dude. Okay, I guess. Interesting. And cut. No comment.
Nasty injuries. It's like a beast tore him apart.
A beast? Out here? Are you drunk or something? Do him up and show him out. But he's still weak, so be careful.
What's going
on?
Shit's terrible.
For a midnight club.
Ew, oh
my god.
Save your ammo.
How could that dude head gone?
Oh, it's this game. Okay, I remember seeing this. Yeah, this that disgusting game.
Surprisingly lively for someone who just came out of a coma.
Yeah, we seen a trailer for this long time ago.
What the hell is she?
I think it was the one with that little baby, that disgusting ass baby running across the
what is that?
screen.
You fell from the moon.
Is that the Call of Duty map?
Yeah, the graphics are sick. Call of Duty map is. Oh, who's shit?
That reminded me of
Go there.
No comment. Okay.
What the fuck?
I'll take my chances.
Oh my god.
Turns out I'm a lucky man.
Oh, what even is that?
Yeah, I'm playing this shit. I'm playing this shit. What is the game name?
Nah,
I'm playing this shit.
Ew.
Well,
2027?
Bro, nah, I need to be, yo, you damn need to be prayed for.
I'm playing this shit. Ew.
Hell nah.
That shit was disgusting as fuck.
Hell nah, what?
I'm playing it. What is this?
That is crazy, bruh.
Something is coming. I have to go. It felt
Control? Is it?
like an
That's that game where
earthquake.
that girl got
That's one of the best arcs they've done so far. What the fuck?
But it was just a paperclip. Falling off a desk. The tiniest tremor before the main event.
Jesse.
I know what they put you through. You never had a chance.
Persona 6? Motherfucking
2 days
P6 on his
before the
back.
lockdown fell, an uncategorized resonance appeared in Manhattan.
His back
As things
said
stand
P6.
right now, Dylan, you're our only shot at survival.
Markiplier? Okay. The fuck?
What happened to her?
The fuck is that?
You're not even fucking human.
Oh, wow.
The FBC locked me in that cell for years and forgot about me. The hiss. It was a way out.
People can change. The past doesn't
He
matter.
does have a whole block in his head.
W weapon choices.
Who are you today?
Control resonant. Yeah. 25.
The fuck?
We're gonna have a lot of fun together.
Oh.
What's this?
Oh, okay. That was that.
Oh, all right. I was about to segue into something.
A lot of fun together indeed.
Bro, how many times they gonna show this game? I swear
Marathon?
Yes.
Oh, I know they're mad. I know they're mad in the YouTube chat because they've been spamming Destiny for so long, and they just announced Destiny's not getting more updates. They stopped working on Destiny to work on Marathon, and the entire fan base is pissed. They are fucking pissed. Now, I check the YouTube chat right now. I know they're mad. I know they're mad.
said shooter swap.
Yo, look at this. They're all spamming L. They're all spamming save Destiny. We want Destiny. They mad as fuck. They are mad as fuck. They closed the chat.
Pretty much done though, no?
Destiny? I mean, the fan base ain't no one.
They hated the last 3 expansions. I didn't think they were gonna get.
Imagine if they were just drop a new one.
IGN banned the word Destiny 3 from their chat. Damn.
How old is Destiny for real, bro?
Pretty old, but it always gets updates. DLCs are like $40 a piece. That shit is expensive.
Hell no.
Fuck that. Yeah, they were spamming that chat up like crazy. I think they just closed it. Ew, what is that? Oh shit, that guy got cooked.
Good ass game.
It's like futuristic arc raiders.
I'm not gonna lie, I was on Warframe more.
Arc raiders is crazy.
Do you crave endless
Just
life?
look like Roblox.
Alright, buddy.
Can we stop, bro?
New maps. So they are not about to say anything with Destiny. These guys are so mad. I know they're mad.
The dangerous and cutthroat world of Marathon
They are
expands
so
today with its
mad.
second season, Nightfall. And if you haven't checked out Marathon yet, Bungie announced an open trial period for the launch of Season 2. You'll also be able to
They
pick up
fucking
Marathon at a
hate
discount.
Bungie, bro.
Now, let's take a look at what's coming soon to PlayStation Plus.
love giving
Up
game
first,
chances,
a beloved fantasy
Not
world
that
is finally coming to PlayStation for the first time.
Fantasy World. The hell
Hold on.
is this?
RuneScape Dragon Wilds is an open world
RuneScape
survival
Dragon
game where you
Wilds.
rise from survivor to dragon slayer. Play solo or with friends as you
I need to
explore
get my
Ashenfall,
Minecraft account.
a
I just
beautiful,
forgot.
dangerous new
I need to-
frontier in the RuneScape
I think I lost it.
universe.
I need to buy a new
Power
one.
is earned and every
Nah,
action deepens
remember
your
when they
mastery.
transferred the Mojang thing and you had to like claim your account? I never did that. So I think my account is like gone. I think. I gotta check.
I had to rebuy mine more recently.
I think I have to rebuy Minecraft. I gotta do that.
Craft stronger gear. Master magic, melee, and ranged combat.
Yeah, y'all getting on this?
I have to check my emails. I'm pretty sure I don't have a Minecraft account anymore. I mean, they did remind us like fucking 10 million times. I just didn't care.
Make it yours.
That shit is gone. Damn.
RuneScape Dragon Wilds arrives day 1 on PlayStation Plus later this year.
All the Pixelmons and RL crafts I played, damn, all gone.
Next up, here's a preview of games coming to the Classics catalog over the next few months.
Can we get some heavy hitters?
In June, battle colorful
What is
enemies
this?
with musical instruments in
They're
Guitar
having a
Man.
seizure. Why is he
Stylish
killing
rhythm
them?
Games from
Hold up.
PS2.
Hey.
Why were they getting electrocuted in the
Hold
back?
up. Nah, you was going crazy though.
In July, PsyOps The Mindgate Conspiracy joins the Classics catalog. This PS2 action-adventure mixes run-and-gun
What the?
gameplay with psychic powers.
So where's the infamous?
Somebody got the force?
Mindgate
Right.
Conspiracy.
Soul Calibur.
And finally,
Nah.
Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, a
Onimusha.
Capcom classic from 2006, launches later this year in August.
Oh.
How was this?
There we go.
Yo, where's the
Something
cage?
fresh.
Akashima Island.
The fuck?
Haunted by dark stories. Our goal, confront the evil, corrupting
Bro,
paradise.
this Indiana. No.
This is Dead True International.
What? The fuck is this? The quarry? But the quarry was so fucking
let's get a
silly,
photo
dog.
together.
Yeah, you know she dying.
Over! Rotated on that one.
A for effort, dude.
So when they all dying?
This
Does
life
no
is the
one
new
know
Life
this
is
guy?
Strange.
Nah, bruh, that's the new Dark Pictures game, trust.
We don't see.
Oh, you two haven't met yet, right?
Sebastian, I'll be looking out for you.
Roland, whenever you're ready.
This facility has been shut down for decades.
Literally.
Uninvestigated, untold.
This look like an IRL Twitch stream.
Now.
Oh, somebody about to go missing. About to be yo!
Yeah, you.
Huh?
Did you hear that?
Oh, no, I'm about to eat most of them.
Nate, are you out there?
Oh!
In half?
We gotta go.
That's a crazy start.
Yeah.
I have a bad feeling.
Let's get rid of it.
Grip it tight.
Go! He's coming!
Who the fuck is it?
Take a deep breath.
I got big as shit too.
Which way?
Steady the mind.
We're gonna have to jump!
There's rocks down there.
Push, Luke.
Why would you?
Hold on, let me play this. Hold on.
Wait, indecision? Wait, hold on. We
Oh, he's dead.
Did he die?
Oh.
Wait, Con, we might actually have to get on this.
Yo, push
Con,
that
we might dead
motherfucker.
have to get on this. Wait, indecision, mate?
Until dawn.
Shit. It's until dawn too. Oh,
Wait,
that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't know they were making
I did
it
not
too.
expect that.
Wow.
Creative director.
Oh my god.
Yo, I saw decisions. I
Do
said,
not
hold
fucking
up.
sell me.
Until Dawn.
Wow.
Until Dawn 2, a successful
Yeah, no, we there.
ghost hunters
Yeah.
who fake
After
we
words,
there.
bro.
content come face to
Do
face
not
with real
fucking
monsters
sell me
for the
again,
very first
Dara.
time.
Whenever you're ready.
Bro, I'm there. I'm there. I'm there, bro.
Fucking sell me
They visit
again.
an abandoned tropical island.
Who gonna be the
Beneath
first
that
one to
beautiful
die, though?
surface
It ain't gonna be me.
lies dreadful, heartbreaking
Oh,
secrets.
it's not gonna be you.
Centuries old and hungry for
It's
vengeance.
definitely gonna be you. One of
We're
y'all.
looking forward to sharing more details about this.
But that's
very
the
soon,
same thing that
ahead
happened
of
to the girl in the
release
first one. She
2027.
freaking fell in.
Thank you.
Well, both of the girls. Yikes. They got
Now we have
splatted, bro.
one
That's
more
tough.
game to show, and it is something special. This is a brand new title debuting with more than 20
this?
minutes of uninterrupted gameplay.
That was this.
So turn up the volume, sit back, and enjoy.
Is there intergalactic or interstellar, whatever the fuck it's called?
Wait, what they say? This last one?
It better be fucking KH or something, bro. Come on, lock in. 20 minutes of gameplay.
It gotta be the big hitter, the biggest one of the day.
GTA? What is it?
Yo, we're in chill.
Oh, my fault, bro. I was downloading.
Oh, I got you when you selling. Oh, never mind.
Shit,
Wait, did I miss everything already?
Oh, GG.
Bro, no.
We're on the last game, bro. Lock in.
This is the last one, bro. Lock.
What is
It's
this?
about to be Kingdom Hearts.
Ooh, what's
I don't
this?
think it's Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, wait, Kingdom
This
Hearts?
music
Oh,
sounds
wait.
familiar.
It's about to be Kingdom Hearts, bro.
This
Wait,
music sounds familiar.
Oh, God of War.
Wait,
God of
God
War.
of
God
War.
of War.
Oh, wait.
God of War.
Wait,
This music sounds familiar.
God of War. God of War. God
Wait,
of
it
War.
might be.
God of
Wait,
War.
it might just be. Hold on. Wait, Santa Monica?
It is God of War. Santa Monica is God of War.
Is it?
Yes.
Sex word.
God of War would be cool too.
Wait, don't give me hype. That. Oh God, that sounds like some God of War
Bro,
shit.
that
Hello?
is God of War. That's the main female lead.
Yeah.
Find your
Let me
way.
see that white man.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
these guys gooning. You hear that?
Huh?
What?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to her?
Boy.
Bro, who is this? Are we getting a?
Boy.
Don't tell me getting a remaster of sorts, bro.
I mean, they already announced the remasters, though.
Nah, I would say this doesn't look like a remaster.
They announced the
Oh,
remasters
Snapchat?
already.
Okay. 'Cause this is
Unless this is
what
footage
happened
of the
in first-
remaster.
Nah.
This is what happened in the first one.
Yeah, this is when they sent off.
Oh.
Don't troll me, bro.
This the 2018 one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the 2018 one.
Baby Artrace. Bro, come on, bro. Wait, what if it is a remaster of the old games?
It could, I mean, they already announced these though, so like this wouldn't really be a surprise.
Oh, we're getting a spin-off?
Woo!
Are we getting a Valhalla spin-off?
Oh wait. Oh, that's a song.
We might actually get a Valhalla spin-off. What?
Wait a minute!
So we're going to the past or future? Where we going?
No way.
No, this is
Wait,
Valhalla, bro.
Yo, nah, this is Valhalla. Wait.
That's tough.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
this is about to be a tough spin-off. Hold on.
Bro, don't make me bust out my jeans, bro. Come on, bro.
What?
What are you?
Yo, what? Get a hold of yourself.
Bro, this shit hype. Woo!
Kratos!
That's right. We played the back.
Let
We
him
played
cook,
in
bro. Let him
the
cook,
little
bro.
shit back here.
Hold up. Hey. Headache? Sit down, bro.
This dude. Is that the woman from Daredevil? Bro. Bro. It probably is. They probably used their model.
Karen Page on my
It is
fucking
her.
screen.
It is her.
Oh.
Fuck is
Karen
that?
Page too fun.
She's a giant, right?
Yeah. She's a
What
giant.
the hell is that?
I was gonna say she might be a Valkyrie, but she's a giant.
What the fuck is
Oh my
that?
god, bro. Get this shit off my screen, bro.
You know where I am?
Little ass mutt, bro.
Everybody trying to get a baby Yoda going, bro. Doesn't work for everybody.
Nah, this could actually be tough.
Wait, so like, does she?
I'm
Can she
purchasing-
cook?
I'm
Wait, so we're
purchasing-
gonna-
or
I'm
what?
purchasing this shit,
We're gonna
bro.
play as her?
I want to see how she
Can she
fights.
actually box?
She got
She
me.
get
Starting from
purchased.
half.
Bro, she's a giant, bro. She's throwing,
It's just-
throwing hands, bro.
You're giant. You don't look giant right now.
Say goodbye.
I really want to see how she fights.
Hey, bro, it's perspective, bro.
Okay.
Double jump, so y'all. Hey,
You know Loki a giant as well. He not
Let her
that big.
cook. Let her cook. Hold on.
He's half giant.
Wait,
buddy.
what did you just say? Bro, this dude low
Bro,
mo.
I didn't say anything crazy. You're about.
No, you
Don't do
did.
it. I didn't say anything crazy. You're making it weird.
it almost looks
Bro,
like-
what's that movement back there, bro?
Bro.
Gotta chill.
Huh?
Bro, that is Karen Page. Shit fake news.
Oh,
This guy.
you about to take that sword? Get you a little weapon.
That's a Demogorgon.
BBL award.
Can't die twice, no?
No,
We get sent to after Valhalla.
No, you can't die. You can't die.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, she's cooking. Hold on.
Parry.
Okay.
She parries with her hand. Damn. Damn that kick.
Damn.
The slide.
Yo. EMC combat?
Oh wow.
Nah.
Oh, I thought she was gonna stay in the air, bro.
Like that little slide.
Hey.
Oh, nah, we got air bombos.
Bro, they got the EMC combat going, bro.
Oh my god.
This is an insta cop.
Air bombos.
Air hawk of the golf down.
Air bombos.
Juggling his ass.
Oh shit. Ooh
You
shit.
taking the armor? I'm taking everything.
Finders keepers, bro.
Not facts.
It works.
Bro, get this little nigga off my screen, bro.
Oh god.
Bro, you know he's the pet for the rest of the game now.
Oh baby ass shit. Fake ass Jeff the
He's probably gonna
Lancer.
evolve or something.
I'm getting a mod to get rid of him immediately.
That's ridiculous. Hog of War. Y'all are so goon brained. You guys are so goon brained. It's not even
How about a way
like.
out?
Okay. New fit.
That's looking a fire name though. You can't even lie.
You guys are so goon brained.
Nah, that's too funny.
Hey, what's wrong with her? Is the ground shaking?
She's still like getting her conscience back or something. I don't know.
Ground shit.
Got a headache.
Uber fat ass.
Guess
Bro.
I'll find
I don't
my
think
own
this is
way from
Valhalla,
here.
bro. I don't know what this is.
I mean, well, she died. No, like.
I mean, yeah, but like, there's other dead people here. You can't die in Valhalla, I thought.
That mask.
Maybe she's still getting used to
No,
it.
it can't be. It's not possible.
So
Get
aggressive.
the fake talking going.
Yeah, like, you know, I'm not.
But I guess
If
snug
there's
right
another
here.
mask,
I can see it.
Definitely.
the path isn't
There's gonna be
safe.
somebody around the corner.
Camera too damn tight.
Where'd the dog go?
Oh, good.
What is that?
What's it? Can be bolder.
Yo! Oh shit. Oh?
Damn. Oh, that's not good.
Oh,
oh, she can buy. Oh, damn.
I told you, bro. She tried boxing, bro.
That's so gross.
Trying to hit that with a story you can. Didn't work though.
Wait, this doesn't.
Yo.
Oh wait. I'm saying this doesn't look like the correct mythology. Am I tripping or is this the same mythology?
It's not.
Yeah, what is that?
I gotta get a better look at that statue, bro.
Yeah, this does not look like the same mythology. Or am I tripping?
They retcon some shit? What is that?
No, it's like, I think it's Indian, bro.
It could. Oh, wait.
Oh, wow.
The creature.
What is that? Is that like a seahorse fish thingy?
Yeah.
They threw it!
Oh, they killed me! Let's
go!
Oh, wait, there's a bunch of them.
No!
They smoked them. Thank God, bro.
Is that the lunch?
Oh!
No, that's crazy!
No way!
Wait. What? What mythology is
Nah,
this?
that's
Wait, I'm
crazy.
so
They
They
burning
just
them.
ass tossing them in there.
Damn.
Damn!
Crazy. You gotta learn a new attack, girl. Something.
Oh shit.
AoE attack.
What the hell is that?
Shit. What
Bro,
the
what
fuck?
mythology is this, bro?
It looks like. Yeah, that's weird.
They got on Indian type.
Nah, I'm saying,
armor,
I was
but I don't
just
know
about to say,
what
you're kind of right with the little Indian shit. Kind of look like it. Oh.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, nah, you can definitely like some Hindu
I'm
shit.
supposed to know who this is?
It seems Hindu. Or it might be Egyptian, low key.
Yeah, no, you're. I
So
was
he
thinking of Kotal Khan the entire
Does this
time.
guy just sleep with his head burning like this, or like?
Like,
Do you just
like
sleep
icy
with your
cold
head
or
burning? Like, how do you sleep like
Don't
that?
sleep, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
Locked in.
just turn the flames off.
What is that?
Oh, her mark in her hand.
Ew!
Ugh.
What is that?
Like a tooth?
Another mask.
Oh, y'all know English?
Is this Valhalla? Like, what the fuck?
Nah, she got the
This
little
is
the
important
Egyptian
to
shit on her belt, bro. In her head.
I wonder. Do you think this could set you free?
Damn.
Oh, damn!
Oh my gosh, bro. Nigga didn't
Touch
waste
me
no
again.
time.
And I swear, I will kill you.
Would you like to see how hard it is to die here, Godly?
It's hard to die here, is it?
Show you.
Oh.
Now you gotta do something to him.
You can't keep me here.
Oh, it's uncannily Karen Page.
The gateway is closed. There is no escape.
That nigga charging a serious punch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Resisting the truth will only make this more painful.
The fuck?
I'm so lost.
Sekhmet,
No.
Oh, it is
That's
Egyptian.
Yeah.
I will handle that problem. You deal with our new.
Maybe it's a bunch of them
Got
all at
dreads.
once.
That would be really cool though. If it was like a bunch of mythologies, oh my god, that'd be sick.
Yeah, that would be tough. That's definitely different.
Oh my god, oh god,
What the fuck is that? Big ass panther.
Blindness, buddy.
Stone?
That's tough.
That shit can fly?
That shit fly? Oh,
What?
Like, I guess.
For what? How?
Oh, shit. She left. Oh, no. Hey, get out of that grab, quick!
Oh, damn!
Or they better not end it here, bro.
Bro, you about to get cliffhanger to Doom.
Well,
Like,
I'm saying, like, I'm
about
too
to get
invested,
cliffhanger you of
bro.
Doom and say 2028.
Please, bro.
We
Nah,
back to
I'm
gameplay.
pissed, bro.
We're not getting
my
it
God.
this year or
Think
next
they're
year.
gone.
It'll say 27 probably.
Be careful.
What the fuck are y'all doing? What is that?
Ooh, what sword that is?
Fresh air.
That is not jelly
Oh,
cube.
shoot.
What the
Master
fuck?
sword.
You're
Minecraft slime.
different.
You're a cube. Talking.
I was gonna ask Squad Zero dude. You couldn't find a sheath for his shikai?
Yeah.
Or his sword?
Oh,
For his
yeah,
hot box
right.
though?
Here's
So yeah, they see that shit in water.
I'm not the sword. I'm
It was
the
too
ribbon,
sharp.
obviously. And my name is Rue. The cube is Frank.
They got regular names, though.
I'm
Throw me
Faye.
off.
There has to be a way out of here.
A way out, but you're not even all here.
Of course I'm not here. I'm dead.
You have to be dead to come through the gateway. It's like you're holding something back.
This isn't working.
Oh, what the hell?
Damn.
Frick is that?
Something dead.
Where are we anyway?
Afterlife of the gods? I call it the everyone.
Afterlife of the gods.
That's Huey?
Okay, it might actually be
So,
every mythology.
what's the plan,
That'd be
boss?
tough.
Not your boss, Frank.
It's Huey's voice act? That's hilarious.
That cask. That's why you're trapped.
Yeah. Wait, you made that big explosion happen, right? Could you do that again?
My magic. It's
That's
wrong
Jack
here.
Wade's voice, I think.
I feel wrong here.
You won out, right?
It is.
I think we all
Damn.
want that.
This nigga's in everything now.
We definitely do.
This is.
Faye, you need to accept it. All of it. You're dead.
Damn.
How? How do I accept that?
Simple. Focus. You're here. Be here.
Oh.
But what if I need to be somewhere else?
Then focus on what you do need.
Find your way home.
Oh.
What's that?
Okay.
Oh, her giant form,
What were you
right?
thinking of?
A promise.
Okay, we'll take it. Now let's get out of here.
Okay. Get ready.
Wait, not a good idea. Bad
Wait, not
idea.
here though.
Whoa! Alright.
Oh.
Okay.
Damn.
What is happening?
Damn, what are in them barrels? Holy
Look
shit!
at that, dog.
She killed him.
What the fuck are in them barrels? What the hell?
What? Wait, what?
Kratos.
What? Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
They trolling, bro. They trolling, bro. Now's not the time.
Bro, don't be edging me, bro. I thought you was gonna actually come
They gonna
up.
grab the sword, bro.
Imagine a Kratos stand.
That'd be
Oh,
ridiculous.
That would be bad.
Niggas out war?
Damn, just like that, bro. Up one barrel.
shit.
He's depressed, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, nah, the cube tough.
What?
What up?
You should give her the sword.
How do I know I can trust her? I'll give it back. I promise.
Big bodies in there.
Okay. Take
That
it.
big slime's gonna follow us around, bro.
Surely not.
That shit sharp as hell.
I ain't gonna lie.
Oh,
damn.
Took his fucking kill your
soul out of his body.
No, that's OD.
Daniel. Nah, this shit too tough. Hey. Oh yeah. Oh bro, I need this.
Not until I get you out.
I need
Excellent whip attack.
Oh shit.
Hey. Now that slime is actually
Cosmic Cube goes crazy.
Nah, the cube going dummy in the background. Absorb somebody. Oh my god. Hey.
Yo, he's so nice, bro.
Oh, what? Hey. Oh, bro, no. The combo's gonna be so tight.
Nah, that weave was dirty.
Damn.
Oh, it's about
no, it is.
The knockout.
Got an idea on opening that cage.
Wow.
Hey, kid! Get ready!
Come on!
No! I got a promise to keep.
Fine, but lady, that sword, it's more than you think it is.
Oh, we know.
Oh.
What's this?
That shit is alive. Oh
my god. Hey, she in the ground? Yo! Oh.
All ready?
Give him the super Broly treatment, bro.
Right?
We get the one step first boss fight? Oh
Don't
shit.
make promises you can't keep, got this.
the fuck? He just summoned a sword out of nowhere.
Yo.
Oh yeah, slime, get it
Look at the
down.
look here. Hey.
Yo, jump him!
Jiggle on his ass, slime.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
Damn.
Focus!
That shit's
Sweat by sweat.
okay.
You don't know what
Cosmetic.
What is it?
This is way faster than regular. Oh, she gonna bait you?
Yeah, that shit is so tough.
Oh yeah, that's the weave we used earlier.
You got the spot dodge.
You're scared of this
They're
sword.
tough.
Why?
I fear nothing.
Damn, she can tether you.
Oh, there were some bosses? It's not.
Weak ass shit out of here.
Good weave!
You kept the dodge, that's cool.
Oh, this is sick.
Bro, we're seeing so much. The game has to
That's
be
what I'm saying.
long
I
as
didn't think we would see this.
They did say 20 minutes of gameplay.
The game has to be
Oh, did they?
long
Oh,
as
wow.
fuck, bro.
Give up!
I thought they were gonna show like 5 minutes and say go to YouTube for the rest or something. They showing the whole 20.
Shit.
Yo, you just can't get out
Oh,
of
the,
the
bro, the graphics are crazy.
Yeah, bro.
Oh my
The
god.
battle damage, bro.
Yo.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
He is
Holy
sticky as fuck,
shit.
Bro, you're eating that?
though. Bro, she's hella
Like, I feel like that hurt. Like,
Oh my god,
No.
this guy.
Oh, yo.
nice.
Ooh, clean ass dodge.
Nice.
Oh, okay. What is it called?
This is
Luffy?
love.
Oh, I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it is.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
No date. No date. Damn.
Literally none.
No date at all, bro. You're not getting that shit till 2028.
Wow.
That shit is clean as fuck, bro.
You not getting that shit.
That was a W name drop too.
This was actually a
I gotta do my God of War marathon.
There's only like a couple missions.
I'm not gonna lie, they went.
Nah, this presentation was good.
I'm still thinking about that Until Dawn too, bro. That was
Bro, that shit came out of nowhere.
I was the last name I was
hella
expecting to see.
That shit came out of fucking nowhere, bro.
Wow, bro. Okay.
It's gotta be good too.
3 new God of War games. That's fucking crazy. Play a new God of War game every year. Remember the last one they shadow dropped?
Wait,
With the one with Kratos and his brother? In development. Yeah, they did. Oh, you didn't see the trailer? Bro, that trailer was crazy.
I didn't see anything.
Oh, you fucking missed it, bro. That shit was crazy. I put it in chat. That shit was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
That shit was fucking crazy.
Wait, what? The Green Goblin?
Yeah, it was fucking Green Goblin, Magneto, and Carnage.
Yeah.
That shit was sick.
Wait.
Lie.
Who's that main villain?
Today.
Oh, that shit.
Doom.
They could.
No, at the top?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, we don't know.
Oh, no, wait, no,
like some
yet?
story shit.
That shit's crazy.
Damn. That was actually pretty fucking good. I know the Destiny fans are not happy, but that shit was good as fuck.
That was fire, bro.
That was solid. That was fucking good as shit.
I didn't see no
Compared to
Xeno
other
version,
presentations we've seen, that was one of the best ones. Holy shit. That shit was heat. That shit was heat.
Damn, chat. What y'all rating out of 10?
Yeah, I give that like a 9 out of 10.
8?
If I saw like one more game, probably one more banger, like a 9 or 9 out of 10.
I'm giving it 10. I'm giving it
fire.
10 for 10, bro.
That shit
Even
was
the
heat.
mid games was decent.
5 maybe.
That shit was heat.
That was really good.
No farming simulation, no gacha. Oh my god.
Barely. I think it was only like one.
I mean, we're gonna see it at Summer Games Fest probably.
Had a farming feature.
Summer Games
Oh
Fest.
yeah, that's
is,
on the 7th, right?
Nah, Xbox is on the 7th. Summer Games Fest. The schedule for this month, chat, is hold on. Summer Games Fest on the 5th. So this Friday, Xbox Showcase on the 7th. Nintendo did not announce anything yet.
No.
Yeah, Summer Games Fest on
What time is it?
5th.
Chat, do we got a time for that or what?
Assume it's gonna be 5 p.m. EST. Same time. 5 p.m. EST. Same time.
That one's not too long. Gonna be a little
They
busy.
got a lot to fucking live up to, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna top that, but hey, because that PlayStation Showcase was pretty fucking good.
PlayStation reveal I've seen in a while, bro. Easily.
Tomb Raider game was good. Wolverine looked
I need some more
good.
information on
Rayman is back. God of War, that shit was good too. Oh my god, the fucking Silent Hill. I mean, was it Silent Hill 2 or whatever the fuck it was? Yeah, the Silent Hill. I don't know what the game was called. The Silent Hill with the black guy. That game looked good too. That ill game looked good. My god. The fucking disgusting.
Yo, that ill game looked
that
nasty,
shit looked crazy.
boy.
Yeah,
Oh
it was
my
nasty. But that shit
gosh.
looked good.
Yeah, no, I do.
Until Dawn 2. Nah, that was actually a banger presentation.
Yeah, I seen that one as well before I joined. That shit.
There was hella bangers in that. I don't know how you can hate that. Like, hey, you must only like one type of game if you didn't like that presentation. That shit was pretty good.
Like,
yo, chat.
Did the ball and go on, crowd, bro.
Chat,
That
I'm
shit
gonna
was pretty
prepare the
good.
list of games for after this. I'm about to put a poll up.
Sushi game.
Oh, that was crazy.
All right, I need to go watch some of these trailers. I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch y'all, boy. Man.
GG's. All right, chat. Let's look at this Tokon trailer again. That shit was fire. That was pretty fucking good, bro. I don't know how you can hate that presentation. That was a banger presentation, in my opinion. That was a banger. King of Gunnar. King of Gunnar is crazy. That Doom team looks sick. Hold on, let me get that prepared and sent to YouTube already. No GTA. No GTA though. Dude, GTA would have been the icing on the cake. GTA probably would have like been perfect. But I you gotta keep in mind Summer Games Fest. Jeff Keighley probably snagged that shit. If I had to guess. Jeff Keighley probably snagged it for his presentation, if I had to guess. But who knows? We don't know yet. If I had to guess, Jeff Keighley snagged GTA. InferReacts. Hold on. InferReacts. PlayStation State of Play. What's today's date? 6/2/2026. All right, there you go. Boom. Let me see the Stoke-on team again.
Prepare to face the supreme master of the pugilistic arts.
Pugilistic arts.
Duke
Who the
Get Your
fuck?
Dukes Up, Mr.
Actions are worth more than any word.
And the greatest action is to fight.
Who
You
the
have
fuck are
defeated
you?
so many. You've defeated whole worlds.
Knight
But you've never fought Doom. Let me show you why you should kneel. Think you're a genius, Doom?
Wait,
Your
so
work
how did the... I'll let it play first.
some mere trinkets. My genius is endless.
And now my turn.
Magneto.
You made promises, Doom, and those promises shall be kept.
This violence will solve nothing, Eric.
My dearest Roro, mutant kind shall rise.
Magneto looks
and
fucking
I
sick.
will be the one to lead the way.
God damn. Green Goblin. How does this fucker gonna work? He's just straight up flying. This map is sick too. Look at the map. New York Night.
Time to stop laughing, Gobby.
Ice and Shadow. Carnage. Instead of Venom. I expected it to be Carnage instead of Venom. They said they want characters that aren't usually in fighting games or like characters you wouldn't expect. It'd be funny as shit if randomly Luna Snow was on the team.
No mercy.
Like what? That would solidify her as an industry plant.
Don't be greedy. He's mine.
Knights of Doom, destroy them.
Destroy them.
Feel my wrath.
The end is near.
Oh my god, that's a Sentinel? What the fuck is that? Yo, Peter is dead. What the fuck was that? Peter is dead.
PlayStation.
Wait, what is this fire at the end I just saw? No teaser for the next trailer? Oh, I guess this is a teaser. I mean, it's gonna be... I mean, he's the only team left. Of course it's gonna be fucking... what? Ghost Rider's team. So wait, so let me look at the end of the last trailer. So what was the teaser for the end of the last trailer then? Because I don't see Scarlet Witch. We saw a wand. What was the... I don't remember what the... Hold on. Marvel Tokon. We saw a lot of shit for the last one. The Avengers trailer.
Excuse me. Allow me to explain.
This was the one with Hulk.
Challenge of the champion.
And Sherry.
We have a series of
Daredevil would be
knockouts,
sick.
and the winner gets a crack
Yo,
at the big guy.
Yo, Sandra,
All
this for the
selected leaders have received
36.
their
Holy shit, thank you,
invites. Good luck.
You know what, promoter? This planet is not your playground. Duty calls, and I answer.
Duty calls, and I
Let's give your
answer.
suit a workout.
Saving the world? Sure, I got you. Battle mode initiated. Let's party.
Let's party.
Dodge this! You can't fight the future.
You can't fight the
The
future,
rest
chat.
is up to you, Cap.
Catch! Every blow is a strike for justice!
Yo, we're having new mythology is insane. Hey, bro. I don't know shit about God of War, but when I did that God of War marathon, I'm gonna learn a bunch.
Why you no leave Hulk alone? Smash together!
Yo, don't give his busted ass bubble like he has in
You
Rivals.
get him, big guy.
That dude is literally just bubble boy, bro. That's the only thing I think that's busted on Hulk in that game. It's just stupid bubbles. I hate that thing.
Prepare yourself. Infernasu strikes.
His stupid bubbles, bro.
Forever. Wakanda must stand alongside the outer
Stage
world
looks cool.
against this champion. I'm sorry.
Oh, I wonder what
sister.
Sajam thought about that fucking team. I know Slash was losing his mind seeing Carnage though, that's for sure.
Take it.
It really sucks that these are PS5 only. Oh, he's talking about the God of War game? I mean, yeah, bro, it's an exclusive. Why is YouTube chat like this? I better for the algorithm.
Fight together, we win together.
Now you will see true strength.
Avengers.
Avengers, assemble.
Now the gloves come off.
Champion
What's up,
Buster
Mars?
online. Friday. Let's show him something special.
Show him something special. Yo, can we change his ult in Rivals, please? I want to play Iron Man so bad, but I don't like his ult. It's so easy to counter, bro. You just block it or Magneto ult it. It's so ass. Yo, what was the teaser? Oh. Okay, yeah, that's what we thought it was Green Goblin. These issues were these are comic book issue numbers 36. That's why we all thought it was Carnage. We can see Dr. Doom's thing right here, and it was green, so we thought Green Goblin as well. Where's the Magneto teaser then? What about here? It shows Magneto though. Oh, there's issue number 5, but I don't know what comic that was. I never looked it up. You ever seen the new skin? Oh, it's about the new Iron Man skin? No, I didn't look at it yet. Apparently it's really good. So that's what we thought was Green Goblin. I don't know, this 5 is just already there, but the 36 was... Wait, so, but still, this doesn't... So if this one is for this trailer that we just watched, what the fuck was the Penny one for then? Or was it an Unbreakable? Hold on. Whose trailer was it in? No, it was in Penny's. Where's Penny's? It was in Penny's trailer. So this one is for Robbie's team? Robbie Reyes or Ghost Rider, whatever you want to call his name. There's a wand right here. There's a campfire thingy. These look like Deadpool drawings. What is this team going to be like? What? Ghost Rider, Deadpool, Blade, Scarlet Witch? Or something? Is that what this is going to be? Or is that too obvious? Because it would have to be Midnight Suns, Gwenpool. I feel like Blade would be there. Bro really said Blade. Bro, damn, bro, what? Damn, bro, y'all call me out. I can't say Blade. That's crazy, man. Fuck y'all then. Fuck you guys then. I can't say Blade. Hold on, let me grab something real quick. I'm gonna play the trailer again for you guys. My food is here. Knights of Doom. Right back.
Prepare to face the supreme master of the pugilistic art, the Duke of Get Your Dukes Up, Mr. Champion!
Actions are worth more than any word.
And the greatest action is to fight. You have defeated so many. You've defeated whole worlds. But you've never fought Doom. Let me show you why you should kneel. Think you're a genius, Doom? Your works are mere trinkets. My genius is endless! And now my turn. You made promises, Doom, and those promises shall be kept.
This violence will solve nothing, Eric.
My dearest Aurora, mutant kind shall rise, and I will be the one to lead the way!
Showtime! You look a little angry, Bug. Still holding a grudge. Trixie, huh?
Time to stop laughing, Gobby.
That all you got? Bump away! What? I'm gonna kill Spider-Man, not you! You want to fight? Carnage will give you one to the gut!
Moment has come! Attack! No mercy.
Let me do it! I'll slice you up!
Don't be greedy. He's mine.
Knights of Doom, destroy them! Feel my wrath! The end is near.
PlayStation.
Especially for Ghost Rider? Was for Ghost Rider. But yeah, that's my predictions on what the team will be. I'm gonna say Scarlet Witch, Deadpool, and Blade. And Ghost Rider. So there's gonna be Team Midnight Suns, but I don't know about Wanda. It might not be Wanda. It might just be Elsa? I don't fucking know. Is Wanda even on Midnight Suns? I know Elsa Bloodstone is, but like Moon Knight? I don't know. What could this teaser point towards? Because this one's obviously the flame comes in at the end, meaning Ghost Rider's team. But like, because after that, it's just release. Yeah, that presentation was really fucking good. I can't believe it. Unless this was supposed to be for Captain America's team. But that doesn't make any sense. The only shot on Captain America's team was what? Hulk and Sherry? Nothing here points towards Hulk and Sherry. Doctor Strange. Oh my god, Doctor Strange isn't in the game. Yo, that's crazy. Oh my god, we're about to get a game without Doctor Strange. That's kind of crazy. The wand could be Strange. I don't know. This artwork is sick. Knights of Doom. Damn, look at Carnage. Holy fuck. Magneto. Fear Magneto. I mean, I don't really want Scarlet Witch anyway. But still, I want Cyclops though. Can we get Cyclops? Why does he always get hoed from everything? I mean, he's about to get in Rivals, but dude, straight getting a hoed. Anyways, what trailer do we look at next? I want to look at what was that? Cyclops fired. This dude's straight getting hoed. This shit is crazy, bro. Every game, hold. Every fucking game. Every single time, you just straight up left out. That Rayman trailer was sick too. Happy Rayman's back, that's cool. Straight up getting hoed. That post for the God of War saying it's not turned to 27. Midnight Suns game was a Morbius DLC. Is Morbius playable in that game? He's not, right? Let's look at the Wolverine shit was sick. We could look at that again. Damn, they started off with a banger, low key. I do want to look at the Wolverine stuff again. The Tomb Raider shit was sick too. What was this right here?
Dynasty Warriors.
That was Dynasty Warriors. The Musha looked cool as well. But I already played that. So like, I played that demo. I'm not gonna play the demo today. Silent Hill was cool too. That Stuntman game came out of nowhere. Control looked cool as well. We said some plus section. This is actually Until Dawn 2. This shit is so random, bro. I didn't expect that.
Akashima Island.
But the way it was going, I kind of had a feeling that that's the type of bullshit they were leading towards. Because that's why I was like, is this a quarry? What the fuck is this?
International.
This looks like some slop. Laura Croft, lock in. Stop jorking
it. Photo together.
What's in the Play Plus?
Rotated on that one.
A for effort.
The God of War game? Hell no, it won't.
Who's the buff idiot?
Does no one know this guy? This is how.
No one know this guy? You guys invited some random idiot?
Who's the buff idiot?
Over. Rotated on that one.
A for effort, dude.
Who's the buff idiot?
You guys invited some random ass stranger?
Does no one know this guy?
Hilarious.
Oh, you two haven't met yet, right?
Sebastian.
Wendigos.
I'll be looking out for you.
Roland, whenever you're ready. This facility has been shut down for decades.
Like rice
untold,
and
until
beef. No, this is steak. I don't know what it is. That shit good as fuck though. From a local joint. Have like a local hibachi place. It's pretty fire.
Did you hear that?
Nate, are you out there?
Hey mate.
gotta go. Right!
I have a bad feeling.
Let's get rid of it.
Grip it tight.
No! He's coming! Through there!
Take a deep breath.
Fuck! Which way?
Steady the mind.
We're gonna have to jump!
There's rocks down there!
Put Looper jump alone. Why did he jump on the... This the shit that be getting me. Why would you jump on the side with the rock? That's the shit that be getting me in these games, bro. He got pushed. Oh, wait, she... wait, she chose that dialogue? It didn't show which one she pressed. Oh, yeah, the way he fell. He didn't even jump. Oh, fuck. That's fucking hilarious.
Can you do what needs to be done?
Dude, that's like, those are bullshit. How are you supposed to know there's a rock right there? How are you supposed to know there's a rock right there? Everyone can live, everyone can die. 2027, okay, it's not gonna be for a while. That shit is fucked up. Oh my god, this entire section was the God of War game. Damn, they were not jumping 20 minutes. I see the Wolverine shit again. The fact that they started Wolverine was crazy. Yeah, the Lofty game looks sick. I gotta do my God of War marathon so I can play it. I'm not gonna play that shit until I play all the God of War games. At least all the important ones.
Hi, I'm Marcus Smith, Creative Director for Marvel's Wolverine.
Today,
we're excited to debut a new look at the game. To set the stage, Wolverine is in a race against time to rescue a group of kidnapped mutants before they're shipped off to parts unknown by cybernetically enhanced mercenaries known as the Reavers. However, Logan quickly discovers he isn't the only mutant attempting to save them. Let's
Who's
take
the
a
guy
look.
wearing a Deadpool suit? We don't know. Some rando? I don't know. Some rando.
Let's see if we can find the one that got away. Redhead.
Redhead.
Might be our only lead.
Green Gray?
Looks like she took off into the industrial park.
The UI kind of plain? I don't think you can see the full UI.
Search the area.
Usually with these games, they don't show you the full UI unless you're fighting. And even when you're fighting, it's very minimal what you can and can't see. At least that's how it was in Spider-Man 2. Yeah, see, look. See, it disappears really fast. It showed briefly and it disappears. It's supposed to be cinematic. They want you to immerse. Look, it's gone again.
No answer.
But I mean, you don't really need to see your health bar because this dude has passive health regen. So, do you really need to see a health bar?
Another sweep. It's too quiet.
Yeah, I love the butt too. I remember when this first got reviewed, they were like, bro, this is too much blood. It's fucking Wolverine. What do you mean this is too much blood? He's not Spider-Man. He said, it's too much blood. Insomniac. Son, what? How's he jumping around like that? Yeah, it's like super strength, bro.
Not today, Bob. The hell?
Skullbuster! Up there!
We need backup now!
did. It's the girl from Control. You're so stupid. Yo, can you blur the screen? It's too bloody, Jesus. I'm eating a full course meal right now, and I'm looking at all the blood, and I'm licking my. I'm joking.
You're not going anywhere.
Everyone shoot!
God damn!
Son of a bitch!
Damn, the God of War game looks better than this though. That's actually insane. Somehow the God of War game looks better. That's insane. Of course he does. I mean, yeah. She has better combat than Kratos? Does she? I see. I don't know. I haven't played any God of Wars yet, so I have no clue how to Kratos even fight.
What the hell?
Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
God damn. Shit.
Yeah, that'll work.
That'll work. Shoot him! This part was crazy. They're insane, Justice. I ain't never even heard of her until that video. But she was cooking. That's why I was like, can she cook? She proved me wrong. She could cook.
Get out of my way!
Oh, is that a baby arm? Bro, Wolverine is short. Wolverine is hella short, bro. Oh my god! We didn't see Street Fighter 6 year 4. I guess that'll be at Summer Games Fest this Friday. Wow, it wasn't at the PlayStation Showcase. Yeah, I guess it'll be there because last year it was at Summer Games Fest. Okay. I figured we would see it here, but I guess not. God damn. Damn. Atom Smasher, literally. I think that does what Atom Smasher. Whoa. Oh man. Jeez. I got Final Destination.
Was hoping for the redhead.
Redhead. Bro, his fit is fucked. Well, his costume is fucked.
Let's get you guys out of here.
Are you a superhero?
Lock it. I'm Wolverine.
You might do black and white method for the game? Probably. Alright, who the fuck is this? This Temu Deadpool. This Temu ass Deadpool. Who the fuck are you? Wait, did he just chop his balls off? What was that? Where he aim at? Wait, I don't. Are you sure that's his leg? Are you sure that's his side thigh? Maybe he did that because he reminds him of Deadpool and he fucking hates Deadpool. I don't know. I saw the suit fit. Where is it? Oh, I gotta go back more? I think I do. Yeah, he got the suit fit on. He look good in this fit. The eye patch. What the fuck is that? Oh, damn. Steve?
Some folks can't wait to die.
Some folks can't wait to die. That is true. Some folks can't wait.
We hope you enjoyed that new look at Marvel's Wolverine. This is a single-player, action-adventure game featuring a focused, story-driven experience that will send Logan on a perilous journey across the globe, where more than innocent mutant lives are at stake. In this game, mutants live in hiding, fearful of those who would hunt them down, while most of the world doesn't even know they exist. As you saw, you'll encounter iconic Marvel characters like Jean Grey, Mystique, and Sabretooth.
Some folks can't wait to die.
We also showed you a glimpse of the brutal combat you'll experience in Marvel's Wolverine. It's
or
fast,
maybe I look at one more trailer.
And visceral in the way that only
If there's any other
Logan
trailer I
can
want to look
deliver.
at before I play.
Marvel's Wolverine is built to take full advantage of the PlayStation 5 consoles, and we cannot wait for you to get your hands on it when it launches September 15th, 2026. We're also happy to announce that you can pre-order your copy today at the end of the show in select markets. Check out PlayStation Blog for more information. On behalf of everyone at Insomniac Games, thank you. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome to State of Play. I wanted to start by thanking Marcus and the whole team at Insomniac for that extended look at Marvel's Wolverine. We've got a ton more to share with news and updates from both PlayStation studios and third-party studios from around the globe. Let's get right to it with the latest from our friends at Arc System Works, XDev, and Marvel Games.
Prepare to face the supreme master of the pugilistic art, the Duke of Get Your Dukes Up, Mr.
Actions are worth
I only got a package.
than any
I don't know what to show this.
And the greatest action is to fight. You have defeated so many. You've defeated whole
Thanks for
worlds.
sponsor, but I could be wrong. I don't remember.
But you've never
It's a
fought
microphone.
to. Let me
They want me to
show
do a stream
you
with it?
why you should kneel. Think you're a genius, Doom?
I'm not gonna
Your
show it because I'm not
works are
allowed to yet.
trinkets. My genius is endless.
Come on,
and now my turn. You made promises, Doom, and those promises shall be kept.
Go over and punch them down for fun.
Nothing, Eric.
My dearest
People watch the Tokon? I already did like 4 times.
Shall rise,
This shit is sick.
and I will be the one to lead the way.
This shit is sick, bro. Was my reaction up on YouTube yet? Or download
You
it?
look a little angry, Bug. Still holding a grudge. Currency, huh?
Time to stop laughing, Gobby.
That all you got?
Gotta change the title of the
Away.
stream.
What? I'm gonna kill Spider-Man, not you. You want to fight?
My goodness.
If you want to back
Moment has come.
How do you see Sage's reaction? I want to see other streamers' reactions to this shit. Is he live right now? I'm getting spam tagged. Carnage can affect opponents for crazy offensive plays. Wait, what the fuck is this? Slash just tagged me with this. Carnage can affect opponent for crazy offensive plays in Marvel Token. Destruction, serial killer, blah blah blah, prism of wrath, blah blah blah, bladed weapons. He can infect people while infested. Carnage's skills are empowered, allowing him to tear through defense and drain enemies' health. Even through guards, for overwhelmingly one-sided assaults. Oh, this dude's gonna be able to play point. Oh nah. He playing point. No assist needed? Even through guards? What does that mean? Is he just gonna be doing insane chip damage? What is that supposed to mean? This motherfucker's just gonna be doing stupid chip damage. What's up, Ace? How you doing? What's going on? Holy shit, this is sick. We're just chilling. We're looking at the state of play shit. Okay, is Sage M live? I want to see his reaction to this shit. Oh, he is live. Jeez, look at the Token thing.
Look at this art.
That's what I'm saying. Look at this fucking art. Look at this art, bro.
Is it like a full of goodies, no?
We hope you enjoyed that new look at Marvel's Wolverine more than innocent as this. Everyone.
Insomniac for that extent. Right to it with the latest from our friends at Arc
Yes!
System Works.
Okay,
XDev,
we're fucking
and Marvel
cooking.
Games.
Okay, all right. That's what I'm talking about.
I gotta upload the center reaction too.
Dr. Doom's team. Let me crank this shit. Dr. Doom's team. The
Who the hell are these randos? I actually got randos in here. It's actually crazy. Your device or browser doesn't support 1440p. What?
The champion. They finally showed the champion. Was that Luna?
Luna?
Who was that?
Did he just say Luna Snow? Oh hell no!
What a barking.
I'm telling you guys, some way, shape, or form, Luna is gonna sneak into this damn game. You guys think I'm joking when I say this shit? Luna Snow will somehow, some way, shape, or form be in this fucking game. Literal industry plant ass character. She's gonna somehow be in here.
The Knights of Doom? The Knights of Doom?
That shit sounds sick. Look at the sick title. The fucking Knights of Doom. Why is the police last?
Magneto! Yes! The master of magnetism! Let's fucking go.
He finally has a character he wants to play.
Oh my god, he's moving. He's moving. He's not walking like Marvel.
Dude, we're not gonna get any strange in this game. That's kind of crazy.
Super. He's gonna cut to the next. The Goblin? It is Goblin. It's not Carnage.
You look a little angry.
I mean, we all thought it would be either Carnage.
Off the glider.
Magneto's kind of a given. But
back on the glider. Oh, the glider dodge from Spider-Man. Oh my god. Carnage and Goblin.
That's fucking crazy. Venom Bros is in shambles, but all the Venom players are just gonna play Carnage anyway.
Did you see that jump normal? Oh, Beak Driver.
God, his voice actor went crazy. His voice actor went fucking stupid.
Dude, this Magneto SS with the fucking car. Carnage? Goblin looks so crazy with the ball back onto the glider. Dude, he can like
he
plant
just
the
stomps
glider
his
and then
foot.
come back onto it.
No, see, Twitter already fucked up
The Sentinel?
over God of War. What's wrong with it? Or are people being fucking misogynistic, bro? Oh my fucking god! Please tell me they're not. You already know. Oh my fucking god, bro! Fucking losers. Actual losers.
Ghost Rider scene?
Actual fucking losers, bro. Actual fucking losers, dog. That's why I fucking hate that app. I hate that app so much, bro. These guys are fucking losers. Oh my god. Oh, they're gonna say it's woke. It's woke, bro. What happened to my fucking white male? My white male blue eyes, strong protagonist male elite, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. God damn, bro. Do y'all even play games? Shut the fuck up. God damn, bro. Losers. Just play the fucking game. Who cares if it's male or female? Like, because there's people that play video games that, like, okay, so you know how there's people that play like fighting games and they can only play girl characters. There's nothing wrong with that. Sure. But like there's people that play games that only play males. and they refuse to play girls or shit like that. There's nothing wrong with playing each gender, but like there are specific people that will only play as a male in any game. They refuse to play as a girl because their masculinity is so fragile that like if they're caught playing as a girl, they're probably afraid that they're gonna get made fun of or something like that. Shit like that. Like, son, no one gives a fuck. Just play the fucking game. Nobody gives a fuck. Please just play the game. It's not that deep. That shit is so weird, bro. Their masculinity is so fragile that they just can't get caught playing as a girl. I don't give a fuck. Like, if anyone catches me playing as a girl, I don't give a fuck. I play as girl characters all the damn time. But like, some people just they can't be caught playing as a girl, or they don't want to play as a girl. But it's mostly just because they don't want to get caught playing as a girl. They think it's like they think it's gonna like make them look like less of a man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, oh, if I play as a girl, I'm gonna get cooties or something. Like, bro, what? Just play the fucking game. Jesus Christ, bro. That shit is so weird, bro. What about people who only play girls? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with only playing boys or only playing girls. But like, my issue is when you say that, oh, this game is ass because it's a female. Oh, this game is ass because it's a male. Shit like that. It's like, now I can see the girls that are mad at like Persona, where they're like, oh, why do we not get a female protagonist anymore? That's perfectly valid. Because they used to do female protagonists. You used to be able to choose, but now you don't get to choose anymore. Because I guess they're just lazy and they don't feel like changing a couple dialogues around. But I can see why you'd be mad about that. Because why the fuck did you guys used to do male and female protagonists and you guys just randomly stopped? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I fucking hate that app. It's so like, you guys are so like insufferable on that app. Like, I don't know. Not my chat, but like I'm talking about like people on that app are just so insufferable. It's like, holy shit. Like, just play the fucking game. Anyway, the reaction is going up now. I need to make a thumbnail for it real quick though. This shit is so like, I don't know. I don't know, bro. That's why I don't speak on stuff like this, because it fucking pisses me off. Like, it's just so stupid. And then when you try and talk to people that are like that, they're like very ignorant. It's like talking to a brick wall. There's no point. It's like talking to a literal brick wall. State of play 6/2/2026. That was a banger showcase though. Banger. Very. You getting back on Tekken or is it a Rivals angle? I think I have to play Rivals because I lost the bet yesterday. What happened to the chat box? Whoa. I've never seen it do that. Holy shit. If you're watching on YouTube and TikTok, you can't see it. But holy shit, what happened to the chat box? Refresh. Oh my god. I have never seen that happen. I have to get back on Rivals because I did a bet. The bet was that if Alai didn't complete the 12 hours, she has to play a Blade for a day. If she does complete it, I have to play Mr. Fantastic for a day. So I have to get back on Rivals. So they can get off my... Because if I don't do this shit today, they're going to get on my ass saying, oh, you're ducking the bet. You're ducking the fucking thing. I'm not trying to hear that shit from them. I gotta fucking do Mr. Fantastic gameplay. Oh my god. Before that, my bad. Chagra just sent me some stupid. It's a fucking stupid thumbnail. It's a thumbnail for the Rivals tournament video. Oh my fucking god. That shit just threw me off. Yeah, the reaction's going up now. I need to make the thumbnail real quick. This guy. Can't wait to see the screen shaking. Oh god, I hate this character so much. I'm gonna play it in rank too. I'll play on I'm not playing on my main account though. Wait, let me see this new skin. Okay, my bad. What's up, Killer Noobs? How you doing? How do you deal with throwers? You don't. You have to just hold that shit. There's nothing you can do about throwers. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. There's nothing you can do about that. All drops. Alright, there you go. I changed the title of the stream. You gonna love the Tokon news? Hope it isn't a spoiler. We just looked at it. We just watched the PlayStation showcase. It was in a... Bro. Son. 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 We just looked at it. I can't see nothing? Yeah, don't worry about it. You'd have to been on Twitch to see it. Okay, where's the skin at? I open up Photoshop as well. God damn. Damn, look at this artwork, bro. Damn, that shit looks sick. That's wallpaper worthy right there. Damn, that's fucking sick. Look at Ghost Rider. Bro, he got the fucking flames coming out of his mouth too. That shit is sick. The final key art for Marvel Tokon, created by the main character artist Yuki Kato from Arc System Works 2D artist. Wow. Wow. Fucking sick. Yeah, Arc System Works got artists like that. This is some fucking bangers. They got banger artists over there. Guilty Gear developers Arc System Works will announce a new game on July 4th at Anime Expo. This shit gotta be fake. What? You about to get Damon and Baby too. You about to get Damon and Baby too. You think you're about to get another fighting game? It's not gonna be BlazBlue. It actually could be. Would it be BlazBlue? That show was sick, dude. Okay, what am I supposed to be looking at? Y'all said the Rivals new skins or something? Pause the music. Oh shit. The Samurai. What? Who is this? Iron Man? It should have been Blade, but okay. Okay, will it play or what? Is it legendary? Okay, yeah, it definitely is. Jarvis, look at that family of 5. Okay, my style. Oh shit, that's the clips are sick. Ooh.
Hurry up. Bombs away.
Look at that family of 5.
Maximum pulse.
No effects? What? What are we doing? What? No ultimate effects? Oh my god. There's no way. Oh my god. Dude, they only, oh my god, that's insane. They said, fuck this guy, he doesn't get played in pro play. Oh my god, he's not a girl. He doesn't know, he doesn't sell well. Oh my god. Let's see the Manta skin. No effects? Please tell me this shit don't got effects on it. Oh, she doesn't have her bug eyes anymore. This shit got custom music?
You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
Okay, it doesn't. Will the effect on the ult be? I don't know. They can make the ult yellow or something, or orange or something. She doesn't have her bug eyes anymore. Just not, obviously that's not the way her eyes normally look. Where her eyes normally look is they just stopped giving her bug eyes. Yeah, it's like this. Like that. I guess on the skins they said fuck that. We need these skins to sell well. No bug eyes. You can do it like they do with Adams. Yeah, I mean, I guess they probably will. The fact that Adam skin had no effects was just ridiculous. It's just together. Do I have the Adam skin? I don't think I do. Where's Adam? Yeah, I don't. Yo, Terry, thanks for the raid. Skin is sick. Gang ended already? Wait, how did you end already? Didn't you just start? Mid-ass copy-paste game? Copy-paste is crazy. Wait, why did he end already? Roblox servers are ass right now? Bro, then get on a different game, bro. You got millions of videos. I mean, games to play. Oh, you're gonna go edit? Okay. As long as you're not slacking on the job. That's acceptable. Nah, he's Mr. Roblox, my bad. John Roblox. That's John Roblox right there. Let me edit this thumbnail. That's John Roblox right there, bro. I gotta play Mr. Fucking Fantastic. Who is Meowie Amy? What? They're gone. I don't even know who that was in my friends list. They're gone now. You're doing a 24 on Friday, Tara? You're doing a 24? Okay. A Temu 24 or like which one? Which one though? A Temu 24 or a real one? That's a part-time streamer, bro. Don't full-time streamer him. Attempt? It's acceptable, I suppose. Nah, I'm not doing any 24s anymore. I'm done with 24s. I only do 12 hours now. 24s are just too fucking like mind-numbing. I start to autopilot after like the 20-minute mark. 20 minute? I said 20 hour. My bad. And also chat be pissing me off at the 20-hour mark. Like last 24 I did the other day. Fucking I got to like the 22-minute mark. Chat started to try and rage bait me while I was cranky. So I almost went off on a fucking chatter, so I put in sub mode. You guys tried to rage bait me at a fucking 20 hours of no sleep. I hope I don't get rage baited. Bro, my chat rage baits the shit out of me when I'm on a 24 for some reason. To be fair, last 24 you was playing nothing but Rivals. Yeah, so you guys knew I was playing nothing but Rivals and still tried to rage bait me. That is insane. I played nothing but Rivals that stream since it was a Rivals 24, and you guys tried to rage bait me at the 24-hour mark, or close to the 24-hour mark. I haven't used sub mode on my stream in I don't even remember how long, but that day you guys tried to piss me off. You muted me even though I ain't rage bait. I was fucking cranky, bro. Don't mess with me while I was cranky, bro. Bad call. Bad comms. We don't tell you to play Rivals. Bro, the sub goal, or I don't even know what I was even doing at 24 for. Oh, it was because someone gifted. I remember that. It was because someone gifted. Damn, that showcase was fucking good. Oh my god, I gotta actually play Mr. Fantastic. I'm not looking forward to this. Not looking forward to this at all, bro. Fuck this character, dog. Alright, thumbnail's done. So if I get 50, you do a 24. Not today. I'll do a 12-hour. Not today. I'm not doing 24s anymore. You can't get for 24s anymore. You can get for 12 hours though. Wasn't it like 60 subs for 24? I made it too cheap? Yeah. Definitely made it too cheap. Same thing with the Meat Mountain. The Meat Mountain was too cheap. How much was the Meat Mountain? What was it, 50 for the both of us? She originally said it should be 60. I was like, isn't that a bit too high? So then I told her, let's just do 40. But then when I told you guys 40, you guys said only 40. Oh, y'all got money. Oh, y'all got money. You ain't even eat. You took one nibble. Okay. I fucking drove to a whole Arby's with a fucking flat tire, by the way. And I had to spend more money getting the fucking tire fixed. Wasn't my car. Because my car was taken for some reason. I spent more money than I actually should have. For that whole fucking thing. Arby's curse? Son, if you think I'm not capping, my fucking tire fucked up when I was going to go get it. I have a photo if you want to look at it. Son. You think I'm fucking capping? Son. I don't want to hear shit. Son. I don't want to hear shit. Yes, I had to drive it like this because the shop was nearby, so I had to drive it like this at like 15 miles per hour. Son. That's beyond flat. It started off flat, and then it got worse as I was driving on it. Because there was a fucking hole in the tire. And the person whose car it was didn't tell me. There was a hole in the tire. So when I was driving, that shit exploded. I was like, what? What's that noise? And I put over at the side of the road. I was like, okay, this is how it looked when I put over to the side of the road. I have another photo, actually. This is how small it was. I was like, okay, this ain't that bad. It was like this. So I was like, okay, that's not that bad. I can just take it to the shop. I was driving it to the shop because the shop was like 4 minutes away. Right? Like five. I was, no. I had to get to, I was close to the Arby's. I had to pick up the Arby's. So I picked up the Arby's. And then once I was at the Arby's, I told you guys that there was like a bunch of biker dudes there and shit. And one of them walked to me saying, yo, you know you have a flat tire? I was like, yeah, I know. I'm about to take it to the shop right now. He said, are you sure that's okay to drive on? I said, I'm going to drive it like 15 miles per hour, 20, which I did do. And then that shit got worse. And then, yeah, obviously the entire tire exploded off. I thought I wasn't going to make it, but worse. Yeah, that's why I streamed so late. I streamed at like 8 p.m. that day. You know, I usually start like 5. And then, but yeah, I got the fucking meme out. Dude, it was even bad when I got into the fucking Arby's. Because then the lady said, oh my God, someone just ordered a meat mountain. Yelled it out loud. So I had to get out of there quick. God damn, that's why I didn't record it. I couldn't turn around. I just grabbed my meat mountain and I fucking left. On God, you would have got put on TikTok. Put on TikTok is crazy, bro. I fucking got out of there ASAP, bro. Nobody getting a photo of me ordering a meat mountain. No photo, no video, nope. I was out of there. Okay, how you play this trash character, bro? I forgot to play him.
Always about hitting harder. Sometimes it's about thinking harder. We've been discovered.
We got clips of you eating it. You don't got shit. You don't got shit. How do I use the I need to check out the team up. What does the most damage on this dude anyway?
I've got you. Success. Square.
Oh, what grounds people? Isn't it the E? This grounds, right?
A predictable outcome.
How much for you to fully eat it? None. Stop trying to order. You can't just get anything you want with money. None. I'm not doing it. I'm not eating a meat mountain ever again. You can't just make demands with money. Well, technically you can, but not those type of demands. What happened to just gifting for the love of the game just to support the stream? Whatever happened to that? Why you always want something in return? What happened to random acts of kindness? Where the hell is this guy at? Is there a rocket? I'll go big. Wait, so how does this team work? He was a fantastic amplifier, removing his elasticity limit, letting him activate into it. Oh, okay. So there's no limit. It just goes past 100. Well, I can just go into it anytime. Oh, so I can go into it and then go out of it. Okay, that makes sense. I want to get you right with the meat mountain. You guys are so evil. Can't just support streamers no more. We can't just support streamers no more. All the hard work I do. I stream every day. 7, 8 hours minimum. And you trying to fucking force me to eat a meat mountain? This is so evil. Oh, you lose the whole charge? Oh, that's ass.
The odds were in your favor.
Beyond all limits. Well, hello there.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
So I can enlarge, turn it off, and then enlarge again. Okay, got it. Kissy is live too. You about to throw her games? Kissy is live? I'm not gonna throw her games. Left click and turn your camera. That shit is ass, bro. You gotta literally just do this over and over. I swear to God, if someone made Mr. Fantastic, I would never watch their stream. This shit will make me dizzy. You have to just keep fucking doing this over and over and over and over and over and over, bro. This shit is like, son. I mean, obviously, it's not. I'm exaggerating it, obviously, but like, I'm not watching no Mr. Fantastic streamer. What the fuck? Does this all do damage now? How many bounces do I need to kill 253? Jesus Christ, bro. You get your protein intake for the day? This guy. How much bounces does he do? 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, this doesn't kill 275.
Trouble has arrived.
You can afford it, bro. That shit is ass, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 bounces max. It takes 4 to kill a 250. Jesus Christ, bro. Instead of 3, that's ass. This character is sorry. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, it takes. No, it takes 3. 1, 2, 3. Never mind. Wait, does it do more damage directly on top of them? Nope. This character is sorry, bro. Wait, no, it does. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it does. Let's fall off. This character is still sorry. Y'all actually play this guy? Jesus.
A futile attempt.
A futile attempt. play a quick match, so now I'm gonna play ranked. The Knights of Doom. What a sick team name. Rather play him than Blade? That's cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
You'll need a top-notch
Yo,
team to win
the
this
PlayStation Showcase reactions out. You guys are capping. Stop the cap. Where was Mr. Fenty?
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
It's all on the second channel. What a banger showcase. That was actually a really good one. Let me change the YouTube title.
My ultimate goal is simple. Solve everything.
Just flex the Lord Blade. That weak ass Blade. Where is this thumbnail, bro?
Almost all of my time has been devoted to running Tiger Division Solhi.
I get it. Too busy saving the world with your new crew to save the world with your old friends. It's all good.
No, it's not.
Oh, what of these came true? This. This. Oh my god, the Blade game didn't get shown. Holy fuck, bro. Fuck match starting. Where's the fucking Blade game, bro? I'm getting fucking trolled. No one actually likes games on Twitter. There's hate and hate, bro. I don't know what's in your feed, but my feed is pretty positive. What's up, Rack? Double the failure. Wait, the E grounds, right? Oh my god, this character is so sorry. He can't kill a fucking Luna Snow. Can't kill a simple Luna Snow. Not the E. That just knocks it or grounds. Right mouse button? Okay. Remember the time would you go to NO 2 days? Fuck no. That game was ass. Fuck no. I don't understand you guys that just live on the past over and over. I'm not one for living and dwelling in the past. Nobody talking about ill. I'm talking about it. Doesn't matter. That game was sick. I'm playing that shit. Damn, punch their shit in. Fantastic. Here, Luna. Oh my god. Fuck. I should have shifted. I forgot. I keep forgetting I can shift. Grown man still with shackles to ABA. I'm crying. Hope the games are good. Nah, Rack. They're causing me to suffer, bro. They're forcing me to play Mr. Fantastic, bro. Free me. Free me. Free me. I'm being forced to play Mr. Fantastic. Free me. Can you even carry on this character? Shh, I'm about to find out when I get up and go in the ring. Oh my god. Can I get some help, please? This ain't, man, Fantastic not that bad. This character is so boring though. Compared to what you could play, this character is boring. One of the weakest releases. Oh, it's all his ass. That shit just ends for no reason. It's not even like it's an OP ult or anything either. It just ends. Characters are not balanced in this game, or not made the same. It just ends because why not? Was it P5X? Yeah, I reinstalled it. Def is more game than 99%. You guys gotta understand that. You see me complaining on Twitter, but 99% of the people complaining only play like 1 or 2 types of games. They're not like real gamers. Like, you see me play a bunch of different games every year. There's people that only play 1 type of game or 2 types of games max, or 3. Like, you've seen me play strategy games on stream, like what, Fire Emblem. You see me play fighting games. You've seen me play shooters. You've seen me play story games. You've seen me play shit like Undertale, Deltarune, fucking like anything, platformers, 2Ds, fucking sports game. Like, there's people that only play like 2 types of games. So you're gonna see a lot of people that just complain. That's why I always tell you guys that like those presentation shows are not for everyone, because not everyone is like. I'm not saying you have to be a real gamer, but it's not like you're less of a gamer than another person if you play only 1 type of 2 games. But like, I don't think those shows are for people that only watch like 2 types of games. Like, if you like fucking gun and ball games, that's it. I don't think those presentations are for you. You're gonna see a lot of skips, and that's perfectly fine. But like, my issue is when people go to Twitter complaining saying, yo, that showcase was ass, there's no games. Yeah, there's no games for you because you only like 2 types of games. You refuse to try anything else. Or like people that like don't refuse to try Expedition because shit like that. It's like, bro, you only like 2 or 3 types of games. Of course you're not gonna find it fun. It's like the Baldur's Gate shit all over again. A lot of people would hate it on Baldur's Gate until they actually tried it and they're like, oh wait, this shit's actually pretty good. I refuse to play Baldur's Gate because I know how to get addicted to it. But this shit's actually pretty good. All the turn-based games haters. Watch content a lot. I just play Crypto with you, Ozuna. Oh, what's up, dude? So that's why, like, it's best to just ignore the Twitter shit. Like, there's a lot of people complaining on that app. That's just like, hey, bro. That's inevitable, bro. Some people just only play like 2 types of games. I don't know. I'll do one more quick play. And unless I go to ranked. 6 out of 10 because no big announcements. Like, bro, what are you saying? Like, Twitter is insane. Twitter is not a website review that if you like shit, don't go to Twitter. Like, if you like stuff, don't go to Twitter, bro. The only reason I play Blade, I must respect on your content. Oh, I appreciate it, dude. Appreciate that. And words, thanks for the kind words as well. GG's to you. GG's to you. What did Twitter do this time? Apparently, a lot of Twitter hates the new God of War game because it's a female lead. People are very misogynistic, stuff like that. Wait, this guy took my Mr. Fantastic. Wait, so what am I supposed to play then? I didn't ask her what I do if someone takes Mr. Fantastic. What do I play then? I guess Dino or some shit? Someone took my Mr. Fantastic.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. I'm used to being the brightest one in the room.
Well, according to Ben, you still are.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, you're a lot hotter than me.
Ooh, thanks. But I'm pretty sure you got me beat when it comes to hotness, too.
Okay, my bad. Well, let's go.
Starts in 5, 4.
Who's the next best boring ass character? Next best boring ass character. What does that mean? Next best boring ass character? You don't like the dino? Black Widow's pretty boring, yeah. That character needs to rework. I hate the way they designed her. It's actually so ass. Her kit is so ass that they just gave her an overpowered ass kick that she just basically gets a guaranteed kill off of if you get next to her. It's such a lazy ass design. Okay, my entire team's getting dove. Do I play Magic? Yeah. I'd play Magic right now, but I can't because we don't have a tank. It's like they didn't even try Black Widow's kit. Since she's so weak, they just made her kick extremely broken and just called it a day. Like, brother, what? Shift some of the power around in her kit, please. I don't want her to one-shot headshot, no. But like, get rid of the batons and give her like dual guns or something. Like, I don't know, and nerf that busted ass kick so that you can actually get close range with her. And then for some reason, since I guess she's so bad, like, I don't know, Black Widow can steal MVP very easily. I know you guys have had matches where someone's throwing but their MVP is Black Widow and they're just saying, oh, you guys are ass. Black Widow gets MVP so easy. I don't think there's a character that gets MVP more easier than Black Widow. The only one I can think of that's probably close is like White Fox. Those two characters get MVP so easily. Do you guys want to be the next Bayonetta? No, I just want like I just want her kit to be viable, like to where like, oh, you don't have to use a sniper if you don't want to. It's kind of like the Punisher, but not as excessive as how he just one-shots you at close range with that shotgun. Stuff like that. Like, I want her to like have different like variety of kit playstyle, you know? You don't have to just use the sniper. Like, just how people play Punisher and they ignore some people ignore the shotgun. You don't have to use the shotgun. But for her, you wouldn't have to use the sniper if you don't want to. So she could just be constantly like switching playstyles over and over. It'd be pretty cool. Kind of like how Blade does with his gun to sword, but sadly, one of them is way weaker than the other. But whatever. It's kind of like how Blade is, you know? Did she really just fucking ult my ult? Why? Something like that, anything like that, but just rework her. There's no way you guys can just have a character in your game and just ignore her. You can't just do that. Like, I mean, they can because they've already been doing it, but like, it just doesn't make any sense. That's insane. You're just gonna ignore a fan base of a character like that? She needs to get reworked. Like, I don't know. She needs to rework. Blade needs to rework. Like, they just need reworks. Like, I don't know. I wish Blade was a harder character, bro. What the fuck? Oh, she iframed my move. I'm dead. She iframed my move. She said, gotcha. Okay, speaking of Widow, we have a Widow now.
Still got an edge.
I don't know. We're gonna see what happens in the next patch. What? What is killing me? 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 Okay. I didn't know the temple was shooting me. I couldn't find what was killing me. He was behind me, and I turned around. He was in front of me. I mean, he was behind me again. Looks like it's gonna be lukewarm as always. I don't know. I don't know. The player count went down this patch apparently. So like, I don't fucking know. I don't know what's happening. I'm dead again. It's weird how this game's player count works. It goes up like a spike and it goes straight back down. Just depending on the season. Is this season really that? Apparently it's that bad. I'm still playing. I don't think this season is as bad as season 6. Season 6 was so ass. You could not play dive in season 6. That shit was so awful, bro. Remember when they had to do the emergency patch to nerf Elsa, Hawkeye? Oh my god, Elsa, Hawkeye, Hella. And who else got nerfed that? Oh, Gambit. That was the emergency patch they had to do. Because they dropped patch notes in 6.5 and it addressed nothing of the suffering we went through in season 6. But yeah, the patches being ass combined with like the hackers is just not a good recipe. It's just not a good recipe. I'm dead as fuck. Yeah, a lot of people are smurfing right now. I mean, I showed you guys it. You guys saw my Twitter. What is it at? Son, look at this. Everyone's on alts. 99.45% of players worldwide. Do you know how low that is? That's Celestial 3. Do you know how low that is? Gold is 70%. What the fuck is that? No one's playing on their mains right now. Speaking of no one playing on their mains right now, I'm about to get on an alt right now. Okay, I'm doing a challenge right now, but still, like, no one's playing on their mains right now. Like, this season's actually kind of cooked. I mean, I'm still playing because I like this game, but like, the season's cooked. That was one of the teams comps they could have won. Wait, what? Cynthia the cat. I'm gonna switch accounts because I gotta play Mr. Fantastic the whole stream. Blade or Daredevil, or should I just play this on my main? I want to play ranked though. I want to play ranked. I'm not playing Mr. Fantastic on my main. That's extremely dead. I'm not playing Mr. Fantastic and Celestial. But yeah, back to what I was saying, bro. 99% is ridiculous. No one's playing on their mains right now. I don't think the season's that bad, but I mean, the cheaters in combination of the trash patch will definitely do it. It'll definitely do it. What account do I use? Use this account. This is Cam's account. Let me see the player account. Marvel Rivals player account. Oof. Yeah, it's weird. It just goes up and then goes down and up and then down and up and then down and up and then down. I mean, it's mainly because of that, because of update day. Update day, and then it just goes down, up and down, up and down. It's 75K right now. All-time peak 600K 17 months ago. It's like neutral, but it's just those cheaters definitely did a number on the fucking game though. This was update day. What day was this? Monday, January 12th. Oh, this was the Deadpool update. This was the Deadpool update. But then fucking that season was so ass. I hated that season so much, bro. Oh my god. Deadpool came out and then DPS Deadpool wasn't even good. I fucking hated DPS Deadpool. I don't mind him that much anymore now, but I still don't think he's like one of the stronger characters though. Holy. Armed and dangerous. Again. Shit's fried, bro. Shit's fried. Wait, is the trailer? I mean, not trailer. Is there action in HD? Did it bug out? This is a Psylocke skin? Yeah. It's probably one of my favorite skins, if not my favorite for her. The skin is cool, has effects on it. Why is my YouTube lagging? Something's wrong with my YouTube. It's like the videos are in 30 FPS for some reason. It's kind of sick. That's fireworks noises. Charles Spider-Man? Hell no. This skin is so sick. I love this skin. Hate Spider-Man? Mouse. I don't hate Spider-Man. I just don't want to play Spider-Man. There's a difference. If it's not black, you don't want it, is crazy. That is insane. That is insane to say. Dude almost takes all the slashes to kill a damn Groot. This is exactly why you shouldn't sound like, oh, if there's a Groot in it.
5, 4,
Or I mean, you can, just that like
2, 1.
not having. Damn, y'all are lighting me up. Chill. If you want black, get the symbiote suit. This guy.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, why are y'all moving? Doesn't even kill them. This fucker Groot is so tanky. How much health does Groot have again? 850. God damn, bro. And with the dot, y'all beefy as hell. Jeez, 850. Well, Donna has 750, but he has season buff. Jesus Christ. Boy, is bulky.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this?
Play any other character except Spider-Man? I would play any. No. Spider-Man's the character I don't want to play. The chat always tries to get me to play him. It doesn't work though. Yo, so what counters this guy? What? I guess poke, I guess. Dude, I need to play that new God of War game. That shit looks sick. They cooked, bro. They cooked. You guys actually got me interested in the God of War finally. You guys finally got me. You guys have finally piqued my interest. I have not played any God of War games. Nope. The only one I've played is the one I got for the sponsor, which was the what is that one called? What was the Sons of Sparta? Yeah. That game is sick. They didn't sponsor me again. Dude, I had a rival sponsor the other day and I fucking forgot. And it expired. I'm so sad. It expired. I'm so sad. I'm so fucking sad, bro. Well, you take Deadpool. Wait, what? 3 DPS? Do I count as a tank? I don't know. You dumb? Rip money? Yeah, rip the money. Dude, I literally played Rivals that day too. Yep, I'm looking at it right now. This is it right here. I mean, to be fair, I took it last day because they didn't have any slots till the final day, and I forgot I had it. I wouldn't have forgot if I took it like earlier in the month, but I forgot. They didn't have any slots until the last day. That's not my fault.
Not exactly flattering. They paint my people as vicious monsters.
You were a monster.
The battle starts in 5.
I sold. Other 2 scale one there? Oh no, I wasn't doing that. That one was it was stupid the way that worked. So I didn't do it. I think you had to gift subs for me to get paid. It was something stupid. The way it functioned was really bad. Everyone complained about it on Twitter. Wait, does this go through shields? Fuck, I scared his ass. I scared his ass, bro. I gotta remember to use my shift.
There's still more work to be done.
I keep forgetting to use it. What is that guy's mic? He has a voice changer on. Ladies Man 06. Okay, what a name.
Feeling fantastic.
Feeling fantastic. Can't reach this guy. Oh, stop shooting me. Son.
Judge, jury, executioner.
That shit can break it? Oh! Yeah, she got her shit stomped out. Really got sandwiched. No, where you going? Let me talk to you. Big on big. Big on big. Slinging that meat. Come here. What? He ran. Let me get a lift. Let me get a lift. Yep. Slinging that meat. Slinging that meat. Come here. What the fuck? Who she thinks she is? Oh shit. Oh yeah, let's go. Bruh. Arby's got to his brain. Bro, what? I'm not having fun. This game is boring. This game is boring. He doesn't kill shit fast enough for me to get the dopamine rush that I deserve. But then again, I play Blade, so like, I don't know. But I don't know, there's something different about Blade. Slowly watching him die is pretty hilarious.
Tandy needs help.
It's not slow, but it's also not fast. That makes any sense. What the fuck? Why did my ult end, by the way? Why did my ult end? Oh, you guys died? That's hilarious. You dead. Wait, why did my ult end? Oh, yo, Dylan, thanks for the follow. I stomped on, well, I jumped on like, or bounced on like, how many people? Brainiac bounce. I bounced on like 6 people. I mean, like, not 6 people, but like 2 times or 3. I didn't get my like, what, 6 total bounces? Holy shit. I'm dead as hell. Look, when you stop at bubbles. Oh. I guess that does make sense. They're using bubble.
There's still more work
fade.
to be done.
Yeah, whatever. You just left click and turn your camera like this over and over and over and over. Like, holy shit, bro. How do you guys do this? Character is so buns, bro. Double the fun.
One of Dr. Strange's Let me return the
Damn, my team is just dead again. Huh. Was that our portal? I don't know. Warframe. Bro, what's that stupid meme? Bro, I saw some dumb memes. Someone said broke people love Warframe. That shit had me in tears, dog. Broke people love Warframe. Bro, when I was broke, I was playing Warframe. Shit. Why would you play Warframe when we could play Destiny, though? Isn't Destiny free, though? Okay, this character's ass. This all is so embarrassing. The weakest bounce I've ever seen, bro. Base game? Oh yeah, the DLCs are like what, $40 a piece. And there's like 9 different DLCs or whatever.
The numbers aren't in our favor.
I think the last DLC I played for Destiny was what? Trials of Osiris? It might have been Destiny 1 actually. I don't remember. Was it Taken King? I don't fucking remember something. D1 was tough. D1 was tough. Yep. Yep. Oh god, I'm swinging meat like no other. Woo! Swinging it like no other. Swinging it like no other. Swinging that long meat. What are you talking about? So I'm Mr. Fantastic. They gave me a meat swinging challenge. This is ridiculous, bro. I gotta play Mr. Fantastic, dog. Oh, I'm locked in. Yeah, he got his shit clapped. My health go. Holy shit. Destiny is anything but free. We have a Blade and Fantastic versus a Daredevil and Punisher. Oh no, we are not winning this match. Son, we are not winning this shit. What? It's a DPS diff of doom.
Feeling fantastic.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh god. Oh my god, bro.
There's still more work to be done.
Jesus Christ. That shit close.
The current score is 2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Gooner. She was dead.
Heroes could make all the difference.
I've seen one.
Bro, I was amazed by how the fuck she died. Amazed by how the fuck she died. That shit was crazy, no? Bro, stop to look at the yams. No, that's not what I was doing. Oh my god. You guys, that is not what I was doing, bro. Arc System Works, Anime Expo now, Stellar Panel for Arc Sys.
There's a solution for every problem.
Strive, Receiver. Unknown project. Uh-huh. Shit, you guys might actually get a Blast Blue back. Huh. A new game. Huh.
I'm flattered, but I'm afraid my hands are just a bit too full at the moment.
We can't let our best DPS heal. I'm not tanking for y'all no more. I'm mad if I start DPSing as Luna. Jesus. Okay.
3, 2.
Yeah, Richard, thanks for the follow.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Or had his eyes on the prize, bro. You guys are. Oh my god, just forget it. That's like I wasn't looking at her fucking cheeks, bro. She was laid out flat. The way she was laid out on the floor was just hilarious. How is everybody dead already? What? Oh my god, bro. Thoughts on the Senator? She look cool, but I'm more interested in Viego. At the end of the trailer.
I won't rest until this is solved.
I'm not gonna play Senna. I don't think I'm gonna do a video either. I have any care for Senna. Doesn't look cool to me. Look cool enough to me. We get it. Aren't you like yams? We all do, bro. That's not. You guys are. Whatever, bro. Son, are we gonna win a single team fight? Is it possible for us to win a single team fight? I'm just getting shotgunned by this Punisher. People counter ult this ult? Is this even worth? There was like 5 million of you guys alive. I want to say, say hello because I seen your clips a lot. They used to write. Wait. Where'd you see the clips at? On Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube or Twitter? Appreciate that, dude. I know my Instagram clips do well, but my TikTok is like literally shadow banned. Like my Instagram reels get like 9 million times the views my TikToks ones get. My YouTube ones do all right, but my TikTok is fucked. Who am I grabbing? I couldn't see. YouTube, that's what's up. I appreciate it, dude.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'm dead. Yeah, my reels do good on Instagram. We check it right now. My Instagram reels do really good.
There's still more work to be done.
91, 130, 33, 4K, 31K, 9K. Yeah, my reels do really good. 25K. Yeah, they do good, but my fucking TikTok, my TikTok is fucked. My shit is night and day when it comes to my TikTok. But for my TikTok, 500, 800. Okay, this one did really good. 6K, 1,000, 1,000, 2,000. I mean, it's still decent. It's just that it's not as much as it used to be, because I used to get like hundreds of thousands on TikTok. But I'm pretty sure I'm shadow banned. There's no way I used to get 100,000 on my shorts on TikTok and then randomly just. Well, it's not randomly. It's ever since I got banned. Like, I don't know. If you're gonna switch to DPS, at least do good. I mean, I did pretty good. I had 7 finals. I don't know about the. Oh, this guy didn't do good. I had the most damage. I was bouncing on it. Luna has a cameo in Tokon. Oh my god. Let me see it. Wait. So, Sage, saying that wasn't a joke. I know the sign's in the back, but like. Where do you see what timestamp in the video? Do you have a timestamp? The night map, 1 second. Okay, hold on.
Prepare to face the supreme master of.
Where the fuck is that? It's the night map, right? Luna, Snow, Ice, and Shadow. Yeah, it says on the map. It's not like you can see her though. 321. Okay, hold on.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever
3:21. Wait, what? This is a 2-minute video. Wait, what timestamp? She's on the poster? Video's 2 minutes. It's almost 3:21. Oh, this? You can't really see her though. I see the poster. Oh, you kind of see the white hair. His high heels on. You can't really see the other side. It's like faint. Okay, this one's a better photo right here. It's like faint. I kind of see it. Yeah, don't make her playable. She do not need to be playable. I'm not gonna lie. Is that She-Hulk? Who's looking She-Hulk is in the background. Fuck, look at this. She-Hulk is here. What the hell?
Time to stop laughing, Gobby.
That all you got?
That MJ? It is MJ. She got a Spider-Man shirt on. While Spider-Man's getting his shit gripped. Wait, are they just all beating on Spider-Man in this trailer? Oh no, it was being on Storm.
Showtime. You look a little angry.
Yeah, tell me what Spider-Man's gonna do against this shit. Yeah, pack it up, buddy. Pack it up, buddy. Son, pack that shit up, bro. This dude's about to get his shit rocked. He's about to get his shit rocked. Pack it up, buddy. Pack it up. Pack it up, bro. This art is so sick.
I'm gonna kill Spider-Man.
I'm gonna kill Spider-Man, not you.
You want to fight? Carnage will give you one. Choose that.
Moment has come. Attack!
Shit, Carnage is sick, man. Yo, we need Carnage in this game as a DPS, bro. They give it as like Venom, but he does fuckloads more damage. And he's swinging around like Spider-Man too. But he can like brawl. He's like a little tankier, but he can swing around as well. But I guess the swing would have to have a longer cooldown. Because there's no way you can have a fast brawler like that. That'd be kind of destructive, no? Oh my goodness. Wait, so when am I supposed to use this dumb team up? What's the cooldown of this? Oh, I see it. Oh my fucking health bar. Where'd you go? Yeah, let's go. You want a box? No, shit, what this big meat can do? Come here. Oh fuck. Hell? Why he jump like this? Why he jump like this? Son, this character is so weak. This character is so fucking weak, bro. Oh my lordy. What's up, Clips? So survival New York part 191. Time step is 3:21. I just forget. I already saw it.
There's still a chance to stop.
But I'm talking about Mr. Vance. Oh my god, I only have one kill.
Right there.
Sonny, this character is ass. Oh my god, we're counter ulting Mr. Fantastic now. Okay. Yeah, she does pretty good damage. I bet you ain't never see somebody swing like meat like this. Come on. Yeah, nice. I'm actually getting forced to play Mr. Fantastic. This is fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Alive if she wants to play so I can throw her game. No, I'm joking. Do not clip that. Do not clip that. I'm about to run down her games playing Mr. Fantastic, bro. Throw her elo away. Wait, low key, this account is a higher rank than her. This account's a higher rank than her. This account is a low key higher rank than her. I'm not gonna run down anything technically because this account's higher rank than her. Come here. You ain't hear nothing, right? Oh fuck. Yo, I need help. All right, here we go. I'm kind of going crazy, don't know. Oh my god, nah, I'm kind of stupid with this character, bro. Let a real one swing as me real quick. Put it one time. Yo, help. Bro, what is this character? I'm going to tell you was teasing her about her main account being Lordy and Smurf. What are you talking about? That's not the words I said. I'm snitching? That's crazy. Those are not the words I said. I said low key, this account's a higher rate than her main. I didn't say like in that exact terminology. You're making it way worse than it actually is. Oh man, you're making it way worse than it's. Oh fuck. You're making it sound way worse than it is. No, come here. God damn. I'm out of there. We had an evil. Oh, what the fuck is this hella doing? Let everyone swing his meat real quick. For the one time. Oh shit, another health pack, bro. Oh, I gotta press F to enlarge. Oh. Oh. That's a interesting team up. Oh, I'm not kill this. I'm dead as hell. She was hitting everything but you, bro. I don't know what the hell it was doing. Bro said I had an evil laugh. I don't have an evil laugh. Do I have an evil laugh? I don't think I do. Essentially said I smurf your face. Okay, I didn't mean it like that. Come here. Wait, so am I supposed to use the team up in the big form or just after it? Is there a single Mr. Fantastic player in here? What? Why my big form off? Bro, what? Yo, what is this character, yo? Oh, no, 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 no. Bro.
Down to 30 seconds.
Okay, it's a killer right to her name. Okay, I did say that, but I didn't mean like that. Oh, man. We got the team, so I don't know. Oh, fuck. Yo, Storm, save us. Oh, fuck. Those guy? Hold on, we're winning this. This is winnable. Alright. Oh my god, I only have 14 kills.
The current score is 0.
Definitely did, sir. Nah. You're making it worse than it actually is. Yo, Gemini, Samurai. A snack on Titan.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Why is he actually cooking on Mr. Fantastic? Because I'm him, bro. You can't stop me.
Humans will ever behold.
Where'd your evil laugh in the Hiei video? Evil Hiei video. What'd that sound like? But what did I do that caused me to do a evil laugh in that video? I don't remember. I've done too many videos. You see what's trash? This character is trash. Got any skins? Nope.
Round 2, go!
In the very beginning, what did I say? Did I kill someone with some combo or something like that? Oops. Okay, so I think I use the team up when I'm close to 100, so I can go over 100, and then I enlarge once I'm at like whatever the highest I could possibly get to, and then that's gonna wear off, and then I think I re-enlarge. Is that how the team up works? I think.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
I think. Could be wrong.
3, 2, 1.
Yes, something like that. 100 HP on the DPS. Yeah. Something like that.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Whoa. Oh my god, that does so much damage. Dude, that reflection is no joke. If there's one thing that does a lot of damage, it's the reflection. Do you see how fast their whole shot down?
Yeah, it's above us.
Is there a cap on how much damage you reflect? Launching stored damage in a targeted direction. I have to use a team up. Alright, so I can enlarge even at this low. That's pretty good. Oh my goodness, bro. They have so much brawl. Oh, it's just the store. The store's running through my team though. At least he just ran through us there. Yeah, I gotta do more damage. Brother, I'm Mr. Fantastic, bro. What you want from me? Bro said do more damage, bro. I'm doing the best I can, bro. I'm swinging my freaking stretchy ass meat. This is the best I can do, bro. Oh, come on, bro. Remember when I press Q? Bring that ass down here. Here we go. Yo, get him. Oop. Dude, the animations on this character are too funny, bro. They're too funny, man. Slow, setting ever just meat swings.
These are sounds I never heard before. Not ready. Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Keep
up the momentum.
Feeling fantastic.
Damn, that did damage. Oh, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. No. Yo, they're about to push me off the map. Whoa. Where's like Jeff at? I mean, not Jeff, a Rocket. Oh, he was on the payload. Oh, my lordy.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
It was only Luna healing me because Jeff was on the payload. I don't know why he wasn't playing with us up here. But I mean, I guess makes sense. You should have been playing up here with us, though. Dude, they can break the E? I mean, the shift? I didn't know you could even do that. Beyond all limits. Help? I want to ult, but fuck it, I'll do it. This shit still does no damage. Yo, this character is sorry. No, 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 don't leave me. What the? Oh, hell no. I punched him in the butt. Who who you trying to one shot? I see that. She was trying to one shot someone. You saw her charging the right click. Beyond all limits. So I'm actually winning with this character. I shouldn't be winning. Oh lordy. The age must fantastic. Oh, it's good to bait out support ults. I mean, I guess, but like, I'd rather an ult that can bait out support ults and do a shitload of damage. Like, I don't know, Star-Lord, but I guess I shouldn't be comparing it to Star-Lord. I don't know. Why did the most damage in the match? Talking about something, we need more damage. They more damage to everybody in the match. Why do you always play like the worst characters? I'm playing this character because I lost the bet. The bet was if I didn't complete a 12-hour. Even though it was cheese since I was on the 12-hour with her. I got baited into doing a 12-hour with her. That was fucking cheese. If she lost the bet, she would have had to play Blade for a whole stream. That's why I said I hope they get through the 12-hour though. That's why I said I demand a lawyer. But nah, bro, they framed me. I'm being framed. I'm being framed for murder, bro. I was helping, bro. They try to put YG as my judge. I mean, as my lawyer, bro. Fuck that. Fuck that. They tried to put YG as my lawyer. Fuck that. Get him more time. Wait, so when do I do this God of War thing? I guess I wait for the remakes, right? I guess I wait for the remakes, no? Wait, they're remaking what? 1 and 2, right? Or which one are they remaking? I'm looking it up. Studios developing a full remake of the original God of War trilogy. So God of War 2, and God of War 3. What? Is it God of War 3 pretty new? Oh, wait, no, that one's on PS3. Oh, 4 is the new one, right? 4 is the one from 2018. And 5 is Ragnarok. Okay. Wait, so which one's 6? I guess this new game is supposed to be 6. Or, I guess, spin-off. I guess not really 6, but... That's a lot of games I gotta play then. What the fuck? So that's 5 games I gotta play? Ragnarok is 5. But what is 4 called? 4 is just called God of War 2018. Okay, that's why people call it 2018? Okay, that makes sense.
I've seen wonders out there in the
Aphrodite cutscene God of War 3 must get him on that. I keep hearing about that. Need the remake to do that justice. Yo, y'all are some gooners, bro. All right, well, whenever the remake... Wait, when is that supposed to drop? Is there a date for it? God of War remake release date. I don't think there's a release date for it, isn't it?
So, you're the broad who haunts
Predict the launch would be between 2027 and 28 for the remakes. Are they all gonna drop in a batch or something like that? That'd be pretty cool. Damn, so I'm gonna play 5 God of War games. Well, I guess 6 since I want to play that new game, that Lofty game. But I don't think that Lofty game is gonna drop or whatever until after. That game is probably not gonna drop till after the remakes, hopefully. At least in my case, hopefully. 6 games. Damn, that's gonna be a crazy marathon. A God of War marathon? That's a lot of games. It'll be fun though. That won't be until I move though. So don't expect that for a while. And also I gotta wait for the games to drop, so. Oh my lordy, my fucking health bar. Where's my tank at? Why am I in front of the tank? Like, lock in? Lock in? Why am I in front of the tank?
Can we please get another tank?
I'm dead as fuck. Can I get a heal? Why is she just staring at me, bro? What? Damn, they was just staring at me. Like, was this during the Meat Mountain stream? The bet? No, this was like 2 days ago.
Look who's here.
The bet for Mr. Fantastic I'm doing right now? That was 2 days ago. Oh my god. Oh, I almost died. Son, how are you supposed to kill shit with this character, bro? I ulted and nobody even walked up. Nobody even walked up. I ulted in first before anyone and no one even walked up, bro. The team just sat there just looking at me like I was an idiot or something. They just looked at me like I was stupid, like some jester. Like, what the fuck was that? They just straight up looked at me, bro. That was embarrassing, man. This character is so ass. This character is so ass, bro.
I'm not ready to give up.
I can't even flank with him or nothing either. I can't switch with the playstyle. I have to just deadass just switch characters. Pro pick. Like, what is this character, yo? All right, bro. I mean, I guess that champion also. Wow, it is. Well, I guess it's a loss. I think I got too cocky. I think I spoke too soon.
There's
This account is not
problem if you just look hard enough.
count is not it. I mean, this gold. I mean, sub challenge thingy or whatever the fuck you call this
30
thing.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Tiger Division has compiled quite the dossier on your family, Miss Bloodstone.
I'd expect that from MI.
They want to surrender.
But I don't often find
Son, I'm not surrendering, bro. Lock in.
in Korea.
I'm not surrendering.
No mercy.
No mercy. Oh, all his attacks hit multiple times. Look at that. Hits like 3 times. His attacks hit like 3 times.
Don't be greedy.
I mean, one of those characters you gotta wait for both the hits to connect before you're canceling into next normal. For all the hits to connect. Some people hate that. I don't mind it. It's kind of like Bardock JM. Wait, no. Yeah. Bardock JM. Hits twice, so you gotta wait for both hits to connect. It's gonna be optimal. Oh my god, they were so low. Oh, my whole team is just hiding. Give you Snowflake to make you immortal? I don't think we're winning this game anyway. Why are we on Richard today? Because I lost a bet that I wouldn't do a 12-hour stream. And now I'm forced to play Mr. Fantastic. It was cheese though, because I was on the 12-hour whiffer. But whatever, here we are. Now I gotta play If she lost the bet, she would have to play Blade for a whole stream. So now I'm here playing Mr. fucking Fantastic. This character is ass cheeks. Damn, you got laid out. You got laid out. I didn't change the sub goal yet, if that's what you're gonna ask, by the way. I didn't change it, don't worry. Oh my goodness. Oh, This character's pretty good right here, I suppose. Oh my god. Let's go. The meat going crazy. Alright, where's this idiot at? Oh my god! She's actually fucking cooking me, bro.
Feeling fantastic. Not so fast, friend.
Not so fast. Keep playing Richard for 8 hours. 8 hours is crazy. I'm not doing 8 hours of Richard. I don't play 07 this stream. 8 hours is demonic. Oh my god. I'm doing this for max like 5 hours or 4. I want to play 07. I'm not playing fucking 8 hours of Richard. That is insane. Y'all must hate me. What is this, an upside down wall? There you go. Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah, this character just this character has the same problem Blade has. You just get shit on by poke. Why is he just standing in a Moon Knight ult? You're this confident in your healers or something, or he's dead ass just standing in the Moon Knight ult. I don't know why Invis ulted a Moon Knight ult anyway. But why are you LARPing on my character? Yeah, I'm LARPing on your character. I bet you guys don't know what the word LARPing even means anymore. Oh fuck. Wow, you can actually destroy that. That's so ass. If it's too much damage, it breaks it. Oh, Big Jeff. Oh, he died.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Control lost.
Double the failure. Oh yeah. Wow, this character is so sorry. Got him. W meat swing. No, she almost died. No, she was 1 HP, bro. Why is this character so him? Like, why are you like this? Give me like the lamest stretchy character I've ever seen. I hate Mr. Fantastic. Wish he was like, instead of just a stretchy guy, I wish he would like they'd incorporated his like, I don't know, how smart he is into his kit. Instead, no, he just fucking swings his arms. I wish his like smarts actually were part of his kit. Like, I don't know. Bro can make concoctions and throw it at people or some shit. I don't know. Or like he can like give himself like some like concoction buff to his arms or something. Didn't do much in the comic. Yeah, I mean, he didn't do much in the movies either. Like most of his strength comes from how smart he is. His powers are literally just like a bonus. Like that's it. Even that new Fantastic Four movie, he didn't even fight that much. Yeah, he was mainly just smart. Like that's why I like Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom is smart and his powers are cool. Mr. Fantastic is just smart. His powers are not cool. At least the way he uses it aren't cool. Like if he used it like I'm like obviously like Luffy or some shit, that'd be sick. But he doesn't use it cool. Yeah, it can be cool, but the way he uses it is not cool. It can be cool. Can be. How much damage did I do? 12k. When I did 26k, but only had 3 finals, but he gets SVP. Okay. I was chucking shit into the crowd. Very fun. Very fun character. That fantastic movie was basically a Glaze Fest for Invis. It was an Invis Glaze Fest, and Silver Surfer was sick in that movie though. She was so damn sick. I didn't expect the Silver Surfer to be the female version. And she came out of nowhere. Little Owlsy. How you doing? Don't you play AB no more because I quit Roblox.
Here are the heroes that the pros
What's this?
are banning in the pro scene of Marvel Rivals. We're going to talk about the Americas region and EMEA so you get a full picture. The most banned hero with 161 times is Gambit. Gambit is by far the best hero in the game.
161 bans. 161 bans. Do you still play Roblox? I just said no. Well,
These pros know how to use him, and
I
he
haven't
has
been
like
to
a
that website in like months.
70% win rate when he gets through. That is absolutely obscene.
Brother, 70%?
Which hero do you think you want to be?
Son, you telling me Gambit has a 70% win rate when he gets through? If he's on someone's team, it's a 70% chance that team is going to win? You know how high that is?
Marvel Rivals. We're going to talk about the Americas.
That's fucking crazy. In pro play, yes, pro play. Not ranked.
Region and EMEA so you get a full picture. The most banned hero with 161 times is Gambit. Gambit is by far the best hero in the game. These pros know how to use him, and he has like a 70% win rate when he gets through. That is absolutely obscene. In second place right now is actually Luna Snow, and that's kind of a surprise to me, but I do think Luna, just in her own right, in the backline, deals so much damage, has really good cooldowns, enables off-angle DPS, including things like Star-Lord with the Flake. In third place with 92 bans is Mantis. Mantis is the triple support enabler. She really does allow those compositions to shine. The damage boost is nothing to joke about either. In fourth place is the best duelist right now, and that is Phoenix.
Without
Phoenix
a shadow of a doubt,
always going to be a problem.
Undisputed, most broken fucking character this game has ever seen.
They did change the way her ultimate works, but in combination with things like Luna and Rocket, that ultimate still one-shots backline.
I think Phoenix has been the most broken for the longest. I don't know a character that has been broken for this long. Phoenix has been broken since launch. And we are like almost a year. Oh my fucking god. Please just gut the damn character, bro.
The fifth most banned with 45 surprisingly is Rocket.
She's been broken for so long.
Rocket is one of the new answers to triple support. In fact, what they're doing is using the Sia or his ultimate in combination with like a Star-Lord or Punisher, for example. There's plenty more to burn right through strategist ults. If the strategist on the opposition ults, you use the Sia and a duelist ult, you burn through them and then their whole team. And
that's why Star-Lord is so broken. But why the fuck do we keep buffing Star-Lord then? It doesn't make any sense.
Not only have you got rid of an ultimate, but you've swept the team. It is a huge trade factor, and they're finding a ton of success with Rocket.
Why, if they want people to do that, why would you buff Star-Lord instead of, like, I don't know, one of the other supports that don't ever get a chance to shine in pro play? I'm not supports. Other DPS that don't get a chance to shine in pro play. And nah, let's just buff Star-Lord more. Like, bro,
making
even if you wanted to be an answer to triple and stuff, like, bro, the character is already so, like,
a lot less value.
I don't get this game, yo.
Not just Rocket is the problem, though. The next most banned is Black Cat. People are finding that Black Cat in a triple comp is so annoying and actually so valuable and strong in dealing damage to all the strategists that are bunching up.
Or iframe has a 3-second cooldown.
Strategists with Black Cat. She's another answer to that triple support and just has so
bando,
much
so never
utility.
need to do it.
Is Devil Dinosaur in the Americas region. He jumps up a few spaces. Devil Dinosaur is just the best Vanguard in the game right now, bar none.
Stop them from securing the mission area.
She's perma-bando, so you never get to do it.
But I know I'm needed here.
She still needs nerfs. Like, I don't know. Holy fuck. Bring that ass here, boy. Bring that ass here. No one kills him? Oh, that's insane. Him not dying, though, is kind of criminal. I can't lie. Son, let me play the game. Yo, I got stunned 3 times. Dog, I got stunned 3 times, bro. What's the CC change? Oh my god.
There's still more work to be done.
Son, the Strange was 1 HP. I just wanted him fucking dead, bro. Played in 5th place. She used to be so scared to fight as a Vanguard. Remember, oh, he's talking about the Phoenix? Yeah, I don't know.
This is real fire.
Let me play the game. Oh, you guys are all dead. You guys shit rocked. Oh fuck, I missed.
A futile attempt.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Get me out of here, get me out of here. Can I get a heal, please? Fuck. Bro, it took them so long. Oh my god. Wait, did they teleport to the other room? Oh my god, they did. Fuck. I felt like I was playing that guy for 10 years, man. No, I actually was, because I went big for him, and then I used my shift as well, and then I ulted as well, bro. I was playing that guy for ages, man. Oh my goodness. She doesn't die. Oh my god, this game stinks, bro. Well, this character stinks, bro. She doesn't die? Yo, this is torture, bro. I can't just keep watching these people be 1 HP in front of my face and they're just not dying, bro. This challenge is actual torture, bro. This character does negative damage, dog. It takes so long to kill people, bro. Even Blade kills faster than this guy. Like, what do you mean she lives there? Like, she lived for so long that tenacity procced on her, bro. She shouldn't even proc for me. And why is this weirdo playing fucking Penny on offense? Why are you guys so weird? Doesn't kill it? Damn. Okay, that was a no reg. Bro, let me ult, please. Oh god. He okay. Fucking hate this game so much, bro. How am I supposed to kill that guy? Someone please tell me how I'm supposed to kill that guy. And they arrived, great. Yo, where is my team at? Oh, this is perma dead. Look at this, they're like cockroaches. Oh my god. Bro, these guys are like roaches at my feet, bro. I said this character does negative damage. He gives them health when he punches them. This shit is insane. This shit is torture. When you just see it going to big 40 heal damage. Okay. Well, it's gone now. That guy switched off rocket. Why are there so many people playing Penny on offense? Like this shit is so annoying, bro. Please just stop playing the character. I hope they all drop the character, bro. Please. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. She's just stunning me off cooldown, bro. Why am I always seeing the thing proc for everybody else, but never me, bro? I'm Mr. Fantastic. For someone that's named Mr. Fantastic, he's just fucking a mister, bro. He's not even fantastic. I swear to God, this guy is not fantastic, dog. This is a mister, bro. Without the fantastic, bro. Oh my God, please, please, please. Oh my God.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
It's Spider time!
Oh my god, it didn't count as another bounce because she just put herself shield up and I'm dead. Shoot me, shoot me, shoot me, kid. Fuck. This character does negative damage, bro. Oh my god, bro. This character actually is that bad. I don't got the fantastic gene, bro. I fear. Get this damn Rigby. Yep. Oh my god, look how much damage it takes me to kill this beacon, bro. I mean, this nest. I'm stunned every 2 seconds. It's painful to watch. I mean, it's only this annoying because there's a penny on offense for some odd reason.
By the eye of Agamotto.
More resilient than you think.
I gotta ban Penny Parker. I'm banning Penny every match now. I'm about to ban Penny. Bro, it's been like this for the past few days. There's pennies on offense. I don't have a single clue why. It's gotta stop.
To win this one.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Oh. Where's the video at? Oh, not this one. Where's the video?
Hero is just incredibly strong, has a ton of stuff in his kit. I don't need to dive into it. The 8th most banned is Loki, and that's just sometimes if Gambit is somehow let through, they immediately have to get rid of Loki. But Loki is also really good in Dino v Dino matchups because the crystal cooldown is a reset to his HP bar, and having that ready for your Dino in the front line is really strong.
Mr. Fantastic, can you whiff DPS? Can you whiff DPS? Not even doing bad. I'm doing 7 and 6. I'm doing better than the whole team. Do I what?
Victor's always had a way of bringing chaos to our doorstep.
It's not English. Can you whiff DPS? What the fuck does that mean?
Fantastic.
Not the most eloquent of solutions.
There's only 2 people positive on his team, and it's me and his Luna.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You have a BP? Oh god, that's not good. Oh god. Come here. Does that count as CC? Like, it literally slows you, you know? Oh my goodness. Who's our second healer? Oh damn, that guy got his shit rocked. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh my god, please let me kill this character, bro. Please, something die, please. Oh my god, I can't get a single kill, bro. The dopamine is not there. Come here, kid. Finally, I got a kill. Oh my god. Thought I'd never see the day I get a kill. The fuck is this?
Bro, heals.
Fuck your Wakanda. Get your ass over here. Fuck! I should have ulted his ass. I should have ulted him.
Bro, you gotta save that. We can go together.
What is healing? Oh, I didn't know there was a rocket outside. I didn't know there was a rocket outside healing him. That makes sense. breaks his no, bro. This character's ult is so bad. It's not even funny, bro. That breaks his ult because it doesn't count as another bounce. Dude, that is so ass, bro. What? This character is so balanced, dog. Oh my god. Why does it stop? I don't get why his ult needs to stop. Oh my god, this is the most depressing ult in the game, yo. Why does it stop? That's like, oh, Star-Lord's clip didn't kill someone or shoot someone or whatever the fuck. Or Star-Lord's ult clip didn't one clip someone, so we're just gonna end the ult. What the fuck does that even mean, bro? It's so weird. Why did they add that? Who decided that needed to be like that? I don't get it. It just needs to, it's not even like a broken ult or anything, so why does it just end if you don't bounce on something? That's so weird.
What fantastic, bro.
Bro, what?
The diver. What? The diver?
Bro, why you keep saying Mr. Fantastic, bro? What'd I do, bro? My god, bro. How the fuck do you kill shit on this character, yo? Bro, she's ignoring me. She's literally ignoring me. Yo, I'm about to smash my head through a wall. This character is so balanced. It's not even funny, bro. This character is way too damn balanced, bro. There's not a single thing on this character that's broken.
Spider-Man.
Oh my lordy, bro. Yo, some characters in this game are just not made the same. They don't even need to counter ult me, bro. They don't even need to counter ult me. The damage is so depressing that they don't even need to counter ult. They can just fucking do the most. It's not even like a good patty cake either. They're like right across the fucking map from each other. Son, what value does this character get? I've been fighting this girl for so long. Oh my god. This character is so dog, I've been fighting this girl for so long, bro. To be fair, it's not just me. I have tanks that aren't doing shit. But still, I've been back there fighting her for so long. I've been trying to get value for my team by fighting this invis for that long, but like even while I'm fighting her, my team's getting no value. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was in the reg. Frost. Frost has been at 100 for so long. Just shooting me. Oh man. Okay, I think we actually got value with that. I had 2 people stalled on their team. Hopefully my team was winning. I think they did. I had their tank and their support wasting their time for that long. No. Yo, this challenge is torture, bro. This character is so weak. He's so balanced, bro. He's so balanced, bro. I had 6 finals, 22k damage. But I'm not even doing bad too. That's the crazy part. It's just that you can't carry on this character, bro. I had to avoid both my tanks. They did literally nothing. 0 DPS. Son, you have... Oh my god, I'm not arguing with these guys. Bro, there's no way he said 0 DPS, bro. I was getting so much value back there. Is everyone lagging in the game? It was just me? Tanks carried. The tanks carried. They both had like... They were nowhere even close. None of them went positive. Everyone on the team went positive except the tanks and our one Luna. I mean, our one Invis. Quit you this much to suggest this challenge? This challenge is just like, oh my fucking god, bro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Whatever, bro. Like, literally whatever.
Now, who am I gonna banish?
That guy's not gonna get to play Daredevil.
Most banned is Captain America. Captain America is just so good in the right hands. There are select players that play this hero so well that they will literally not allow that player to play him in the matchups. For example, Paulie on Team Liquid Citadel, there is very few teams that will even allow him to play the hero because he is so strong and so annoying to deal with. The 10th most banned is Star-Lord, who's one of the best duelists in the game right now. That 10 additional bullets in the mag was just obscene to me. The hero was already good. Still very much a problem in the pro scene. Ultron and White Fox come after that to kind of shut down some of the triple angles if Mantis gets through. And then it's Jeff, Daredevil, and Venom to clean up the bottom of the 15. That's going to do it for the most banned heroes. The next video is going to be on who they were running. I still can't believe
that Gambit has had
so you get a full
100 and what?
Most banned hero with 161 times is Gambit. Gambit is by far the best hero in the game. These pros know how to use him, and he has like a 70% win rate when he gets through. That is absolutely...
Dude, do you know how high that is? A 70% win rate when he gets through? Son, that all is disgusting, dog. What do you mean he has a 70% win rate?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Yeah, aight, bro. 70 is bonkers, bro. I want some food videos. What are food videos at? Still busted to this day. Go MCC next patch. 7 out of 10 games. That character is fucking disgusting, dog.
My
70%.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
My family.
Wait, Venom makes a cameo in Tokon? Oh, he's in the background of one of the stages?
If it comes down to it, you have my full consent to absorb
Neither.
abilities.
We need 2.
But you got something in
Two of them boys.
I want nothing to do with.
Fair.
Why they gotta be boys? They can't be girls?
The battle
We need a healer.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Wait, that command is outdated.
Do is capture the mission area.
My main is Celestial.
Nice of y'all to show up here, but where the heck were you when me and Remy tied the knot?
I can feel them getting closer.
Relay deployed.
This challenge is ridiculous, bro.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Thank you. Oh my god, I have an actual tank that walks with me. Okay, we might actually win this match. Oh my god, I have an actual team this game. Let's go. An actual tank that walks with me. Oh, let's go, bro. Those last tanks were so bad. Oh my lordy, man. They were just running in and dying over and over and over. This is what it feels like to have a team.
Feeling fantastic.
Look who's here.
What was this? Oh, Psylocke. Oh, I can't. Oh, why you have a fucking Mr. Fantastic? What is wrong with you guys? What am I Mr. Fantastic for? Who's diving? Oh, Spider-Man and Daredevil. Fuck. I mean, not Mr. Fantastic. Thing.
There's still more work to be done.
You nerf C&D bubble? I'd be okay with it getting nerfed if they one of them should get nerfed. The fade or the bubble? Because the fact that she can bubble and then fade is like insane, in my opinion. I guess, yeah, nerf the bubble, I guess.
Behold the god of thunder!
God, bro, leave me alone, bro. Why did both my supports assault at the same time? We're trolling. What? Was that a no-rag? There was a hit marker on him. Son. Die? What was that? Did you guys see that?
You deserve far better than that. I'm sorry.
I'm getting scammed.
Fantastic!
Kill the res beacon. I think Emma blocked it. I don't think she blocked it. He was in the sky. What does that mean? Oh, our Emma? No. Doesn't make any sense. It goes through your teammates, no? That was a no-reg at Doom, yeah. That would have done so much damage. I think that would have killed him, actually. I don't even think it would have done a lot of damage. It would have just fucking killed him. That shit does insane damage. Nice. How long you gotta play this guy? I have to play him the whole stream.
Even in the face of cosmic cataclysm, every one of us can make a
Maybe you
difference.
said 90 when you shift. Y'all make one big one. Okay, cool. We'll have the team up.
Fantastically elastic.
Fantastically elastic. But they originally said a week. I'm like, hell no, I'm not playing. I'm not playing a random ass character for a week. That's extremely dead. I'm not playing Mr. Fantastic for a week. Yeah, hell no. We're gonna raise the stakes if we're doing a week.
I'm flattered, but I'm afraid
We're gonna do a way harder challenge. A week was crazy.
I'm aware.
State of play was amazing. And state of play was godlike.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I survived Hell's Kitchen. This is nothing.
We getting out of plat tonight. Believe in me. I believe in you. Upside, how you doing?
Not so fast, friend. Feeling fantastic.
Behold the god of thunder!
forgive myself for this, Susan. So fast, friend.
Those are getting smoked. Crab legs, that's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever had crab legs. I don't think I have. Oh, my nose is itchy. Oh man. Okay, man. Dude, I want to go see that session movie, man. Fuck. Oh my lordy. Let's see it. Wait, I'm actually ace. Low-key ace. I'm kind of cooking though, no? Let's see the recap of it. I'm scared. I'm gonna go see it. All my friends that like scary movies don't live near me though. When I move, they're gonna be near me though. My friends that like scary movies aren't here. I'm kind of cooked. I'm kind of cooked. Kind of cooked. That was our bad. You just think his old is bad. I know he is bad compared to what you could play. He is pretty bad. He is bad compared to what you could play. He is pretty bad. Same thing as Blade. Yeah, not that bad, but compared to what you could play, it is pretty bad. The shit that they have in this game, the shit they're allowing some of these DPS characters to do, it is pretty bad. Fuck. We're moving soon. Probably end of the year.
There's still more work to be done.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Kid basically a tank. Yeah, but why? Yeah, that. But like, why would I just play this over like an actual tank then? Jeez. Okay, you're just gonna run. W ace. Weak assholes. Oh, this is so balanced, bro. They don't even have to counter ult it. This shit is insane.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Damn, so what team am I gonna be running for Tokon? Let me look up the Tokon roster real quick again. Ooh. I already got the new screenshots up here. Damn. I definitely gotta try Carnage, Green Goblin, and fucking Magneto. I'm thinking probably like Magic. Oh yeah, I tried our Wolverine. He was pretty fun too. I think Magic, Carnage, Magneto, Star-Lord or Doom. I don't know. I'm not playing Sherry. I don't think I have any interest in Sherry. Oh wait, I like Ghost Rider too. Fuck. Is there a roster up here? Oh, they do. Okay. This is gonna be a tricky one. I don't know how I'm gonna make a team on that game. You have to pick a team or can you play? You can play whoever you want, but it is a 4v4 game. But they're all one health bar, so you don't have to switch characters if you don't want to. Okay, so Magic. Let's see. These are possible characters I will play. Would I do Iron Man? Probably not.
Which hero do you think you want to be?
This whole team is sick. These are possible characters I will play. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm pretty sure this is probably gonna have more. So I actually have a lot of characters I can possibly pick from.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
It's a lot of characters I can pick from. Ghost Rider is sick though. I actually really enjoyed playing Ghost Rider. The only issue was that the combo system was ass, so I couldn't really cook that much. I felt it was very limited. If Ghost Rider's team is really gonna be Midnight Suns, like we all predicted, what's his name, Dr. Doom's team pretty accurately. We all knew it was gonna be Carnage instead of Venom. Green Goblin was a given as well, since the thing blacked out to green. There's just no way they dropped the game without Magneto, so we all thought it was gonna be Magneto because his team is gonna be villains. Well, I mean, I guess Magneto was a villain, but you get my point. No way they dropped this game without Magneto. Like, what's like? I already think it's crazy that they're about to drop the game without Strange, but hey, whatever. Not dropping with Magneto would have been insane though. Like, bro, that's fucking Magneto. Like, what's no Magneto or no like. Ooh, like Cyclops would have been crazy. I wish they would add Cyclops, but he always gets hold. He's part of me DLC. Storm. I don't think I'm gonna play Storm. I could, but I don't think so.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few
I think.
humans will ever behold.
I think I have to wait for Ghost Rider's team because I'm pretty sure it's gonna have like what. Ghost Rider, Blade. What else is on the Midnight Suns again? The Knights of Doom. I mean, it's not gonna be like a 1-for-1 of Midnight Suns, of course. Like, look at this, is Knights of Doom, Amazing Guardians. Like, some of these teams make no sense, low key. But well, partially because these are all X-Men and these are all like what villains and shit. I don't know. We'll see. We have to wait. This game got like no black characters. I'm pretty sure Blade would be there for sure.
3, 2.
They could, yeah, they could do Elsa, Bloodstone, Blade, and what, Deadpool. That's my prediction. I think it's gonna be Elsa, Bloodstone. I mean, not Elsa. I think it's gonna be Scarlet Witch, Blade, and hold on. Thor? Oh, that guy is dead. Okay. I think it's gonna be Scarlet Witch, Blade, and Deadpool. Oh my. Are they only triple? Oh no, they're not.
There's still more work to be done.
Can we switch off the Ultra, please? Have it like awkward and double heals.
I was about to tell me to switch. I was about to say, like, bruh. Match just started. fuck is this girl at? Found her. Son! Fucking out of here. Oops, I didn't press this. Oh well. I'm about to say, does she really escape? Bro just flexed his muscles and died.
I won't rest until this is solved.
He flexed his muscles and just fucking exploded. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Deadass flexed his muscles and exploded. Fuck, I missed. Oh, great. I'm just hit markering people, that's it. Weird ass Punisher players, bro, with a shotgun. God, bro.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
There's still more work to be done.
A shield? How quaint.
I gotta get this quick so I can get to my girl. It's movie night. Okay. This guy, bro. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Targeting him on Mr. Fantastic? Who is that? That's the fucking Thor. Can't kill Mr. Fantastic. What? Fan. I only have 4 kills. Yeah, GG.
Feeling fantastic.
Yo, Villa, what's up, dude? That's alert lagging. I shifted, bro. Why did it not come out? I don't. Okay. Okay, whatever. I guess I died in the startup of it.
I'm not ready.
But you can die in the startup of it is pretty annoying, but whatever. Yo, some characters are just not made the same, bro. That's insane. It's a low move do it. I don't think Low wants to play me while I'm playing this fucking character. This character is so ass. Oh my god, I just walk up and die every time. Just get my face blown off.
There's still more work to be done.
I have 6 deaths, bro.
Judge, jury, executioner!
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Okay. He said, Mr. Fantastic, you're him, keep it up. He said, you're him, keep it up.
Better stop that vehicle.
Feeling fantastic. I've got you.
Oh, here they are now.
What? I pulled him. Oh my god, this pull is so weak. Oh, he doesn't die? Okay. Like, okay, I'm dead. Okay, I mean, I guess.
rest until this is solved.
Are we not gonna touch?
Let me return the favor.
They died in the spawn room. Oh man.
Only 60 seconds left.
Dead again.
Disappear.
Okay, yeah, I know I'm not doing good, but like, low key, we do have fucking Ultron. He owes on 222. Low key, we do have 222 Ultron. Hint challenge.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
This character is so weak. It's not even funny, bro. This character is so weak, bro. I think he's weaker than Blade, for sure. I'd probably pick him. Yeah, I think I'd prefer having a Blade, because at least Blade can provide value to the team by anti-healing. This guy's just a stall merchant.
Everything eventually ends.
Yeah, but I can stall on Blade too, though. So,
This
like,
is not the day that it does.
I don't know. You eat ass, okay.
30 seconds before you
And why did you feel the need to tell us this?
You know, the Fantastic Four have taken down our fair share of monsters over the years.
Just a fantastic inspiration.
Giganto, Fin Fang Foom, Gorgilla, and then there's Goom and his son Googam.
Googan, what the fuck is he talking about?
The battle starts in 5.
More kills, less deaths than fantastic. To be fair, I literally cannot survive. You're flying in the sky. And they switched the Punisher so late. But hey, was that one? I don't think so. I don't fucking remember. That guy doesn't die. Okay. Nice. Scared never being played after today. Why do you think I never played him after he came out the first time? Do you know how much people drop Mr. Fantastic after the first day? He's not even cool too, like, I don't know. Oh my god.
Disappear!
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Not cool, bro. You stop it, bro. Please, bro. You know Mr. Fantastic not cool, man. Come on.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
And then she went to the spawn room. And then she went to the other spawn room. Why is Susan with him then? You don't need to be cool to be with a girl. What the fuck? What is that supposed to mean? Just say, why is Susan? What does that have to do with him? You're gonna be cool to have a girl? What? On Earth? Girls like dudes for other reasons, you know? Like what? I pulled his ass off. Yes. What reasons are you implying? I don't fucking know. Personality? Like, I don't know. It doesn't have to be because someone's cool. You're low-key locking in? No, my team's actually walking them down finally. And we got off Ultron. Oh, wait, no, we're still on Ultron. We have a cloak now, though. Oh, they're just gonna ignore me, okay. Oh my god, when's your ult around, Luna? Hilarious. Ah, they're so low. What's up, Taz? Damn, players are generally so dumb.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
I'm seeing stretch. Oh wait, I got CP. I'm seeing stretch my way to victory, something like that. She got him. He was cool enough for her standards. Good enough to her standards to get with her. Oh, okay, that's not the way I'm talking about. I'm saying you don't have to be cool to have a girlfriend. What? You guys said Susan. I said the character is not cool, and you guys arguing was that. How did you? Oh, what in the? I'm dead. This argument was, how do you get Susan? You don't have to be cool to get a girl. What?
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Just like you don't have to be attractive to have a girlfriend. Like what? People like things for different people for different reasons, you know. Yo, I stopped the thing. How did you? Big mode. This stupid Venom out of here. Oh my god, I got frozen and then head tapped by a DPS Luna, and she snowflaked herself. Okay. 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 He's cool to you? Man, that's perfectly fine. If you think he's cool, that's perfectly fine. I just don't think he's fucking cool. The way they incorporated this, he could be cool if he uses his powers differently. The way he uses his powers in this game is not cool. Not at all.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm getting ignored, bro. They just... Oh, okay. Is my character this much of a nothing burger? Y'all hate me this much? And he's... God, bro, get off me. Oh my lordy. It's just like the other matches. Emma pocketing the fuck out of the invis. Oh, I got a 3 bounce up, bro. I mean, I don't have a choice. Oh my god, this Emma Frost, bro. She's actual bodyguard for this invis. Oh my god. Why are we on rivals? Why are we on rivals?
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left. I'll cover here.
We've been discovered.
She's still back here. She's behind the supports. The dick eat was so much that she... Yo, can you guys get up here? Where's my team?
We need to move.
I'm not ready.
Why are they right there, bro? Yo, I just killed 3 people, bro, with the Ultron, and our team is standing over here. Son. Oh no, we don't even deserve to win this match. We don't deserve to win this match. I don't know. Like, it's a little crazy, bro. Keep on target ban. Who target banned him? Who target banned him? We are champion Deadpool. Yeah, it does a little white woman, so of course they're gonna make her broken instead of one of the smartest people in this game. What's up, Jason? Now, I don't like the way his kit is in this game. It's not fun. It's not cool either. It's not fun and it's not cool, bro. Like, if he used his smarts in his kit, that'd be sick. But like the way they made him in this game is like not fun. It's boring. It's so boring. He just punches shit. Like the appeal to me, I said the exact same thing I said earlier. The appeal to me, like Dr. Doom and Mr. Fantastic are damn near the same people. They're both smart as shit and they both have powers. But Dr. Doom's powers are actually fucking cool as shit. The way Mr. Fantastic uses powers are not cool. He's just smart. The most appealing thing about Mr. Fantastic to me is the fact that he's smart as shit. But he doesn't use any of the smarts into his kit. Like, I wish they like reworked into where like he would use like, I don't know, like gadgets and fucking concoctions and shit in his kit or something. Show me the smarts that show me that this is the smartest character alive. You wouldn't think this is the smartest character, one of the smartest characters to be alive. The way he's using his kit. This dude just swings his arms like an idiot and then just gets big. And swings his arms even more. And then he just bounces on his ult. And it does like lackluster damage. Hey, Moon Girl smarter than Reed, something like that.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
What's the versatility you want to give him? Just straight a flyer. It's about Iron Man. I don't like Iron Man's ult. I think his ult is some characters' ults. Yeah, everyone's ult needs a counter, but I think Iron Man's ult is like one of the easiest ults to counter in the game. It's too easy in my opinion. You can just block it with a shield, or you could just suck it up as Magneto. It's like so easy to counter that ult. Black Cat can survive an Iron Man ult.
They low-key don't have a Bucky play or a Moon Knight. They have a Bucky, a Rocket, and
iframe with Black Cat.
I don't remember the other one.
Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom probably won't be a character for a while since he's like the story mascot villain thingy or whatever the fuck.
The right heroes could make all the
I mean, that doesn't really mean it. He can still be a character. Just that I don't know when they're gonna make him a character. He needs to be good too. Imagine Dr. Doom drops and he's ass. That'd be insane, bro. They added Dr. Doom, but he's garbage. How insane that would be. I need my jacket. I'm cold as balls in here.
My ultimate goal is simple.
They'll be
Solve
coming in 30
everything.
seconds.
So,
Stay strong.
let's get started.
It's so strange to be back.
Actually stuck here playing Mr. Fenty, bro. It helped.
Can have quite an effect on one's mental state, I imagine.
Playing Mr. Fenty, bro.
With a certain gala attendee.
We'll probably see
The battle starts in 5.
what cooler shit at Summer Games Fest. Hopefully for hopefully they show Cyclops there. That'd be sick.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
This may be one problem I can't solve through brain power.
You refuse the lore, so it's your own doing. Not true. Not true. I don't refuse my lore. You are not my lawyer.
A nice deep freeze.
That was simple.
Give me that ass. Wait, it made my thingy go down. Fuck, he headshot me. Okay, I guess you're not supposed to use it when it's that high. That was weird.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
I should just pressed F. That's what I should have done. You extend it? Well, obviously.
That's me.
I didn't expect my big form to run out. That's why I died. I thought it was gonna run out and I can. It was supposed to run out. I was supposed to press it again, but it doesn't function the way I thought it functioned. I deadass got counter ulted. Okay. And this part is awkward too. After your ult, you just like look at this. I have to like bounce out. That's so weird the way it functions. I have to use like the last 2 bounces to get out. But if you don't hit anything, you're just sitting there. The way the ult functions is ass too. Like, bro, what? So at least if I'm Psylocke there, I can just dash out. Or if I'm Blade, I can dash out. I have to sit there like it's very awkward. You gotta sit there in your shift, moving slow. Thanks, they're ass. No, they're not ass. I mean, okay, 9 out of 12. No, they're not ass. You're yapping. You're a yapper. God, this character's slow. I'm dead as fuck. Fuck. Oh, we're next to the raid.
Down to 30 seconds.
They're up against it. We just gotta hold on. There's still more work to be done.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
What am I? Invisible?
Feeling
fantastic. Stop that vehicle.
Fuck, I missed my right click.
Fantastic! Look out!
I can't finish bouncing in there because if I sit in there bouncing, I'm gonna die. Fuck.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Challenging off angles? Yeah. Challenge. This character's lame.
Again! Stop them!
Challenge these nuts. Whoa.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, you're kidding me. Watch tomorrow? No. No.
Those guys are about
out to shoot at us.
No.
I won't rest until this is solved.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Are we on? I don't know. Not. Oh fuck.
Executioner!
Or I have their healers distracted. You guys better be winning back there. You guys better be winning back there.
What? Faster.
Nice. Nice. Big bounces.
30 seconds. He's stuck in their tracks.
Come and stop it.
Careful, this portal is Clayton is doing.
Oh my god, that character is so busted.
You never fail to impress me, Reed.
He just tore that guy's head off.
The current score is 0-1. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll
What were
need
you
a
on, home
top-notch
row?
team to win this one.
Who was you playing?
Wonders out there in the
You can't be jealous of me, I'm the best.
Will ever behold.
The hell? You on Overwatch? Oh. I don't even think we even play. Or am I right? I don't know what rank I am. No, we could probably play tomorrow. Probably.
My ultimate goal is simple. Solve everything. So, let's get started.
I'm trying to remember if I have anything I gotta do tomorrow.
30 seconds before you attack.
I don't think so. I know I definitely don't have anything on Thursday. It's either tomorrow or the day after.
Witnessed how you fight on.
You told me that? Yeah, I know I did.
Insurmountable odds.
Yesterday I was doing 12 hours. And then today I gotta do this fucking fantastic things. I lost this challenge. I lost a bet. I don't think I'm doing anything more. I don't remember. But we're for sure can play tomorrow or Thursday.
Battle starts in 5.
But I'm pretty sure Thursday though.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm 100% locked in for Thursday though.
Feeling fantastic.
If it's not tomorrow, 100% Thursday. Oh my god. Oh, my health bar, no. Where the hell did he go? Why are you at right here?
This is real firepower.
Oh, this guy's just shooting the fuck out of me.
Welcome. I'm not ready to give up yet.
Yo, Won't, thanks for the 2. Came from YouTube because I want to support. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Feeling fantastic.
Came from YouTube cause I wanted to support real quick.
Executioner!
Oh, this character is so okay, man. God, I hate this character so much. This character is so buns, bro. This character is so buns, yo. I'm over here just swinging my damn arms like an idiot, bro. Like I'm a fucking clown or something. Like, oh my god, this character is so lame.
Armed and dangerous!
Paste Pot P. Oh my god, stop it. Stop it. Please stop it. Bro said Paste Pot P. Please, bro. Please. Son. Please. We don't need no Paste Pot P in this game. You're used to playing bad characters? Yeah, that's why I don't rip my damn hair out. But I don't know how I have no gray hairs though. That guy is still on a rocket even though we have a Phoenix. That guy is like, you gotta be like, I don't know. That must be doing like a fucking challenge or something, I don't know.
This version of you does have its benefits, Bruce.
Rocket only challenge, I don't know. Oh, he switched, okay. He switched to Jeff. Phoenix can still one-shot that ult. What? Like, what? Phoenix is still ult a Jeff ult. What? Like, if he don't just play like, oh, I guess the game's over.
Final score 2-1.
Duckaroo, yeah, this guy's smurfing. 34 and 6. Phoenix, this guy's smurfing. She can't one. Yeah, I know she can't one tap it, but if anyone else just shoots the Jeff afterwards, that Jeff is dead. Obviously, it wouldn't just one shot it. That Phoenix is smurfing like crazy. God damn. At least I think she is. Oh my god. Let me see. Her Dante, his lady. Oh, okay. He's not smurfing. He's dueled with the invis. Actually, I think he is smurfing. I was playing 18v18. Four hours on field. Oh, yeah, he might be smurfing. Might be. I'm pretty sure there's a smurf, but I could be wrong. It's hard to tell because Phoenix is so broken that you wouldn't think the person's smurfing, but I don't know. It's hard to tell if the person is smurfing on that character, but he has skins, so like, I don't know.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I've seen wonders.
How many matches have I been playing this character now?
Will ever behold.
I've been playing this character for how many hours now?
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
3 now? No, 2. Oh my god, I've been playing for 2 hours. Oh god. 2 hours of Mr. fucking Fantastic. Not enough? Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. There's a reason his strength lies in his smarts and not his actual power. Yeah, so I would have hoped they would add him like that. But instead, they didn't add him like that, which is what pisses me off. He's smart as hell, so why is he fighting like this? Or like, why is that not in his kit? Like, think of like Black Cat. That's a crazy comparison, because that's Black Cat. Of course, they would do her like that, and like, you know them. She needs to sell skins. But look at Black Cat's kit. She's like a robber, a burglar, or whatever. So you can see how she has like artifacts and shit, and 90 gajillion skills in her kit. Like, if I showed you that kit, but I didn't tell you whose it was, you would think it's Black Cat. But if I showed you Mr. Fantastic's kit, but you wouldn't know who it was, you wouldn't think this is for Mr. Fantastic. Other than, I guess, the fact that his arms are fucking stretchy, but remove the stretch part and just show the swinging arm stuff and the alt bouncing. You wouldn't think it's Mr. Fantastic's kit. Am I gonna play the God of War game? Yes. Jacquard is not on. You wouldn't think it's Mr. Fantastic's kit. I'll put Summer Quest on though.
Yo, anyone got a mic?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You look as though you have an important question, Deadpool.
Anyone got a microphone?
Your stretching ability
there.
Minty there.
Bigger, right? Does it work on your
That's all Quest is on.
Minty.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop you right there.
What does this guy want?
I was gonna say brain. Why'd you have to go and make it all creepy?
I'm not talking to someone. Oh, I thought it was.
Mike.
3,
What?
2, 1.
Yo, 10, what's up? How you doing, brother?
Huh?
Trouble has arrived.
I thought his name was Ham Tickler. I'm not talking to someone named Ham Tickler, bro. I'm not talking to someone named Ham Tickler, bro. How goes the gameplay? Is it fantastic? Hell no, his character is so balanced. His character is painfully balanced.
I'm not ready to give up yet. Not so fast, friend. A futile attempt.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Give me that ass. I'm coming for that ass. I'm coming for that ass. This running animation is hilarious.
BP in back line, BP.
Hello there.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Trouble has arrived.
The shield never hurts. You're halfway there. Keep going. Need some help.
A futile attempt.
Oh, son. Brother.
It's okay.
Huh.
I won't rest until this is solved.
Two of my favorite duels, I get it. If you're not as low, look at where I am. This character's depressing. Caked Up Jeff is a ridiculous name. Venom Ad Cheeks and Caked Up Jeff. Okay.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Finally bouncing back.
That is so much damage on the scooter. Teak names? Yeah, sure, buddy.
I've reached my full potential. The odds weren't in your fantastic.
We need you.
Where'd he go? Oh, she went up there? Oh, come on. That pool is embarrassing, by the way. Shit takes them nowhere.
Feeling fantastic.
Oh my god, I've been grabbed like a million times by this girl today. You're gonna peel for your team? Your team is getting okay. Instead, she chooses to come up here and die. All right. Like there's a rogue literally ulting your team.
I'll never forgive myself for this, Susan.
Shield never hurts. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Feeling fantastic.
These guys are getting ran down. Oh my.
Predictable outcome.
These guys are getting ran down. Holy. I'm on triple healer now. The ham tickler.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way. Well, look who's up. No good.
Hope I make the cut.
Disappear!
What?
This is your big chance! Avengers Tower. I was hoping for Madison Square Garden, but okay. I really didn't want to.
Not so bad.
Did I eat that? I think I did. I think I ate the mag ult on mistake. That's hilarious.
2-0.
It's pretty hilarious when they banned Coney's Fantastic in that tournament.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Round 2, go!
When scientific resolutions prove insufficient, giant fists do come in handy.
Okay, let's go.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Your chips on the chess controller. Wait, what? Your chips on the chess controller player laying down on the TV?
Yeah, so do I. And it kinda sucks.
Bro, don't forget the bong. Buddy, I'm off 50 MGs.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Chopping it up on my BBG row.
1.
The fuck am I reading, dog? I don't talk with grammar sometimes, but holy shit. Like, you can still understand what I'm saying, though. I don't type with grammar. This is like, what the fuck am I reading? Another Phoenix MVP. Stay off the fentanyl. Oh, man. Stay off the fentanyl. Okay, let's go. Either English is his first language or he's talking out his ass. I think he's just on drugs.
Knights of Doom, destroy them!
I think he's just on drugs, bro.
The end is near.
The end is near. What a cool trailer. Look at the center trailer again.
Ready to banish the darkness.
Send you a new PC, excuse me.
It's about to get bright in here.
Say hello
to my seriously large friend.
Seriously large friend.
No shadow without light.
Nowhere to run.
I'm what the monsters run from.
But when did she drop again? Like the 8th or something like that? I don't know if I'm even gonna boot up for her, but we'll see. Wait, so why does she have this ghost thing with her again? What is the lore there? Or like, why is she able to go ghost form? She is not Danny Phantom. Oh shit, maybe she is.
Light, dark, both weapons.
Mm-hmm. Dana Phantom, not Danny. Santa Phantom. So what is the lore there? Child Prodigy, I don't know what you're talking about, but no. Nah, I want to play her. I don't know. Wait, this song is 7 minutes. I'm gonna skip the rest of that.
My
Hold on.
goal is simple. Solve everything.
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Let's get started.
Yokai, are you a spirit of the fire or of the air? I am no mere spirit, child. I am a force of creation. Where I come from, we have a name for those with such vast power. Bakemono.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, my bad.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I think Thresh stole her soul. Uh-huh. So when is my Yone? When can I get Yone? Guess I'm gonna play Viego, I guess. I don't know how that's gonna work though.
Behind Spider-Man.
How's Viego gonna work in that game though? I guess I kill someone, I just take their kit, or is he just gonna be able to just take parts before they're even dead? I don't know. We'll take their kit before they're even dead. You have to wait and see how they make them. What did the guy say in my ear, by the way? Oh, I think he said he wanted a second tank. It's just not happening. But we're losing to 5 DPS and 1 healer. So. 3 XK. Oh, okay. Evil Monkey King. Popcorn Bandit. That's a funny name. Oh, you still have to play stretch? I have to play him for a whole stream. So I guess that would be like,
I seen VP going
I don't fucking know, like 5 hours.
The way back. Just saying.
Cause I want to play 07 this stream, so I'm gonna get off this game. I don't know how long. I have to ask a lot. I have no clue. Like, how long does a whole stream count as? Cause like, What if I just get off the game? Like, what if I just get off the game? Like, what stopped me from closing the game right now? And it's ending stream.
Nice work, Namor. But don't let it go to your head.
Me? What? You talking about, Kiko? I mean, I'm doing it right now, but like, I don't know how long I have to do it if I need to ask her. I'll message her after this. And stream restart. 6 hours, I think, is enough. Kill this guy. What's this guy doing? They are super dead. We got 3 more hours. Whoa! What are you streaming for? I don't know, because I want to play 07, but I usually stream like 8 hours a day. We're at 6 hours since I started early. I don't know. Yeah. All you do is stream only play 07? I don't know. We'll see. Bouncing on it, something like that. Oh my goodness. Oh, I gotta do that console stream. I tried this game on console. You thought we didn't see you? I didn't forget about you. Oh, you fucking cheater. I can't fit through here? Oh my god.
Alright, Daredevil's going around the tunnel. He's gonna pop up back here.
Tunnel? Oh. Dino is not banned. Oh, wow. Whoa.
Only 60 seconds left.
This is real firepower.
Bro, I do no damage to this thing. Please finish healing me. Oh my fucking god.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh my fucking god, bro. Okay.
Kinda dead. Also dead. Double over here.
Fuck.
Nice.
Look who's here.
Feeling fantastic.
Down to 30 seconds.
So fast, friend. This is real.
Uh-oh. Oh, that poor girl. Oh shit, help, 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 help. The fucking timer running me down. Fuck.
It's now or never. Stop them.
I have my ult, and Phoenix is about to have hers.
There's still more work to be done.
White Fox and Fantastic. I'm popping.
Come behind me.
A Dino also dead. Nice job.
The current score is 0-2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Okay.
Even in the face of cosmic cataclysm, every one of us can make a difference.
I have a question for you. I logged into my friend's GM2 account and got MVP and carried my team. Although I'm hard stuck gold 1 and peaked plat 2.
30 seconds before you attack.
Hard stuck gold 1 and peaked plat 2.
I was honored to
You MVP'd on your friend's account, but on your account you're hard stuck gold 1. That's one match. You probably just got a lucky one match. You can't just base that off of one match.
If that is what is expected of me, of course.
How disappointing.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The Phoenix chose me for a reason. This battle may very well be it.
That was fantastic. Let's play. That's how he is. Let's play. You can find out. Let's play. Oh, let's play. You can find out. I'm in your elo. I'm in your elo. Let's play.
Nice.
That's how Mr. Fantastic is. You want to find out? Let's play. 17 more.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Use the Joker. Wait, what? No, it's not. 17 villains don't show on mobile. If you're mobile, I don't know.
An extra force field? Great.
The fantastic grind is a pain. This character, I'm fucking dead. He's so balanced, it feels like these matches are out of my control. And I'm also ulting, and these supports, the ult is so bad that the supports aren't even counter ulting it. They're just letting me just bounce, and then they're just patty caking. Or just running away under like a building. You gonna say it or me? Go ahead and say it. I don't care. Say what, Rack? You're making it sound way worse than it was. You instigating. Yeah, I can't kill that guy. You said. Oh my god, where are my tanks at? Oh, we're only one tank. Boom, boom, boom. It was bad, but Mystic. Oh fuck. Am I dead? Aha. Oh, I'm still dead. It wasn't bad, but I'm missing. Yes, you are instigating. You guys love to instigate. You and YG love to instigate. Nah, I made a joke about how this account is like near your rank. It's not, obviously. This counts no. This counts diamond 2. You're diamond what, 1? You should have bounced harder. Bruh. Bruh.
Now for something truly fantastic.
Son. Just always so fucking ass, jeez. This all is so ass, bro. Gotta go. See ya. Wait. You didn't answer my question. When am I allowed to stop? Wait, she left me stuck with this. When I answer my question, that's actually insane. Where'd she go? Hey, where'd you go? I was dead. Yo, she didn't answer the question, bro. That's insane. She left me stuck. Yo, method is so far. What question? Wait, when am I allowed to stop? Oh, fuck. When am I allowed to stop this suffering? I demanded a lawyer. You guys refused to give me a lawyer. I'm gonna sue you guys. You guys read me our rights, and I wanted a lawyer, and you guys didn't give me a lawyer. And I'm sitting here serving a sentence. What the fuck? I'm dead. You compare me to YG? I really troll you? Oh, but you troll a lie though. Play till 8 a.m. You guys have lost your minds. You guys have lost your minds. No, it's YG. I said you would troll her, not me. That's what I meant. A liar. See? You troll her. I'm dead as fuck. I didn't know they all died. I'm too busy looking at chat and look at the leaderboard.
I was worried.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Said this was a fair trial. Oh wow, that's crazy. I'm about to break out of prison. I'm about to order 4. I'll order 4 this game right now. Oh, please don't. Please don't counter on my ult. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, this character is so sorry, bro.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
This character is so weak, bro. Like, at least Blade's ult actually does damage, bro. This dude's ult does no damage. Like, I can't even guarantee a kill if I wanted to. I can't get them low and then ult them like I do a Blade just to secure the kill. Like, my ult has so much startup. Ha ha ha, get killed. Yo, bet. Yo, I cannot wait to play Cuphead with her. Oh my god, I'm gonna sabotage her so hard. I'm gonna sabotage her fucking so hard, bro. We troll a little bit. That's true. You don't troll that much. You don't troll nearly as much as YG trolls, man. Fuck.
Feeling fantastic.
Only 60 seconds left.
I'm dead as hell, bro. Oh my god, can I kill anyone with this character, bro? Find out next time.
You go another tank?
Hell nah. You gotta miss the fantastic.
Bro, that character is terrible.
Let me cook.
Bro, you've been cooking for 5 minutes, bro.
Let me cook more, bro. 5 is not
Yeah,
enough.
the game's gonna end. Yeah, the game's gonna end.
It won't, trust.
Down to 30 seconds.
Is that outfit? I don't know what the fuck I'm listening to, bro. Oh my god.
Feeling fantastic.
Please don't counter ult me, please. Oh my god, I can't kill anything. Why is this all like this, bro? Who made this dog shit?
He's one. Quarter.
Nice, 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 nice. Wait, winnable, winnable, winnable. See, I told you, let me cook.
Final score.
Good job, team.
Good job, team. Holy shit, we won. Oh my god. Stop letting this guy cook. W cook. Look at that. Look at that. He said W cook, bro. Fuck me, man. We still won that shit. You were carried? Bro, I literally got so much value. What you mean? Trust. I killed the invis. And I was disrupting the backline. That's value. As much value as a piece of trash. That's crazy. You guys are haters. Oh my god, I only had 11 finals. 11 finals in a 17-minute match. That is concerning. Concerning. Oh my god. It's valid hate though? That's crazy. What's this? Oh man. Did you admit that trying to break out? Do we need to increase his sentence? I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say anything.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Wait, she said it wasn't clarified, but
Hello, Joe.
oh fuck, I picked a character.
I've seen
It's not supposed to be a short stream.
Few humans will
I'm pretty sure 3 hours is short too. Okay, I wasn't gonna do only 3. Yeah, I'm suffering from some success.
Aiden is gone.
Fuck.
Be honest.
Fuck. How long is an average stream for me? 7 hours. Okay, there's no way I'm doing 7 hours of Mr. Fantastic. I'm suffering from success just because my average stream hours is so high. God damn it. I need to go back to being just a YouTuber. Streaming is a curse. Streaming is a curse, bro. 6 hours of Mr. Fantastic. Oh my lordy. Blah. 6 hours of slanging meat. That is a lot. 6 hours of meat slanging. The 2 wasn't rivals. Something like that.
You'll need a top-notch team to
What?
win this one.
I'm talking about Mr. Fantastic. What are you guys talking about, bro? Yo, get your heads out of the damn gutter, bro. Is that what you guys ever think about? Is that all you guys ever think about? Ban me. I mean, if you want me to, sure. I'd be a pretty bad person if I didn't follow your follow your demands. I'm a nice guy.
My inventions have saved worlds. worlds. But the best thing I ever built.
Ban me so I don't have
was
to
my
hear this. Oh, wait, that's not gonna solve that though. I don't have the little feature on to where like if you get banned in my chat,
You guys been watching movies
you can't
lately?
watch my stream. That's a feature, but I don't have that on because I don't usually ban people. I usually don't ever get people usually don't ever get banned in my chat because there's usually like
Fuck, bro. Have
not a lot of
you guys
people.
been watching the movies lately?
Muting everybody. Usually, I don't usually get like bad people to come in the stream. I just get annoying people who are like Giga Gooners, but like I'm not gonna ban someone for being a Giga Gooner. I can't ban people for being down bad. But there's limits to it. There's limits to it, I guess. So how long are we on Fantastic for? I don't even know. Son. I gotta die? Where's my team at? Yo, please. They died, dude. What was a Venom? That's not Carnage. That's not Carnage. No, I'm doing 07 today. But after I get off this game, I'm gonna 07.
I'm more resilient than you think.
I just have to I don't fucking know, bro. Play some more matches or something. I don't fucking know. Fuck. I can't kill the Phoenix. I'm Mr. Fantastic. Like, how am I even get up there? Oh my goodness. I think I've seen you play 07. That's because I've been busy with other stuff.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
The stretch up there? No, I was in big form, bro. Yeah, I know. I could just eat up there. I was in big form, though. I don't want to turn it off. That's awkward. He just run into my punch. But hilarious. Man, they're all just dying. Ba-ba-ba. This shit is fried, bro. I'm gonna go insane by the end of this. Are you gonna place the VODs on it on YouTube? I've already been uploading it. They're already on YouTube. The first and second part's already up. Okay, I mean, I guess.
I'm not ready to give up yet. What a relief. Double the fun. I am as God. Us against the world.
No, that guy's dead.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Next time I won't be so kind.
Double KO.
Come here. Oh, she just pinned him away. We're gonna get an Infernasu emoji. What the? I only have a 7TV one. I think it's all caps. But did I not put one in? You want one for no caps? That one's already in. Yeah, no patty cake in the day. No patty cake in the day. Ah, you idiot. Huh. Fuck. Oh my goodness, bro. Bro finally got a kill with the hold. Fuck you. Fuck you, bro. Fuck you. Oh my lordy, bro. This fucking character is so balanced. It wouldn't be that bad if his ult was stronger, but like, holy fuck, it's so weak. Fuck, I missed. Fuck, he missed my right click. That dude just killed like 5 of us.
The current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I've seen wonders out there.
Only 2 avoids max is 3.
Few humans will
Yeah,
ever
3, not 2. How come your salads don't do that? That's crazy.
Round 2, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
My inventions have saved worlds, but the best thing I ever built was my family.
Just punch the crap out of her. Goddamn. They're just crazy. He was too busy fighting me. His team was getting fucking portaled on. I didn't forget about you. I didn't forget about you.
A trio of threats That's removed. An exponential boost.
Season 0 Sai used to do that. Season 0 Sai. Mr. Fent works wonders. No, this character's ass. Don't fall for the propaganda. Oh God, leave me alone. Oh, she's just shooting me while I'm in. Oh, okay.
I won't rest until this is solved.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Does a loot icon do bonus damage? The team of nobody asked for!
Better stop that vehicle!
Put a relief.
Brother.
That almost hurt. Fantastic!
The fact that you don't even have to patty cake this all is so ass, bro. It's so ass. You can just run away from it. Like, why is the big form better than the fucking ult? God, this Phoenix is lighting me up.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Man, they're using every ult. Fuck.
I can feel your pain.
I won't rest until this is solved.
Better stop that vehicle!
Behind you. Feeling fantastic.
Fuck.
Fantastic!
Oh, my team's getting dove on. Fuck. Oh my God. Finally, someone follows up. You guys have so much time to follow up with that ult. They killed the Venom fast. I think the Venom fucked up his E. Right, Venom definitely shouldn't have died that fast, but.
Healing factor can't keep up. How about
You
an
stop them in their tracks!
What a relief.
Like the bounce is faster. Yeah, the bounce is faster would be nice.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Fuck. Just healed him. Oh, he had like 5 HP.
Where's the darkness? I'm not ready to give up yet.
Only 60 seconds left.
Watch this place closely.
Not so fast, friend. Feeling fantastic.
Fuck.
Final score 1-2-2.
Ha ha ha.
Well, you can't expect them all.
I have nothing to say. This character is so fucking ass. I have nothing positive to say, so I'm just trying not to talk. Oh my God. Because if I talk, I'm gonna rant about this character for like a fucking hour. I'd rather just not talk. It is so buns. There's so much things I just don't like about this character. It's not even funny. Did 19k damage. Most of that's just from me just bouncing. Like, you need your team to walk up with your ult if you want to get value from it. That's the only way. You can't just ult alone. I mean, it's like not a lot of characters, but like if there's 2 supports and it's just a Mr. Fantastic, you don't win that. Like, you're better off going big for him than you are ulting. The DPS is too slow. You're better off just going big for him, punching. Or how is it worse to ult with a DPS character? That's insane.
I've seen wonders out there.
He doesn't feel fantastic. It's just a mister.
Will ever behold.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? The right heroes could make all the difference. Round 1, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Do you want to go rocket? Okay, we have 1 support, by the way. Because this guy picks fantastic.
1.
GG.
I'll swap when I die.
Oh. Wait, did I not hover Mr. Fantastic? Did I not hover Mr. Fantastic? I went AFK, so I don't remember.
I'm more resilient than you think.
Why is Gambit? Oh man. Did so? Like I don't know how they said it to me.
Keep falling back. I'm on my way up. I'm on my way up.
That was a fantastic gameplay. This shit is not fantastic. This character is he needs help.
Magic up top behind.
The thing?
DP's up top behind. I can't see you guys.
What's his name? Melos. this guy's name? Almost killed her. Hear the music? You can hear the music. Can you not hear it?
I'm not ready to give up yet.
You don't hear the music? I can grease it, but it might be pretty loud if I increase it.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Disappear!
Fuck.
There's still more work to be done.
Damn it, why did you just leave?
More of them than us. This'll be fun.
Damn.
You're fantastic, bro. You're 0-3, bro.
Now might be the time to stop them.
Feeling fantastic.
Please fucking switch.
Son. Son.
Like, they're going full dive. I don't think we need... We need to go some brawl counters. Like Hella and Namor are open.
This guy has no aim. This guy has no aim. I'm crying.
Look at magic, look at magic, look at magic.
So where are they? Who are they dying to while I'm doing all this?
Magic. Yeah, it's not back yet.
They want me to play the slop that is Hella Namor.
Perfect.
Oh, this guy's on my dick. Oh my god. I'm dying in my all. Okay.
One. Mine.
I won't rest until this is solved.
Disappear!
I had a one shot, but I can't kill her.
2 seconds.
You can't confirm lots with this character. But this character is so weak. Oh my god.
Only 60 seconds left. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Okay. Oh, all right.
There's still more work to be done.
I don't even care if this character gets reworked or not. I'm not playing him. I literally can care less if they rework or not. Like, there's infinitely more cooler characters to me in this game.
That was simple.
Strong together. It's now.
Why are you going in and ulting? It's just you alive. Like, we need high damage. Why are we still on Fantastic? We need like a funny.
Oh, this is damage. Let me go.
Okay.
Oh wait, that was squad also.
Like, someone needs to get the Deadpool off the support.
Let me return the favor.
Oh, I stalled for as long as I could.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Down to 30 seconds.
Someone cheers my back. Feeling fantastic. You're welcome.
Ah, sucks.
The current
Yeah,
score is
whoever's playing DPS, get off. You're not playing DPS.
time to switch things up, including which side
I'm
you're on.
crying, bro. I'm fucking crying, bro.
To win this one.
He wanted to take my Fantastic. I don't know, bro.
Few humans will ever behold.
I'm about to get reported, bro. Oh, fuck, bro. I'm about to get reported. Well, Rain, this is Diamond.
Round 2.
My ultimate goal is simple. Solve everything. So,
But it's a live ban. You can't get banned for playing bad.
Players. All of you.
He said all of us. You said all of us. You can't get banned for playing bad. If someone's underperforming, you can't just ban them. What? That doesn't make any sense.
You're not gonna whine about my.
That was winnable trust.
I account for your inability to follow orders.
Reporter for being fantastic.
Consider this another failed performance review, director.
Reported for being fantastic.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bogeys incoming.
Feeling fantastic. Please.
Oh, my ship's on cooldown. What the hell am I listening to? What did you guys request, bro?
I'm more resilient.
Yo, of course, there's some free skips. Is that what I hear? Free skips? Song quest is on? Unfortunately, yes. God, this guy's just slow. I don't know where Rocket is, but oh wow, okay. Like that just breaks his ult. It's so stupid. Why does he get hard countered by like the most common support? It just breaks his ult. It literally just breaks it because Because it doesn't count as bouncing if she puts the shield up. That's so garbage. Why does he get hard countered by like one of the most common supports in the game? Like you ult and then like she just puts her shield up and boom, you can't do anything. Your ult just ends.
Target dives.
It's so garbage.
Behold the god of thunder!
Excellent. Not so fast, friend. That almost hurt.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Only 60 seconds left. Prepare.
That's a bad ult. Just play back for him and just wait it out.
I'm getting reported by my whole team after this match. I'm getting fucking reported after this.
Keep up the momentum.
What the fuck is that?
He got his shit rocked. He said, what the fuck? That's so dumb. He got one-shotted by the Deadpool. One comboed. This son, you're playing hella. What do you expect? Oh my god, I actually got 2 supports.
Hypothesis was correct. You failed.
Endless battle means
What a relief.
increasing hell.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I could use some aid.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
My god.
I need help to recover. I've got you. We've been discovered.
The moon haunts you!
A futile attempt.
Fuck. I tried to one-shot him.
I won't rest until this is solved.
Oh my fucking god, where's my health bar going?
Get that vehicle moving again.
Jeez, bro.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
A feast for my crow. Disappear.
This here should scrap Ultron's plans.
So fast, friend.
Thanks for the ride.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh man, she was one.
The moon haunts you!
Fast, friend. Feeling fantastic.
Is he that bad? This character is sorry.
One of the supports play high ground. Stay point, I'm coming back.
The current score is 3-2.
Yo, if we win this match, I don't know, bro.
Time to
Surely we don't win this, right?
including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos. Few
We don't win this
will
match,
ever
right?
behold.
Here, we might need a main healer to make this a little easier.
Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Like, cause they're just running double main support, so we just lose when they pop ult.
Round 3,
My ultimate goal is simple. Solve everything. So, let's get started.
Yeah, cause we don't have strong enough heals, so they just walk through us.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
He's knowing to
Like,
play
I
against
love
this
Fox and Jeff
character.
as much as the next people, but
I mean, yeah, but he's
they're
so easy to
running
counter.
Luna into this.
He is kind of annoying to play against, though.
Yeah,
Yes.
we need another support ult.
Clearly a master of reconnaissance.
What is this comp?
Or
This comp
triple
is
support,
so
which
bad.
fantastic is gonna-
This comp is so bad. I'm crying, dog.
The battle starts in 5,
This comp is hilarious.
3, 2,
Oh man, we are not winning this shit.
Or we need to play something to break through their support.
Yo, we didn't kill the Moon Knight. He's melting me, bro.
Yeah, you probably don't. If they're gonna run Phoenix, you might not want to play Dino. You don't have the heals to keep you up.
Who should I play?
Solo tank, honestly, Mag or Strange, because you're solo.
I like how they gave up on talking to me because I'm a fantastic one
They're
trick.
running solo tank too, so it's not like we need 2 tanks right now. I honestly might go room.
No more squids.
I'm kind of going stupid though.
Just lose when they pop in support ults because we don't care to try and counter them.
Please fight.
I'm just gonna fly UTP.
Oh my god.
I'm ready to put on a show.
That ass.
Feeling fantastic. That was simple.
Are we fucking winning this? I don't fucking know.
Time to switch things up, including which side
Oh my
you're
god,
on.
this character is so sorry.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos. Few humans will ever behold.
Okay, on attack, you want to run Pain Brothers? Just go Thing, and just run them down up top. Literally just run them down up top. Because they're most likely going to hold high ground, probably with Moon Knight Phoenix. So just run them down up top. I think we should probably run Invis. Gambit though.
When scientific resolutions prove insufficient, giant fists do come in handy.
It was kind of fun there. Bro, if you think, bro,
Gambit, can you go?
if you think this is fun, bro, I can play any other character and run this whole lobby down, bro. Like, this character is not it, bro. Oh my god. I'd rather play Spider-Man. Oh my god. I'd rather fucking put the mask on, dog. Like, Spider-Man is infinitely more fun than this character and gets infinitely more value.
You'll just have to wait and see.
He'll punish her, by the way. He'll punish her.
Battle starts in
Yeah, he's in the turret right there. So just
3,
he's gonna stay in turret. Bucky, you have to shoot the funny. I'm gonna go jump on him.
This character is so boring. He's so boring. Why would you play this guy? I don't know how Coney does it. I don't know why he likes this character. He got it though, because he made them ban him. Which is hilarious, by the way.
He's funny. I'm in banner effect, so we can walk him down right here.
I'm dead to the bat low though.
That's fine.
That ass.
Okay, let's back up some. Get
Quit
thing back
that?
and
That's
get
me
some
swear, sorry.
time on the cart.
We're just running a hard brawl
Yeah,
comp.
come back to cart for right now.
They put on cap just to stall.
I'm gonna jump on Phoenix up top.
Cap top.
On my two thing. Cap.
GG.
There
Never
we
give
go,
up, guys.
see?
Never give up.
4, 2, 3.
Oh my god, that was so much more difficult than it needed to be.
It's so much more effort than it needed to be. Oh my fucking god, bro. I had 42k damage, did I? No, I did. This character is so sorry. I don't care if I'm winning these matches, bro. This character is fucking boring and he's sorry, bro. This character is sorry, bro. He said don't give up, like they wasn't ready to surrender. I could have pressed yes, but I said no. I could have pressed yes, but I said no. Because I don't surrender. Okay, I said I only have to do 6 hours. Okay. W. WLI. She said 6 hours is fine. Wait, so how long has it been? Time to find out. It's only been 4. Fuck.
Which hero do you think you
There
want
has
to
been
be
4?
today?
There's been 5 or 4? Ooh, Lord, fuck you. Wait.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
12 hours. I don't think she's here. L a lie. What do you mean L? L lawyer. This guy's not my fucking lawyer. Lies merciful sometimes, which is rare. Damn, rare is crazy. Six not good enough for you? For me? Yeah, you want to be my lawyer. Talking like that. Talking like that and you want to be my lawyer? Yeah, hell nah. I'd rather eat a bag of rocks than you be my lawyer. I'd rather eat a bag of rocks.
The right
Great heroes can
Hold
make
on.
all the difference.
Eating rocks doesn't sound very healthy for your teeth. I mean, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, no? Sometimes you just gotta do it, bro. I get a bag of rocks before I play Mr. Fantastic again after this, I'll tell you that. You're not gonna see Mr. Fantastic for a long time after this. Actually, ever, because I never play this character. And it's for good reason, because this character is not fun. I don't know how Coney finds fun in this. I'm just gonna assume Coney hasn't tried every character.
Even in the face of cosmic cataclysm, every one of us can
He'll be
make
coming
a
in 30 seconds.
Leave Fantastic alone. I'd rather not. Someone has to address it. Someone has to address it, and so what if it's me? If it's me, so be it.
It's psionic energy. The full power of my mind.
Hard to focus the full power of my mind on anything, the way you're swinging that thing.
That's exactly the point.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
More fun than Hella? Okay, yeah, definitely.
You need to stop.
But why do you think you never see me play Hella? This is definitely way more fun than Hella. That's for sure. Hella would have been so fucking boring. Oh, a flyer? Oh, lordy, bro. What the hell, Joy? Wait. What are you guys up to, Joy? Thanks for the raid. It's funny because we're about to play 07. So I appreciate the raid. Too bad? This character is sorry. This character is sorry. Oh. Don't play this character. You're not gonna have fun. 206. Oh, you play Street Fighter? Are we playing Ingrid or what? You signed up for that new challenger thingy? Pretty cool to see you in that. Yeah, that's what's up. I'm dead as fuck. Oh my god. This character's so buns. This character is so buns. Yeah, I'm playing Mr. Fantastic because I lost the bet. So yeah, I gotta play Mr. Fantastic for 6 hours. Think we're almost done? I think we're at 4 or 5 hours. After this, I'm gonna play 07. For now, I'm stuck on this game. Playing Mr. Fenty. Yeah, I hope your stream was good. That state of play was sick. You are not done yet? I didn't say I was done. What? You did not listen to what I just said? That guy's dead. Oh my god, I can't catch nobody. This character's too slow, bro. God, I hate slow characters. I just realized no character I play in this game is slow. I don't play no slow characters. Blade isn't slow. Salak isn't slow. Starlord isn't slow. I play only fast. The only character I play as slow is Dino, but that's tank. Oh my God, CC Rivals. Yeah, hey, bro. Kyo one day without mentioning the trash walker. The trash walker. Didn't I tell you to stop requesting music?
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'm gonna insta skip all your songs.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Bro, he requested some parody thing. He only literally requests parodies and like some crazy shit. Bro, this character is so buns, bro. This all is so lackluster. At least Blade actually can kill shit. It's all parodies, bro. I don't want to listen to parodies, bro. He requested a parody song, and the song is "I'm Only Copper," and the guy's just saying "Copper, copper, copper. I'm only copper." He's literally requesting troll songs. It's not like there's anything wrong with parodies. He's requesting like just troll songs. Oh my God, this character, bro. I'm in the spawn room and I'm getting freaking stunned by squirrels. Okay. Playing Mr. Best made him realize Blade not that bad. Blade actually is that bad. Just I'm really good with him. And also this character is not my playstyle at all. Whatever, I saved my Luna. This guy does his job, but this guy's just not my playstyle. The stally, slow character like this, just like hybrid tank. No, bro, I'm not playing that shit. Oh, my ult's finally gonna actually do damage. Oh my God, thank goodness, bro. There's other characters that do this guy's job but better. There's no reason to play this guy. Also, let me run the shutout for Curious Joy. You should guys check out Joy. It's the homie as always.
Look at me, look at me. In a backline.
I got pulled into it? Wait, what? Okay, whatever, I guess. Bro, I'm not letting you go to your fucking team. It's my job to stall, and I will keep stalling. What? How did you guys lose?
The current score is
what?
0.
There's 3 people in the spawn room.
Time to switch
They lost back there, god damn it.
you're on.
I think they C9'd or something.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos.
Oh, so that's what this is? It's a shark? The carnage thing? The shark. Yeah, dude, Peter is fucking cooked. It's a shark. Carnage ain't do that? Well, he did in the comics. Yeah, he did. He did in the comics.
I'm here to make sure this is not the day that
He did in the comics. That's probably why they had comic book issue numbers when they were teasing him. He did in the comics.
Well, look at you. Are you a superhero? What can you do?
Fools! Do you truly believe you can stop my grand scheme?
Yeah, Spider-Man 2 didn't have any DLC, huh? That's pretty surprising. Surprised they didn't do DLC with that game.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Doesn't want to go work on Wolverine.
2, 1.
Want to see Anti-Venom as support? It's literally a healer. Huh? Oh. Ow, ow, ow. Can we get more villains? One of these days. What the fuck? Oh. Yeah, actually is successful? You're successful. Why is your name Metric Biggest Hater? Why you ain't Metric for? Metric do to you? Might need to hate on this guy next. Oh wow. Whoa. I'm playing Miss Fantastic. You think I'm successful? Oh, I'm dead. Getting line power is crazy. I'm with Mr. fucking Fantastic right now, bro. What about me looks successful, bro? Oh, and nobody dies. Our DPS Luna has more kills than me. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh man. Whoa. Oh my, that guy just like decimated 2 people like that.
Never forgive myself for this.
You're dead. Fuck. I thought the raccoon.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Yeah, his name is Gyat in the Hat.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
It's actually ridiculous. His name is Gyat in the Hat. Like what, bro? The fucking Gyat in the Hat is crazy, bro. I ain't never read that before. Please kill something, Mr. Fantastic. I beg of you, bro. You fucking get, loser. Fuck. Oh.
I won't rest until this is solved.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh my god. This character is so sorry, bro. Damn, he doesn't die there? Really? Wow. Can't believe he doesn't die there. That's insane. Then we lost.
Final score 0-2-3.
Is this the last match? No.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I can't believe they're making an Until Dawn 2. Dude, this horror game was so sick, man. What the fuck? Why am I looking at an ad? I'm on the wrong YouTube channel.
There's a wounded man. Nasty injuries. It's like a beast tore him apart.
A beast? Out here?
There you go.
There's a wounded man. Nasty injuries. It's like a beast tore him apart.
A beast? Out here? Are you drunk or something?
Hold on.
Tore him up and show
The
him
ill
out.
game, yeah.
But he's still weak, so be careful.
This shit's nasty. Team Clout is crazy. Game is fucking disgusting, bro. Sheesh.
Die, bastard. And you're tough. Surprisingly lively for someone who just came out of a coma.
If you want to survive, you gotta hustle.
We are not playing this. We're not. I'm playing it.
Fell from the moon.
I will help you, but you must not
Ugh.
go there.
She can make me a you fucking gooner.
Turns out I'm a lucky man.
What the fuck was that?
Find nothing there.
Wait, they censored his crotch. Ugh. Did he just punch the baby?
Who do you think you want to be today?
Well, good luck. Keep quiet in there.
Yeesh. Oh, it's only on PS5? What the fuck? Why is it only? It's a PS5 exclusive. Oh my god, really? And the voice actor is Leon, figured, from RE2 Remake and RE4. Huh. Damn, why is this an exclusive? Fuck. Interesting. Oh, you're right. Thanks for the follow. Damn, it being an exclusive is fucked. But whatever. Gatekeep the good shit. Someone's got to gatekeep it. Phoenix Band. I didn't hover, Mr. Fantastic. I'm cooked. I just like could be cooked.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I never wanted to be Iron Man.
I've seen wonders out there in the
There we go.
cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Infamous. Dude, there's still a chance to see some games at Summer Games Fest on Friday, so you might see an Infamous there, but highly doubt it. Carnage looks so fucking sick, dude.
There's a solution.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna
for
play
every
Magic,
problem if you
Carnage.
just look hard enough.
I want to play Doctor Doom, but I don't know. Magic, Carnage, Star-Lord.
Rocket, I'm counting on you on the.
Maybe the last one.
What? Don't got a raccoon?
I don't know. I had to see the last team first.
I don't. And Quill was right. You do have, and I quote, one hell of
Is
a
Doctor Strange in the game? No.
tiny skull.
He said that?
Funny enough, no, he isn't.
4, 3.
As crazy as it sounds, he is not in the game.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
You would think he's in the game too, but he's probably gonna be DLC. DLC for Doctor Strange is kind of crazy, don't know. That sounds like a base roster character, but I don't know. We'll see. Unless he's on fucking Ghost Rider's team, but no, I don't see that. Ghost Rider's team is probably gonna be like anti-heroes. Fucking Bucky is shredding me. There you go.
Come on, let me heal you.
Mr. Fan Art? Nah, I lost a bet. I gotta play Mr. Fantastic for 6 hours.
You made me believe it. They can't be allowed to seize control.
How are you not dead yet?
You captured more than half of the mission area.
He feels good in brawl comms, yes. So like if you run him with like what, Hulk thing or something like that.
Now for something truly fantastic.
Now for something truly fantastic. Is that guy running Baby Hulk?
Fantastically elastic.
Put the arms on ice.
That much closer to victory.
Is he trolling or what?
A shield?
Is he trolling? I think he is. He's still in baby form. Oh, he's running Baby Hulk. Okay. Yeah, do exclamation point current song. Song with Genie in a bottle anyway. You never heard that song?
Everything eventually ends. I'm here to make sure this is not the day that it does.
I need to work out. But I want to do a long session playing 07.
I am happy you're here.
We'll see, we'll see, we'll see.
Friend since I first emerged from my cocoon.
You've certainly come a long way since the Enclave created you, Adam.
They meant to use me as a pawn in their own wicked schemes, but I had a much higher calling.
Power like yours can
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Now let's go.
It's just a normal Tuesday in our family.
Sorry, soldier.
I know Yipes is probably happy as shit. He got Magneto back. He got his Magneto back.
A little help, please.
This Ankh is radiating supernatural literally.
Oh, he's trying now. Oh, okay.
Looks like the mission area is yours now. Capture the mission area!
There's still more work to be done.
Like, what am I even supposed to do there? I have to just accept F. Actually, no. I think I don't use my shift. I think I just use my E. My teammates to get out of there before the first fist rains down.
I am ready to put on a show! Shields up!
Feeling fantastic.
Armed and dangerous!
I mean, okay. Like, you're still dead. Like, alright. He ran. Okay, that shit just one-shot me. What's up, Enigma? How you doing?
Born again!
An Ankh, what a relief. I've reached my full potential. That almost hurt.
I want to all in the building. Oh, they all got out of it.
Fantastic!
Whoa there. How you doing? I'm doing awful. I'm playing Mr. Fantastic. This character is probably one of the most boring characters I have ever played in this game. I don't like complaining, but yeah, this character is very boring. Very boring. I have to play Mr. Fantastic for 6 hours, so I lost the bet. This character is pretty boring. Oh my god, this guy thinks he's like Thanos or some shit. The bet that I lose, it was hold on. Oh my god, bro. Was that Eli has to stream for 12 hours. It was kind of cheese though, because I streamed 12 hours with her though. If I wanted her to fail, I should have just not joined her on it. What the fuck? Oh hell no. What the fuck?
Not so fast, friend.
Fuck. I had my shift, but it didn't do the thingy.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Or pulling.
A shortcut through space. Hostile forces incoming. I got you. What a relief. A futile attempt. Fantastic! An ancient Egyptian artifact. Interesting. Some assistance, please. Magic on you.
Okay. Nice. Isn't that the... Yeah, whatever. That guy got his shit punched in. That was pretty hilarious. That guy literally got his shit punched in. It's Christmas music? What the hell?
Another epic victory! Big win!
Ooh, man. I'm out of promo. I'm winning way too much, like, matches, though. Would I start at? Put it right here. $400. Okay. I could do some quick play on my main, but play is boring. It'd be too easy. It'd be too easy, and quick play is boring. No snowfall, but put let it snow.
Which hero
You should have linked it. Should have linked the song.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh my god, that state of play was crazy, bro. I still can't believe it. What am I listening to? Just K-pop. I'm skipping it. What's up, B Millie? TNS is Tekken tonight.
What was it? Do you remember the Heartman specifically from SpongeBob in the full costume that Patrick tore apart? That's my sleep paralysis.
That Victor versus Afina. I sleep.
I'm aware.
Let's see what Mike's up to.
I think we have time for another or no?
Oh, he's doing scrims.
I have to go.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I wanted to do another game with Prison because that wasn't a good game that we played with them.
Easy is playing 2x.
Set of notes on my screen.
She's doing coaching.
You guys can see it.
Why is Void on Smash? Oh, someone made a 1-hour video about him? That's pretty cool.
Not an early peak in his Smash Ultimate career.
Someone made a documentary about him.
His entire identity as a competitor. An identity
Everything eventually.
That's awesome.
I'm here to make sure this is not the day.
Yes, you do request bullshit. That's why I keep skipping it. I requested a bunch of K-pop just so you can skip. Bro, if you know it's gonna get skipped, why would you request it? If you know it's gonna get skipped, why request it? I don't. Because if it won't get skipped by me, someone else is gonna skip it.
What do you call dibs is stronger?
Am I supposed to know?
Alright, let's settle this.
I mean, I guess. I feel like you've been here long enough to know what will get skipped and what it wouldn't, but alright. I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, do you think I'm talking to you, Deadpool?
Water.
No, I'm saying that like if he has to switch, I call dibs on DPS.
Water.
Grass.
20%. Oh man.
The Deadpool's one. Oh, I'm talking about Pete Water.
Oh man.
One, fuck one.
I'm happy that a lot of people are finally learning how to play heal pool though. Properly, at least. I hate playing with heal pool, but like if it's a good one, I don't mind. The problem is just, oh wow, she just shot the floor and I died. Problem is that a lot of people don't know how to play them properly. Or they don't know how to play them properly, but they'll have a team that doesn't walk with the heal pool ult, which is like, brother.
The wrong I feel like an idiot.
Oh man. Damn, I actually do better when I just don't ult with this character. That's what I'm saying. Okay, let's run it back.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Come back from me, come back from me.
The moon haunts you!
This is skip worthy. Can't even skip right now. What else I can?
Okay, right here.
I like to imagine you almost done with the 6 hours. I am. Fuck. I'm nice today. Fuck, wrong button.
I'm more resilient than you think.
Better put this to good use.
Fantastic!
Brother, please. Oh my god, this character does no damage, bro. Son, this character does no damage, bro.
This is real firepower!
An ancient Egyptian artifact.
Watch out.
Okay, admit it. You need me.
I've got you.
Get that vehicle moving again. Nice
The moon haunts you.
Ancient Egyptian artifact. Interesting. Fantastic!
Maximum pulse.
About to say, no way y'all dotted that, right?
Trouble has arrived. Return the favor. Well, hello there. I can use some aid. So fast, friend.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
You made me believe in magic, Steven. Feeling fantastic. Not that beautiful, baby!
Double KO.
A predictable outcome.
Okay.
Only 60 seconds left. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
I need to. It's 11:48.
Two left.
This is real firepower.
Fantastic.
Low key need to end stream actually. I got shit I gotta do. I'll finish this challenge up. And I really want to play 07. Fuck me, bro.
Not so fast, friend.
The current score
God, this
is
character is so
3,
slow at killing people.
0.
He kills people so fucking slow. It's so frustrating, man.
Side you're on.
That's how Mr. Fantastic feels. It's so slow. It's like,
Right heroes could make
I think the problem is that it's not that he doesn't do damage. He does damage. He just does it really slow. Very slow. Like, there's like a million frames of startup before the next interval of damage. So like the window they have to heal is so massive. Like he punches slow. He slams slow. When he tethers, he pulls you really slow. Everything is just slow. He's just a slow character. It's not that he doesn't do damage. He just does it slow as fuck. Everything he does is just slow. He just needs to be sped up. Like his animations just need to be sped up. Like I don't like. Look at this. Why does that have that long of a startup? Just a cool. Just slow. Are we playing Cuphead today? No. We're playing 07 today. I'm gonna do 07. I'm not doing Cuphead today. I think Eli's on. So we're doing co-op. I don't think she's streaming today. Not that she told me. Like I don't know.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop.
So Stab, just go to sleep. He needs to go to sleep.
A choice between two dooms.
Cuphead will probably be like, I don't know. I gotta ask her when she wants to do it. But yeah, because yeah, we were supposed to do it yesterday, but it's fine. Okay. No, 7 game good? Yeah, it's good. It's really fun.
I'm opening a portal.
I'm more resilient than you think.
A shortcut. The moon haunts you.
Oh, it's destroyed already. Like, I don't know why they made his animation so slow. And you look at a character like, what, Elsa? Where animations are all really fast. For like tons of other characters, not even just Elsa. This character, you can't do no animation cancels on it. His animations are way too slow. Can't do an animation cancel or nothing with this character. After what game is next? I don't know.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
I don't know. We'll see. God of War game. Sorrows. Oh my goodness. Oh, fucking Penny Parker, I forgot. Oh, get up here.
Rocket's beacon has been dealt with.
Pragmata? I don't know.
Let me return the favor.
I didn't finish those last 2 chapters of Deltarune. Okay, I couldn't see it because of the Luna thing on the floor, so I don't know where he was eating at. Okay, that guy's a troll. I don't know why he sent us over here. Instead of pulling us to his team, out of position, he just sent us home. Like, I don't know, you can't teach that. The fuck? That guy is... I can't reach those dudes. Okay. I don't know why there's a penny up here, but okay, here we are. And she's just up there for no reason.
Luna one.
Fuck. That guy was 1 HP.
Hey, top right.
This Dino's the only person paying attention to me down. Damn, this Dino. Get off my balls. Damn.
Stay behind.
Okay, man. Okay. Okay, buddy.
It's spider time! I like the cold.
Okay, I don't know where my health bar just went, but alright. Oh, okay. That's where it went. He shot my teammate. I'm over here like, where'd that shit go? It was a Punisher standing still next to me or something. This guy's name is Apple. Apple Pie. Bro? hell does the poor boy think he is? Oh my god, he's healing so much. That is insane.
Luna ulting.
God, this all is so fucking ass cheeks, man. Oh my god, the weakest Q button I've ever seen, dog. It's the weakest Q button in the game, dog.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Like, I don't know why the ult just ends. It's so stupid. Like, the ult would be infinitely better if it didn't just end because you didn't bounce on anything. Like, is the floor not enough? Like, I don't get it.
Only 60 seconds left.
This is real fire.
The current score is
Think about getting a mod for Mister until it's ban worthy. Mods are ban worthy, yes. Visual ones, no.
things up,
But
including
I mean,
which side you're
I
on.
still wouldn't risk it.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Oh man. Oh, they have writing for Carnage.
Round 3.
Winning isn't always about hitting harder.
Carnage is a villain who
Sometimes it's about
revels in
thinking.
chaos and destruction above all else. Originally a psychotic serial killer who became what he is today after bonding with the symbiote. Currently, Carnage is imprisoned in the Raft, the world's most secure prison designed to hold supervillains. How the fuck is he here?
Your metal shell does not.
His personality is brutally aggressive and utterly merciless. In combat, Carnage transforms his arms into bladed weapons and uses his symbiote tendrils to unleash relentless attacks. Landing's tendrils place enemies in a temporary symbiote infested state. Fucking god, I gotta meet everybody. I'm sorry. Nothing is secure in Marvel.
You didn't really think I would let you jerks have all the fun without me, did ya? Help! I'm hurting pretty bad over here.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
I need assistance.
Feeling fantastic.
I had the mines on the wall. Why are those on the wall, bro? Just randomly has mines on the wall. And they're triple healer. Wait, both teams are triple healer. Oh, this is a slop match. Slop off. This is slop off. Okay, yeah, this match is slop.
The current score is 3.
Okay, what was I saying? Landing its potentials places enemies in a temporary symbiote infested state. While infested, Carnage skills are empowered, allowing him to tear through defense and drain enemies' health, even through guard for overwhelmingly one-sided assaults.
I've seen wonders out there in the
Zam.
cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Magneto, Green Goblin, Carnage, the champion. This guy's the champion of the universe. Who the hell's that? Some rando. It's like poison? Yeah, I guess so. Excels in high-speed movement. Oh god. Man, such overworked. So for Dr. Doom, stay tuned. Sheesh. He looks sick in the game too.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Damn. He looks sick.
Winning isn't always about hitting harder. Sometimes it's about thinking harder.
Thinking harder. Okay, why do you swing so fucking slow? Why is everything you do so slow? Can't you think faster, Mr. Fantastic? It's not even like a damage issue. It's just his stuff comes out so slow. Everything is slow on this character.
3, 2, 1.
Like everything is just so slow. It has like a gajillion startup frames for some dumb reason. It feels like you're playing a laggy character. It literally feels like he's lagging. Like they wouldn't even have to raise his damage. His damage is fine. It's just really slow. I got netted. That was gonna be Mickey as fuck. That looks like a bruiser. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's metal. That ours? Nope, this is not. GG. Okay, I think we have time for 2 more, I think, or 1 more.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Hold on. All right, there you go. My bad. Couple levels around is going well. Well, hope levels around. We on level 7 soon. Yeah, I think we have time for 1 or 2 more. Hold on. Well, my nose is itchy. I can keep doing this for this long. I have shit I gotta do. I want to play 07 after I gotta work out. But if I stream for too long, I'm gonna be too tired to work out. Then also I have a shitload of videos I gotta edit. And I gotta make some shorts with today's presentation. Where the fuck is... Where the fuck...
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Alright. Yeah, we have 40 minutes left. Fuck, I didn't hover Mr. Fantastic. Oh, they're gonna think I'm playing support. Yikes. These guys are about to get mad at me. Because I am not playing Mr. Fantastic. Oh wait, don't I need to play my main? Did I finish the battle? I don't think I have any quests to do. I'll switch my account, my main account for this. I don't think I have any quests I gotta do. Event Daredevil, okay. This works. I think these guys would be like, bro, well, that's not a second support. That's not a second support. It's crazy how everyone's always, well, not everyone's always, everyone's saying that the new team today was like the best team they revealed. The other teams could have been hype reveals too, but like they just mix and matched random ass characters together.
My ultimate goal is simple. Solve everything. So,
You're up, little one.
let's get started.
Oh my god, I have the Ezio guy on my team again.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The guy from earlier. I'm crying. It's the guy that was saying that we lost on us on Mr. Fantastic. We won that match, by the way.
Plating is made from carbon nanofibers and ceramics. It's magneto proof.
He said, "Oh my fucking god, weirdo."
The battle starts in 5.
You don't got nothing to say now? Yeah, we won that match, by the way. He tried to surrender. I said no, and we came back and won. What do you say? Ease, cry. That guy's pissed.
Namor's got some extra help.
I like the cold.
Hmm.
I've got you.
So cold.
What a relief. Namor's reinforcements, I presume.
Like, what am I supposed to do with this form right here? Like, I literally can't even walk up. He's playing so far back. Mons are dangerous.
Feeling fantastic.
W body block. W body block.
For the target practice, Namor.
What a curious place.
It's considered DPS. This character is sorry. Unkill because I generally only get good teammates to slay. That's copium. That sounds like copium.
Fantastic! Feeling fantastic.
Fuck.
Need some help.
I'm more resilient than you think.
L Pillar Man. The Ramen Man 1, 2, 3. Dude, ramen would go crazy right now. I need to go back to Japan, bro. Ramen in Japan, that shit is, oh my god. Unlike any other. Unlike any other.
These creatures may be the strongest.
60 seconds left.
Let me return the favor. This is real! Never miss!
That squid was shredding me. Oh, he headshot me.
I am ready to put on a show. Down to 30 seconds.
Hmm.
Hold the line. We've got this.
Yeah, I'm running it down. Into Moon Knight Squirrel Girl. Oh, that's my favorite. Now, my favorite is the, oh, fuck. The BP fighting like Penny or some shit and refusing to switch. That one's the funniest one. Oh damn, it's team up. God damn it.
There's still more work to be done.
Better stop that vehicle!
I don't know what this is, but I'm skipping it.
They've made it halfway! Stop them!
A shield! Perfect. Oh, here they are now. Well, hello there.
A nice deep freeze.
Extra help. Lucky us.
Let's go. Brother, she came back. Here we go. He's gone. The PC set up? Yeah, I do.
Double the fun.
Those are guys healers, damn. I'm punching the crap out of that guy, he's not even getting healed.
Double the failure.
Taka is shredding, man. Ooh, I never miss. Ooh.
I'm more resilient than you think.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Nice. I'm watching a DPS tank. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Bro is still playing fraudtastic. Bro, let me cook.
Including which side you're on.
We're almost done. Like an hour
You'll
left.
need a top-notch team to win this one.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
There you go.
Even
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Every one of us can make a difference. Science alone may not be enough to win us this battle, Stephen.
I see. Are there any other means you consider worthy of exploration? Something beyond your many areas of expertise, perhaps.
You're really gonna make me say it out loud, aren't you?
You have no idea.
Heals that do damage. Heals with no drawback. Hey, bro, Luna Snow is an anomaly. That's not. Can you really compare that to Luna? Luna Snow's not a normal character, though.
Decidedly does not happen for a reason.
What a relief. Well, hello.
Need some help.
My life force is exposed.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Am I even punching this thing? Okay. Wall is so damn tanky. He put the wall inside of a wall, by the way, but alright.
I'm more resilient than you think.
I wish? Hell no, I don't wish this character was meta. This character is annoying to kill.
Dr. Strange is gone? How?
Good ones are really annoying to kill. They're not even doing it. They're just stalling.
Hello there. Trouble has arrived.
I think this doing this challenge gave me a headache. I'm alive 8 hours. Yeah, this shit gave me a headache.
This is real firepower! Hell unleashed!
Okay, whatever. I was trying to destroy the beacon, but it works. That hella just, yeah, I don't know. The hella kind of just let me kill her. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what she was doing. Really? Like, really, dude? Do some damn shards in my back.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Fantastic. Looking like your new main. I'll quit this game so fast. I'll quit this game so fast, bro.
I seem to be unprotected.
Rocket beacon won't be a concern anymore. Gotcha. Feeling fantastic. That's one down.
Bro thinks he's gonna get away.
Double KO.
To be honest, Namor, that was a long time coming.
I'm gonna do some stalling.
Let me return the favor.
I'm dead as fuck. What? I didn't get the res beacon? Oh my lordy, bro. Oh, that's why I took so much damage. Oh my god. It's because of fucking hella shards. She put her shards in me when I ulted. I mean, when I was in the thingy. Yeah, they're running hella Namor and they're still getting cooked. That's quite hilarious. Hella Namor and they're still getting baked like this.
2, 1. Another epic victory! Big win!
Oh. Why earbuds are not over ear? Headphones suck. How do I wear headphones over earbuds? I have headphones, I just don't use them because why would I need headphones so I can wear earbuds? Sounds better. Does it really? You sound just fine to me. Get a headset down. The hair down. Drives a Cybertruck? Well, this is DMC music, so. Supposed to sound like that. Hmm. No Rebels? No. Switching accounts. I have an hour left. Well, I think like 40 minutes left. No. Yeah, I mean, I've been using earbuds for I don't even know how long. I'd rather use earbuds than headphones. I mean, a headset any day. Oops. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Ugh. Ugh. Let's go.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I've seen wonders out there in the
That
cosmos
wet noodle.
few humans will ever
That noodle is
behold.
crazy. I want to be a wet noodle. Why would you want to be a wet noodle? My headphones. Okay. I'm left.
When scientific resolutions prove insufficient, giant fists do come in.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Loki shall prevail.
Reed, you do have a plan to stop Victor, don't you, darling?
Would you still love me if I
See, it
said
looks pretty sick.
not yet?
Oh, this?
But I would also
This is from the timeline where
As would I, my dear.
Human Torch is dead and Spider-Man takes over.
The battle starts in 5.
As part of the Fantastic Four.
3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle
His arm
to
shorting. His
destination.
range of blade. Son. Okay. Wow, that killed me. That's crazy.
There's still more work to be done.
That just dead ass killed me. That's insane.
Us against the world.
Oh boy.
My shields are.
Oh, we don't have a second support. Oh, that's a problem.
Fantastic! I will turn around.
Wow.
You're halfway. Keep going.
Let me return the favor. Look at this jerk.
She escapes.
Not so fast, friend. Trouble has that almost hurt. Feeling fantastic.
This fucking Gambit team up she has on. Oh god. Oh hell no, I'm not fighting that guy. Yo, Gambit, why did? Yo, that guy's crazy. Why did he run into like that?
Let's save
Huh.
that tree, Tippy Toe. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
A futile attempt.
I heard the
That looked really cursed. It's like in his mouth while like big. That shit was kind of cursed.
I've spotted one of our adversaries.
Big chew toy, literally. Like a big stuffed plushie.
This day we prove ourselves worthy.
That almost hurt. Fantastic!
Oh, y'all double support ulted. Okay, whatever, I suppose. Bro's trying to bite me again.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh my god. This fucking dino. Got him. Holy fuck, that took ages. Ah. Does she have the skin already? What the? What? She paid for that. She paid for that, damn. That's not my main account, that's why. Oh my. Okay.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Oops. Need the southern yammies.
Us against the world!
My resistance is down. Fantastic!
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Your attacks are futile.
A shield. Perfect. That almost hurt.
Damn it, never fall!
Whoa.
Rise, my friends!
Should have shifted. Whoops. I forgot to shift. I could have actually lived that and ulted too. I forgot to shift.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
You look so bored on this character. This character is boring as fuck. This is probably the most boring Marvel stream I've ever done. This character is insanely boring.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I have nothing positive to say. That's why I'm just not talking.
Us against the world!
Like I don't like this character at all. That one's dead. Just don't put ult in. How much longer? I think like 30 minutes.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Down to 30 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
Fight until the end.
Looky here. Damage resistance increased.
Why'd he do that? Also extra, but alright. Yeah, spies banning straight dive characters. I got 2 minutes.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay. Oh my. Damn, that screw was lasering me.
There's still more work to be done.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Okay. You're sitting there dancing.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh my fucking goodness, bro. Returned.
I won't rest until this is solved.
Down to 30 seconds.
I didn't get off the character because I'm doing a bet. I lost a bet, so I have to play Miss Fantastic for 6 hours.
Get that vehicle moving again. Us against the world.
But this dino is obsessed with me, bro. Oh man. Oh, go fly, yeah. Self challenge? Fuck no. I would never play Mr. Fantastic. This character is not only is he bad, he's one of the most boring characters in this game. Kind of like Fantastic. I hate this character. Damn, I can't win a quick match. Lost. Oh, damn.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Can't win a quick match.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos. I've seen wonders out
I forgot I
there
have
in the
this skin.
cosmos.
The
Few
Twitch Prime.
humans will ever be. I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos. Few
I
humans.
don't think I know
will
a single
ever
Mr.
be
Fantastic streamer. I don't think you can stream and play this character. Because the fucking dragging thing would make your viewers sick. The dragging is gonna give your viewers a headache. I'm already getting a headache right now. I think I actually already have a headache, but one who
Even in
Ducky.
the face of cosmic
30 seconds before you
every one
attack.
of us can
Get
make a
ready.
difference.
Like doing this over and over would just drive your fucking. I'm not watching no streamer that's doing this shit over and over, bro. Fuck that. You're playing dog shit, playing with the other dog shit. That's crazy.
For a girl with ice powers, I suddenly feel pretty uncool.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I suck. Need some help.
This core should remove all traces of Ultron from Araka.
Nice.
Over here. I can heal you.
Your failure was inevitable.
Double KO.
Fuck is the rest of these guys? What? Where'd they go?
fast, friends. Feeling fantastic.
I'm about to say, does that guy just not die?
Trouble has arrived. That's one down. Let me go.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Not so.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the
I need to become a arm aimer. I'm a wrist aimer. That shit is not healthy. I'm dead.
A nice deep breath.
I become an arm aimer instead of being a wrist aimer.
I won't rest until this is solved.
Guess it takes a spider to beat one.
This was a quote. Nah, you're fine.
Make sure your firewalls
I like the cold.
A shield. Perfect.
I am ready to put on a show.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
That almost hurt. Fantastic!
A nice deep breath.
I don't even think I beat this girl 1v1. Never mind, I do. Say you swear to God. Oh my God. Son. 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 Okay. This all is so bad. Oh, I know. That shit is horrendous.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint.
She's standing still? That's fucked up.
This is solved.
I suck. I can be reckless
That was
now.
close. That was insanely close.
Let me return the favor. Feeling fantastic.
Got her. Yo, the tournament video is gonna be dropping, I think, tomorrow. By the way, the tournament video of the Rivals 3-1. She baited me into 1v1 so she can one-shot me, and I'm taking the bait. The Boger Bash, yeah. I think it's should be done. Oh my fucking God. Can I play the game?
Fantastic! Look up behind
Behold the god of thunder!
I didn't mean to press that. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. I'm CC'd on my ass, bro. I just might team to walk through me. That's all I need. What?
Got you. Success. Square. What a relief.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Little return fire splash. Nope.
I've got you.
Oh, I fucked it up. Wow, this ult is so bad. It's not even funny. Oh, thank goodness, bro. Someone hit her. Oh, fuck.
Sorry about that.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
My god, my punch was too slow. I just need to literally punch the Psylocke, but this guy punches so damn slow.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
I like the
So far away. So far away.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Let me return the favor. Feeling fantastic.
Oh my god, can I play the game? I fucking hate that Luna freeze. That shit lasts so long.
We are undefeatable.
She really just ulted because we got close to the site? Are you serious? No one even did anything. She just ulted just to ult.
There's still more work to be done.
Okay. Okay.
I've located an enemy. Trouble has arrived. This should limit any damage. Here's nothing fantastic! Ha ha!
I like the cold. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh my goodness, bro.
That one hurts.
Yeah, she's gonna explode after this.
Your failure was inevitable.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Behold the god of
Can we please just end the game, bro? Oh my god, I just want to end the game, bro. This guy's just camping the spawn room. Yo, please.
I assure you I took no pleasure in that, Peter.
God, this Jeff is sitting in the spawn room healing, walking in and out of the spawn room. How annoying. Look, Starless plus solo does more damage. Solo D? It's longer last match. It's not even like a...
The right heroes could make all the
Choosing
difference.
it looks like fun. There's so much funner characters in this game. Like I don't know why you'd ever pick Mr. Fantastic.
Cosmos few humans will ever behold.
So much funner. What's today? It's today Wednesday? Oh, it is Wednesday. Let's say it was like, I don't even know. Something. Ugh. Happy Wednesday indeed.
When scientific resolutions prove insufficient, giant fists.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Whoa, what's that sound? Like a melodic wind blowing across time and space.
The Phoenix's song echoes through the cosmos. I'm impressed you can hear it.
It would sound sick with the beat under it. Think I could sample it?
Well, Phoenix is all about creation.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
2, 1.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I like Mr. As long as you want, because you can bounce on that thing chasing down with his ult. It's mad fun. Yeah, but why would you do that? If you want to just bounce on it and fucking chase people with your ult, why don't you just do... Oh my god, why is there so many Thors in quick play? Okay. Why don't you just do Deadpool then? Deadpool is like infinitely more fun. Just do Deadpool. Oh, this fucking Thor is so annoying, bro. Like, I know he's probably gonna get carpal tunnel soon. There's just no way, bro. Or he plays on some disgustingly high sends. That, or he's getting carpal tunnel. There's just no way.
Trouble has arrived.
Like, these Thor players love doing that shit until they at the fucking hospital. Until they at the fucking hospital, bro. Nah, idiot. Did you voice anything about changes? Changes to what? This character? No. This character doesn't... I don't think they care. This character doesn't have that big of a fan base.
Magnetism can't handle a deep freeze.
Trying to race Lord race. There's no Lord racing in this game. You can Lord farm so easily. Be the point. So we're just gonna not use these support ults. Oh man. Oh, that girl's dead. Is there a torch? Oh, there is. This match with 280 kills. Talk about bot lobby you. What are you looking at? Dude is literally just spinning his hammer looking for his next victim. Bruh, can this guy fucking die? Oh my lordy.
Leave them to consume.
I won't rest until this is solved.
Better stop that vehicle! Down to 30 seconds.
I've got you. Okay. I'll patch you up.
I like
What a relief.
The fuck?
Hey, Dee, enjoy the
Okay. I got one-shotted.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'm not ready to give up
You'll
yet.
have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Just blasted me in the face.
Fear Magneto!
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I'll patch you up. What a relief.
Oh my god. Gambit in quick play. Oh. It's like, what will it take for them to murder this character, bro? Like, actually, though. Oh, so exhausting, bro. What'll it take, bro? About to play the same meta again next month. Well, I guess this month. We're already in a new month.
A futile attempt. Feeling fantastic.
Power here. Really overwhelming.
Double the fun.
I like the cold.
Kill that guy. Oh, great.
What a relief. You got a tail. Fight the stretch. I'll patch you up. Success. Square. Gambit never falls.
Behold the god of thunder!
Beyond all limits.
The fuck?
What a relief.
Down to 30 seconds. Stop them in their tracks.
Okay. Oh, man.
The moon haunts you!
I won't rest until
You'll have
this
to
is
keep
solved.
fighting until we have a winner.
His name is I Love Cat Girls.
Not so fast, friend.
Better stop that vehicle. There's still a
Supports
chance
are
to
dead.
stop
Can't
them.
hold you up.
Gambit never falls! Judge, jury, executioner!
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Not on the Kitsune. Bro's on Punisher. That must be I Love Cat Girls.
Better stop that vehicle.
Truly fantastic. Fantastic!
Yeah, here goes the Thor. fucking gets. That's what he fucking gets, bro. This damn gooner skin.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh man. You removed the chat on YouTube? What the hell are you talking about, bro? What are you yapping about, bro? How are you typing it if I remove the chat on YouTube? What does that even mean? What you yapping about? Never mind, I'm high as hell. Okay. This guy.
I'm more resilient than you. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. It's now or never. Stop them.
Not so fast, friend.
Be strong together.
Oh, great.
That almost hurt.
A nice deep freeze. You seeing stars?
Nice.
Sup?
Alright, it's 1 a.m. That's enough. I don't have time for this. I can't keep doing this. What the fuck? Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay. That's enough of that. I have no words. $2 yeah. I have no words. I have no words. What is that, chat? I don't know. You typed it. What is that, chat? I should be asking you what that is. Hold on. What the fuck? Why is my game not opening? Oh, it is opening. We hopping on 07. All right, just the volume. Loading shaders. Oh my god. I'm getting trolled. Have fun. See you, dude. I'm gonna add in the Discord that we're continuing. Okay. Feel like I have to what? To stay? You don't have to stay. Get on Titanfall. That's what's up. 47%. I didn't even know this game had this loading shaders thing. Where's my phone at? Oh, here it is. Oof. Recap. We went to that desert place, remember? And then Agent 009 apparently is dead. Well, we saw him dead, but at least we saw his body. I low-key don't think he's dead, but I guess he is dead. He was trying to show us something. We got ambushed and we almost died.
James, I couldn't face staying in the apartment any longer than I had to.
Oh, nah, she
Someone
left?
will come by and pick up the rest of my things in a couple of days. There are just too many reminders of him, of everything, to be honest. I'm getting out of London for a little while. I'm going to stay with Mother at the summer house in Amalfi while I figure out what's next for me. I want you to know that none of what happened in Slovakia, not one single iota, was your fault. If Monroe were here, he would tell you the same. You saved my life. And for that, I am forever grateful. Take care of yourself, and please don't be a stranger.
That's crazy.
I mean that, James.
She left.
Cressida.
Bro, now we're alone? Herman Rose go-to dishes are highlighted. That's crazy. Damn. You're a knockout. Chris's favorite mug bought for her by Monroe. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. This shit is so sad, bro. She just left. That's fucking crazy. Movie marathon flyer.
Really do attract.
One night martial arts movie marathon at the Caper. Christina Moreau's final date. There you go. That's sad. When Tarnation happened when I was modding. What? I better go by then? Yeah, she left a note. Can't really blame her. I mean, I guess. Incomplete game of Hangman.
Poison tip umbrella. Cool.
Oh, it is. Card game. Yeah, last game they played before heading to Slovakia. Damn.
Cheers, mate.
He's alone now. Boy, James is all alone. This big ass apartment, he's alone. Greenway says no. That dude never says yes to anything. Damn, that's kind of depressing. This is her room. Silver brooch. Wait, this is my room. Her room is on the other side. Yeah, you can't go in, it's locked. Monroe, stop ordering shoes. You can't go in his room. Damn, bro. That's pretty depressing. Nautical knots. 50 plus more practical rope knots.
To whom it may concern, they're gone because of my mistakes. I could have stopped it, but I failed. It should have been me. James Bond. Well, this can't be good.
Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? God, this motherfucker is tanky. Stop fucking blocking, goddamn. Oops. We're out of fucking play. Fuck is he in here for?
James Bond, I presume.
The Marcus entered the building. Excuse me?
Friend.
Oh, fuck. Bond family photo. James Bond, his parents, Andrew and Monique, playing cards the night before their deaths. Damn. Alright, where's your friend at? Put all his points into defense. Is that a rope? Me?
Took you long enough.
Best go meet the friend.
Give you a run for your money.
Oh.
How do you know about Mauritania? Die, and I'll take. Is there a mole at MI6?
There has to be a mole at MI6. There's just no way. Because the amount of info 09 had on us is crazy.
for? Take the shot.
What's up, Detronics? Oh shit!
Let's get onto the balcony.
Oh fuck! Son! Fucking hell, bro. Snipers? I'm glad she didn't stay.
Let's go and have a walk.
God, dude.
Need to get to the shooter.
Bro, do you know how loud that is? No one hears this guy just sniping like that. Well, everyone's probably hiding, but still.
Just go home. Go for a run. Shake it off, she said.
God, bro. Son. Oh my fucking God. This fucking sniper, bro. Loud? I mean, it's fucking sniper shots. I mean, it's kind of expected it to be loud, no? Oh my fucking God. Can't shoot this fucker from here. Did I go the wrong way?
I'm gonna be climbing that thing, aren't I?
Oh, fuck me. How the fuck am I supposed to climb that from here? Oh God, oh God, oh God. Get up, get up, get up.
Faster, James. Faster.
Bro, has fucking infinite ammo, yeah. Whoa.
Qualifies as an emergency.
What's qualified as an emergency? Woo! Oh God. What the fuck? Oh, it's the fucking twin. Nah, don't run. This asshole, get your ass over here. Oh, fuck. Yo, James, lock in? Oh, shit. Fucking hell, bro. All the times to not lock in.
James, this had better be...
It is. Someone just tried to kill me.
Say again?
At the apartment. I took his phone. I need you to trace a text.
What? I can't. Well, I'm on a date.
Fuck your date.
And you're suspended. You'll need to report this to HQ. Go through the...
Wait, I got suspended? I don't remember that. Wait, I got suspended? Wait, did I miss something?
Please, we don't have time for protocol.
Wait, why am I suspended?
Operating in central London.
They suspended me for that? For the last mission?
If I lose the trail, we'll never know who they're working for. Please, Moneypenny.
Probably to stop me from working on the mission
A phone.
that they're dropping the case on.
Are you sure this is the place?
Positive. The signal's coming from inside the Works and Arts Museum.
So they have no leads.
The Web Industries Anniversary Gala.
Web Gala's tonight. How did I miss that? James, if Webb is a target, we can't sit on this. I need to issue an alert.
Don't. He'll only slip away again. I need time.
Yeah, he will slip away again because there's got to be some inside agent in I'm not sure.
James?
What's up, Alex?
I'll be careful.
No, you won't. Just don't screw
There's
up.
got to be some inside agent. Uninvited. Ooh.
We're in bloody traffic. A room full of half-drunk balls.
Rather a lot of security for an office party, isn't it?
Sir, this is strictly an invitation-only event.
I know.
I know.
Oh, well, then the gala is down the hall.
Here, give me an invite. Where can I get one?
Now, who has my invitation?
Who has my invite?
Please tell me you remember to bring the invite. Of course I brought it. You reminded me 3 times at the house and
Oh, there's a lot of people to steal from.
Sorry, just trying to get past
Who has my invites? Someone alone, preferably.
Click room to the left of the entrance. Thank you. My pleasure. You'll find the champagne inside too. Enjoy the gala, ma'am. Oh, something got in my eye. Ooh.
Sorry, didn't see you there.
Why do they call her the Tem? You'll find the champagne inside too. Enjoy the gala, ma'am.
You said, where is it? Oh, up ahead.
Credit where credit is due. Howard did propel the company to new heights back in the 80s, but at the same time, he could just as easily sunk it 10 years.
Hey, who's uninvited now? Not me. Who uninvited now? It's not the Hellfire Gala? Not Marvel Rebels?
Get you something, sir?
Sure, I wanna
Champagne.
yeah, anything with
Something a little stronger.
pina
I'm
colada.
looking for my friend. Tall, blonde, dead-eyed.
Would he be the one who gave you that makeover?
Son.
Something like that.
Guy's a smart ass, huh? Guy's a smart ass, I see. Snagged up. Cafe.
People say Webb's planning some big tech demonstration tonight. I hear half the
Fuck did he go? Oh, signals over here.
I'm at the Web Gala. I didn't forget. I told you about this last week. I need to be here.
Like cannon? Galahorn?
Completely tell me the blonde buffoon.
I am incredibly sorry, sir.
Do you know how much this costs?
Fuck did he go? Where'd he go? Bro done faked me out like insanely. Like what? Nothing in these bathrooms. Oh, what's that over there?
It'd been the phone.
Oh my god, destroyed it.
Tell me you caught him.
No. It looks like CCTV did. If I access the camera feed, can you locate him?
You'd have to patch me directly into the CCTV network terminal. Go to the security room. It's first floor, east wing. Staff offices.
Got it.
Let's get a spot up close for the big speech.
Big speech.
Hey, you're back home. Just waiting on a journalist who's running late and holding me up.
Journalist running late. Who would do such a thing?
Rob Mink, Crux Magazine. No, he's not here. That's why I'm calling you. Actually, Mike Chaxfield from the Bulletin is here, I'm told. If Minkley doesn't appear in the next 10, let's find him, give him the exclusive. Yes, that Rob Minkley. I'd really rather the exclusive went to Crux, but if he can't be asked turning up, we have mind just said to offer it to Mike and the Bulletin.
Music sounds nice. You could sing. It's the cafe. Oh, is it over there? Fuck, it is.
Don't recognize him, do you? Never seen him before. One of the tech interns, maybe? Can't say I've been talking to the man. Or perhaps he shared an elevator one.
What was this?
Saw her in
Concert
Bratislava once.
poster.
Mozart's 40th in G minor.
I need a key card.
The sky's the limit right up until they get slapped with embezzlement charges.
Oh shit, they mean to do that.
The man is truly passionate about what was that?
Oh, for sure.
I need a key card from a security guard. Like this type of guy. One of these or something, you know? It's on that yellow door.
That's the second time this week he's done this to me. I'm supposed to be at the entrance covering my own post.
Have you tried giving him a bell?
Yeah, multiple times. He's not picking up for me. He's gone on the lash again and left me in the lurch. I'm gonna bloody kill him.
Oh wow.
He's a right pain in the arse.
You need to stop covering for him.
What's his game? Oh, 07.
He's my mate.
First light.
He's really testing me right now.
Oh, this tardy lad could come in useful.
Huh? What are you talking about? The real restaurant critic of the London Review was in last.
Staff only, sir. Stephen Bright's security detail. Are we down a man? I asked for every available body tonight to ensure the safety of the Foreign Secretary and his guests.
I know. I should be at the entrance, but I'm covering for a no-show.
Oh.
You could always call one of the lads from the day shift back in to help you out. There's a security roster behind the counter in the cafe. There should be contact details for everyone on it.
You know, I should hope so.
Bet. Oh.
Password. Think.
The password for it?
What about coffee? 1, 2, 3, question mark. Ugh.
That counts as restricted area. Wow. He didn't notice me though. Can I eavesdrop on this guy from over here?
Sorted?
I can't remember the login details.
In the drawer.
Oh, thanks. I'll do it later.
That drawer that I just checked that was empty? Uh-huh. So I gotta distract both of these. Okay.
Oh, my eyes! What is... Oh.
What? There's nothing in this.
Oh, you shouldn't be back here, mate.
Oh, fuck. How the fuck am I gonna... I guess...
Now what's that? Better check this out.
Oh, that guy over there. Password
Guess it's
required.
fine now.
Which drawer? It has to be that one, no? I checked, there was nothing in it, though. Oh, this one. Mocha lover. Okay, buddy.
That fell off.
What
that?
I need more thingies. There we go. Checked in. Missing or late. Richard checked in.
Let's see how far the name Harry
Harry.
Sykes gets me in here.
Yeah. Missing or late?
All sorted, mate. Harry Sykes is here. Head to your post and I'll take over. I need a word with our friend about the importance of timekeeping.
Maybe you'll finally get through that thick skull of his.
Damn. W. Oh, we're in.
Here's to you, Harry.
Just open it normally. Oh shit, I gotta be careful. Oh, I don't have any thingies. Fuck.
What? You can't be here.
I think I've somehow gotten lost in the shadows of history.
What? Look, get out of here.
Thanks.
Exactly. But yeah, listen. I think I've got a twist.
Got him.
Ready? So,
Fuck your eyes.
she's the wedding planner. She doesn't believe in love because, get this, her ex ran off her mum.
Back here.
Her standing at the altar. Yeah, still hurts her.
Oh fuck, I don't want to go over here. Going in there was pointless. I gotta go past this guy. Anything of value in here? Nah. Get tranked.
Oh. What was that? Oh.
What was that? Kick or sabotage? Fuck, is it locked?
Not sitting quite right.
Ooh. Oh, was this another way to get in? I think this was another way to get in that I missed, I think. Ah. I think it was. There's usually multiple ways to do things in this game. I guess that was one of the paths I could have done. I didn't know it was there, though. Didn't stumble upon it. Alright, let's go to objective. Age of Chivalry. The choice is always cool. That's messed up. Don't worry. Her eyes will be back to normal in like a few minutes. And blind her. She might have a little bit of eye damage for the rest of her life, but she'll be fine.
Security should be on the other side of this room.
Son.
I can't see.
They won't see me, right?
What the heck was that? I think something's moving. Hello there. What are you doing here? Hey,
Relax.
You stop for a second.
Take it easy. I'm not looking for a fight.
Don't even think about running.
I'll hurt you.
Oh fuck, that could be bad. Bro, let me just break it in peace, bro. I don't want to hurt you guys. I don't want to hurt you guys, but if I have to, I'll do it.
A little louder than I would have liked.
Yeah. A little bit. What's this? ZM key card. That might come in handy.
Any pushback from museum security?
Nothing we can't handle. They know their place.
Good.
Sir, this area is off limits. MI6. We have a potential security threat. I need access to the CCTV feed, and I need it now.
Right. Sure you are. Listen, son. My name is Simon, and Simon says, go back to the gala, have yourself a glass of bubbles, and try not to worry that pretty little head of yours. We've got everything under control here tonight.
You need to listen to me.
Feet or head first? You choose.
Oh, fuck. The only way to get in there? Padlock. Oh, museum key card.
CCTV room should be through here.
I didn't even press that. Fuck.
That's some real work, huh?
Woo!
Is someone there?
Wait!
You know, waiting. I want some weight. 1, 2, 3.
How's it look down there?
1, 2, 3, 4. How many?
Stragglers hanging around reception and the cloakroom, but overall, everything's standing.
Reckon we could slip down there and grab
Oh, there's a lot of people here, not just a few. Never mind.
No sign of Sir Nicholas yet.
Oh.
Big night like this, you think he'd be down there?
I don't know what type of key card thing he has, but I think I need it.
Deals with half a Downing Street. I'll be in the office if anyone's looking for the key card for the CCTV room. Just have them radio and come find me.
All right, Gov, will do.
I'm gonna need that guy. How should I do this?
Huh?
Yeah, you ain't see none. Oh, fuck.
Need to see your ID.
Was that really?
Huh?
You saw it last time you came by, and the time before that. I think we've established that I work here, sir.
You got some sort of problem?
Knock it off, Mike.
Next time.
You'll what? You'll what?
Bingo.
Ask me for my ID.
Should we worry about what that lad from MI6 told us?
If he was from MI6, I'm from the North Pole.
If somebody
I'm
goes
from the
down
North Pole.
tonight, and you and I knew about it, they'll have our heads. You do know that.
That's not gonna touch me, right? Okay, thank goodness. Oh, there's a guy out. Let's go in front of the.
I'm sure. Besides, plausible deniability.
They both looking.
Now you
Fuck.
up here for thinking, down there for dancing.
This is tricky. Okay, maybe I have to go all the way back. I don't feel like it though.
Quite a party.
Tech, army, and government. Sir Nicholas has the meeting out the palm of his hand, especially the foreign secretary. He's one hell of a showman, I'll give him that.
Bit overkill on the manpower, don't you think?
I might have to just take these guys
Do they
out.
really need this many boots on the ground for a gala?
I have a better question. If you were him, would you put your life or the life of all those billionaires and politicians down there in the hands of a bunch of flat-footed rent-a-cops?
Yeah, good point.
Y'all didn't see that? Okay.
What?
What's wrong?
Shit, I left the card back in the office.
I grabbed it.
Ah, thanks. God, I hope this thing wraps up soon. Gasping for a pint.
Get in line, son.
Cut the chit-chat and get your heads in the game. We're here to do a job. I'm taking a look round the place. Make sure
Could come in handy.
The balcony of the single rooftop was leaking.
What?
If I want to find Murto, CCTV will point the way.
Excuse me? Are you meant to
We need to cut that. Get straight to the... Oh. Can I
Oh,
help you?
fuck.
Security, don't mind me. Just doing a quick sweep.
Can I ask where you're trying to go?
Heard something.
Hey, fine. If you want to play it this way.
Oh, fuck.
I've got it.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, there's a madman.
That's not good. Reinforcements? What? Reinforcements? Oh, shit. Oh, he has a gun! Ah! Bro. 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 Son.
We need to cut that.
What is this game called? 07 First Light.
Can I help you?
Security, don't mind me. Just doing a quick sweep.
The party looks like it's
Aren't you a little underdressed?
Casual Friday.
It's Thursday.
Overall, everything looks good from where
I was asking too much questions, bro. Thursday, Friday, same thing.
Reckon we could slip down there and grab ourselves a few of those cafes
fuck.
before anyone notices that we're gone.
Yeah, I say when the big man's speech kicks off, why the hell not?
Oh, it's a stun gun. It's not an actual gun. Okay. Okay, I have to actually kill some people. I mean, not kill people, attack some people. I don't have a choice. How much people are in this room?
Yeah, don't mind me, Simon. Brought my own key. Moneypenny, I'm at the terminal.
Hang on, just need someplace quiet.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
Bollocks, I don't have the password.
If you're lazy, they probably put it on a post-it note. Have a look around.
All right, sit tight. Not it. So how's your boy?
On his third pint. Wondering why my aunt keeps calling.
A drunk and a fool. He sounds like a keeper.
Oh, shut it.
Okay. 32 finals. Penny. Well, you played Penny, so no. Looking gross character.
I dare say
Any
Trey
luck?
has his hands full.
Got a line for me.
Hold on.
Where's dumb password at? Diamond lobbies? That doesn't matter. Like, what? That character's corny.
Not what I'm looking for.
Diamond Schlimand. That character's corny. Where the hell is this password?
Not it.
I'm getting trolled. This is pissing me off. Boy of the year, coffee mug.
People really should be more careful.
Password 12. Okay.
Found it.
What did I tell you? Now, patch me in.
Logging in now. There. I'm in.
Game worth it, yes.
Okay, pulling the footage. Here's your man.
So much for 2 birds, 1 stone. You have a location?
Basement archives. Not the worst place to lay low.
Basement?
Or plan an ambush.
Not tonight. I'm headed there now.
Oh, fuck. Cameras are there. I can't go through there. Well, that went pretty smooth, no? Now to just get into this, oh, that was too close. Let's just get into this, thing. Go to the basement. I was curious for the pass would be on the mug.
Hiding in the dark, Mato.
Where's the guy at? Back to Instagram Reels. You don't think before you type. You just type the randomest shit ever.
Odds funding isn't what it used to be.
Remotely locked.
He's down here somewhere.
I just thought of it. Why would I do that when I'm playing a game right now? So you want me to stop the game I'm playing, open Instagram, and let's react to Reels? Son. Lock in. Lock in. Wait, what did the paper say? Registration room doors are still locked up. We need to fix. We can lock the place after hours. Okay. Even, bro. Just watch the stream and stop typing. Just watch the stream and stop typing. Enjoy the stream. Stop the typing. Or the mods shoot you or something. Why do you type reason like that? With the yap. Enjoy the stream, buddy. It's enough of yapping for you. Remotely locked. How the fuck am I supposed to? Oh, this thing right here. I was say, how am I supposed to get in there? Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go.
Well, this all looks very expensive.
Until Dawn 2?
Touch anything.
Yeah, that was a big surprise.
Basil from accounting will have my head.
That shit came out of nowhere. It's not that what you type is like not relative to like the topic at hand, or like it's not.
Sorry, Baz.
It's nothing of, how do I say this? It's just, it's so random that like it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know how to describe it. You just type the randomest shit.
If only it was this easy all the time.
I didn't say what you typed was bad. It was just random. It was just random as shit. You just typed the randomest shit.
Well, this all looks rather
like the other
ominous.
day. I don't remember what the fuck you said, but you said something random. I'll take some talking to someone. I mean, yeah, but you still say crazy stuff sometimes. Oh shit, he knows I'm here. You still type crazy shit sometimes. Oh fuck. Damn, mods are scared of what you're gonna type next. Because they're worried they might have to shoot you. Or I might have to shoot you. And the way you word things.
Something I can use here.
Oh shit. The way you word things doesn't. Oh shit. Yeah, randomly saying Instagram reels. Let's watch Instagram reels. Infer doesn't bring life to a combo. Oh fuck.
Be something I can use to get to it.
Oh, those scanner thingies are annoying. Fuck did he go?
Ow.
Ah, I see.
Found him. What? Must be something I can use to get to him.
Oh my god, that didn't catch me, thank goodness. Get more of these.
Coming for
you. Got him. Oh, he has a knife. Oh fuck.
Think, James, think. Has to be something I can use.
Oh. Oh fuck. Ow, that shit hurt. Oh fuck, he's. Oh! Ah! He went that way. I thought he went the other way. I couldn't check. You mean this stuff? I don't know. I mean, I knew he was coming to me. I didn't think he'd run that way. They went through the right, but he went through the left.
Has to be something I can use to get to it.
Where is he at? Oh, wrong thing. Keep going, keep going. Oh, fuck. Oh, come on. I'm dead.
Must be something I can use here.
Why are you not following the fucking trap?
Must be something I can use to get to it.
Got a blast. Oh, fuck. Where'd he go? Oh, fuck.
Don't let him get me in his sights.
What? He wasn't in my sight, you asshole! What type of scam? Ah! What fucking scam is that?
No. Need to find a way to hurt him.
Son! I can't do that again, or what?
I can use.
Okay, this part of the game is so stupid. What is this?
Find a way to put him down.
Do I have to get him under a fucking chandelier then, or what? I think oh my fucking god. Investigating?
Must be something I can use to get to him.
I have to get him like under a chandelier and shoot it or some shit. I don't fucking know.
He's armed.
I'm not rushing him head on though, James. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's got the upper hand here.
No more games.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I can use to get to him.
Yeah, I think I do have to drop something on him. What can I drop on him then? Chandelier. Do I activate one of these thingies?
Get me in his sights.
I think I have to use one of these. Oh fuck.
Need to find a way to hurt him.
I don't have any blue shit.
Think, James, think. Has to be something I can use.
There we go. One of these should work.
Need to find a way to put him down. Can't rush him head on. He's armed.
Got him. Even his brother felt that one.
Must be something I can use here.
Do it again. Oh, that's loud. Fuck is that? Floodlights blind.
Not again.
Oh, fight me!
Oh, fuck it out.
Can't let him get me in his sights. Need to find a way to hurt him.
Let's finish it!
Bingo! Now to put him down.
This asshole. Oh shit. Oh, that's not good. You and this damn gun, bro. Throw some fucking hands. Out of ammo. Oh shit. Ooh.
That was for Monroe.
One down, one to go.
Awaiting authorization from Webb. Understood. He's just an old geezer. Are you sure we brought enough men? He's tougher than he looks. Proceed with caution. His arm's in a sling. I think we can manage.
Greenway.
Wow. Wow.
Moneypenny, it's Webb. The Murtaugh are working for Nicholas Bloody Webb. He's behind everything.
James, that's just not...
I know what I heard. I need to get a hold of Greenway. He's next.
Already tried. He's off the grid.
Off the grid?
We are in over our heads. We need to inform M.
No time. I'm going after him. Make him call off the attack.
Are you out of your mind? Nicholas Webb is one of the most powerful men in Britain. Let's think this through.
What about Murtaugh's earpiece? If I patch you in, can you trace the second attack team?
It does look like it's transmitting a geolocation signal to a device inside the building.
It has to be Webb. He commands the assassins. Tell me you can hack it.
From a bathroom stall at the Knight Errant. Not a chance. But I can use your watch as a data extraction tool. You just get close to Webb and I'll handle the rest. I only need a few minutes to update the software.
Now to find Webb.
How the fuck do I get out of here? What? I can't open this. Where's the key card at? Yeah, here somewhere. I already had the key card for this, no? This is a different one? There we open the lock. I slip through again. I don't even remember where that place is. I gotta run around. Like over there, maybe?
Need to confront Webb.
Locked. Oh man. Can't go through here either. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Maybe over here. Oh yeah, I think I was just going back to the elevator. This supposed to be like this? It feels awkward. I feel like I'm missing something.
Need to confront Webb.
Yeah, you're saying the same thing over and over. I can't go through the door unless my game is bugged. Could be. How do I not have the key card though? I don't get that part. Do I already have it? Oh, there it is. Or do one of those streams where you watch anime? I haven't done one of those in a while. It's not my usual content. Like rare. I'll probably do more. I don't know. The Patreon content. I mean, they're still on the Patreon. I just never finished part 2 of One Punch Man or season 2 of One Punch Man. We finished To Be Hero though.
Doors, please.
I already have the next anime picked. I just haven't done it yet.
Need to confront Webb.
Check over here first. Oh, there's nothing over there.
Museum door inspector. This one didn't pass.
Marvelous. Thanks.
Oh, there's no door over there. Oh, let me get out of here. Oh. Ah, where's this Nicholas Webb guy at? I'm gonna lead.
Where are you, Webb? Inconvenient time. I must say, you look astonishing for your age, Agent Roth. Hardly a day over 50.
Would you expect an apology?
How about an explanation?
Later. Just play along.
Damien!
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
You're not. Damien, meet Mr. Beach, was it?
Bond.
Beach?
James Bond.
What do you do, James?
Lately, headhunting.
Oh dear. I do hope you're not plotting on stealing Isola here. I took such trouble in hiring her. She really is rather brilliant. Quite the catch.
I'm not making any promises.
Hmm. What do you know? I'm out. Excuse me, gentlemen.
I'd be careful with this one, James. Dare I say, out of your league.
Your attention, please.
Hold this, Danny.
Begin shortly. Kindly make your way to the main stage.
Don't watch the run, no. I'll wait for all the episodes to stack up.
Well, welcome all. Tonight we celebrate the history of web industries. But merely looking back would be complacent. Personally, I prefer to look ahead.
Okay. What the fuck is it?
For more than a century, web industries has pushed for a better, safer.
Okay.
It's done. I've updated your watch. The hack starts automatically when you're within 3 feet of the target.
On it. And yet I want us
Sorry,
to aim
just
higher.
trying to get through.
I believe technology has the
Excuse
power
me.
to elevate
Coming
us
through.
above
Watch it.
the chaotic
It's not a
concept.
concept. Sorry.
Sentient brains and into
James,
a more
what's
graceful.
wrong?
Fuck happened to me?
Talk to me.
Oh my god! What happened? I think he just collapsed. Security!
Wait, what? Wait, what? The fucking drink was spiked? You gotta be fucking shitting me, bro.
A little sign to clear the cobwebs. We'll put you lucid.
I see you wasted no time.
No, she wasted mine. Someone trained her well.
How did you allow her to get this close? And what is he doing here? You know I handle MI6.
They were onto us, and I didn't think that we had time for your back-channeling.
That is precisely the problem. You don't think.
Careful. Careful. You know how I get farther.
Father.
Enough, Damien.
Yes, well, alas. There's no time to backpedal now. The ball is rolling. I have a full strike team on Greenway. He is as good as dead.
That's not good.
Fine. Now, clean up your mess.
Excuse me?
It needn't have come to this. And I'm truly sorry.
Well, it's only cold-blooded murder. Don't beat yourself up about it.
It's only. Hack his phone. Oh. Bet.
Okay. Very well. You heard, man. This is going to be the end of a very short career. Never accept a drink from a stranger. I guess they didn't teach you that in that little spy school of yours. One for the road.
Uh-oh. Fuck, no, come back, come back, come back.
What? No witty remark? Not even the old, you're never gonna get away with this. Wow, you...
Tell me something, do you always bring sedatives to a party? I should count myself lucky I didn't wake up in your hotel room.
Your profile wasn't kidding. You really are spectacularly annoying.
Oh, God. Wait, come back.
Anything else you'd like to get off your chest?
I'm
curious. What did 009 have on you? You must have posed quite a threat.
Yes, well, you've seen the T-shirt. Every crisis is an opportunity.
Have you told Nico about his brother's untimely end? I do hope he doesn't shoot the messenger.
Just be grateful that I don't have his patience or his anatomical know-how.
Woo! That almost killed me.
We're about done here, then. My champagne's getting flat.
How did you know 009 was in Slovakia and left? Do you have a mole at MI6?
You're good. I tell you, I really would, but then, well, then I'd have to kill you.
You already have to kill me.
I'm gonna do that anyway. Would you look at the time? Ciao.
Oh, wait. I was supposed to press stall? Fuck. Oh, I mean, provoke, I guess? I don't know. I pressed stall, but I didn't have the fucking health, so I that was gonna kill me. What? I don't get it. I generally don't have the health. Like, if he did one more punch, I would literally die. So, like, I don't get it. I'll fuck it. I'll try provoke again then. Once I did something wrong.
Okay. Very well. You heard, man.
Jeez, bro.
This is going to be the end of a very short career. Never accept a drink from a stranger. I guess they didn't teach you that in that little spy school of yours.
I'm just grabbing his face.
What? No witty remark? Not even the old, you're never gonna get away with this.
Tell me something, do you always bring sedatives to a party? I should count myself lucky I didn't wake up in your hotel room.
What's up, hero?
Your profile wasn't kidding. You really are spectacularly annoying.
Spectacularly. Oh my, he did 2. Jeez, I don't remember doing 2.
Anything else you'd like to get off your chest?
I'm curious. What did 009 have on you?
I could see.
You must have posed quite a threat.
Yes, well, you've
But it's pretty fun.
seen the T-shirt. Every crisis is an opportunity.
Well, I was supposed to press provoke? Dude, I don't have the health. How the fuck? Okay, I think you do provoke straw. I mean, stall. Dude, because if I press provoke, I'm fucking dead. So I guess, yeah, I have to do one at a time. Because if you provoke twice, I mean, if you stall twice, you just die. What a weird part of the game.
Okay. Very well.
Yeah,
You heard, man.
Road ends, yeah. Because the reason why I keep messing up is like I provoked twice at the start. I'm not supposed to provoke twice to start.
This is going to be the end of a very short career.
So if I provoke twice, it leaves you with no HP.
Accept a drink from a stranger. I guess they didn't teach you that in that little spy school of yours. One for the road. What? No witty remark? Not even the old, you're never gonna get away with this.
How did you know 009 was in Slovakia and left? Do you have a mole at MI6?
You're good. I tell you, I really would, but then, well, then I'd have to kill you. Oh, wait. I'm gonna do that anyway. Would you look at the time? Joe.
What? I pressed
Tell me
provoke.
something.
Oh.
Do you always bring sedatives to a party? I should count myself lucky I didn't wake up in your hotel room.
Your profile wasn't kidding, was it? You really are spectacularly annoying.
Son, he did 2.
Anything else you'd like to get off your chest?
I wouldn't leave if I were you. MI6 has the place surrounded. They've heard every word you said.
You just double fuck it me.
Yeah. Are you just stalling? Are you holding out for your mentor to save you? Because, believe me, he has his own problems. I have places to be.
Have you told Nico about his brother's untimely end? I do hope he doesn't shoot the messenger.
Just be grateful that I don't have his patience or his anatomical know-how.
Son. I'm telling me I'm gonna have to take one more punch. Will I even
done here then?
Heal that much?
My champagne's getting flat.
I'm curious. What did 009 have on you? You must have posed
More
quite a threat.
tears and
Yes,
gunshots.
well, you've seen the T-shirt. Every crisis is an opportunity.
I don't have the health. I have to just press provoke?
I have to ask. Do you often let your father scold you like a petulant child?
Oh shit. I'm dead. Was I forced to press stall twice there?
Now you're just trying to
How much damage is this punch about to do to me?
have it your way.
Oh god! Okay, it was an elbow, it wasn't a punch. Yo, if he double punched me. Sheesh.
That was invigorating. Thank you. Make them disappear.
Oh, that's a big knife. Damn.
Can you walk?
Well, let's find out.
Damn.
We'll have company soon. I don't suppose you have an exit strategy?
Well, this wasn't exactly a planned visit.
Figured as much. Locked. Quick, check the others.
Oh, other doors.
3 months. That's how long I spent infiltrating web industries. And you managed to waste it in all of 30 seconds.
It's a gift. Also locked.
To be expected.
No way out.
Didn't peg you for a quitter.
So what do I call you? I bet Isla isn't your real name either.
Please. It's not like yours is James Bond.
Of course not.
Window it is, then.
What are you doing?
Waiting for you, James. Be a gentleman.
Before you end up on Mr. Fantastic, that is 6 hours.
Don't get used to it. Now pull me up.
No time, someone's coming. Hide.
Don't know the half of it.
Management just issued a code wipe back at the perch. All hands on deck.
An all-out data wipe because of one guy.
A data wipe.
Awfully quiet, isn't it?
What are you trying to hide?
Is it worse? Vince? No? You two just about done in there?
Oh, they're done all right.
Ah, shit. What was that?
Poor guy, he can't fight back. Too dizzy.
James, what happened?
I got it wrong. It isn't Sir Nicholas controlling the kill team. It's his lunatic son. I barely escaped. Tell me your plan worked.
I'm processing. Piggybacking the signal, tracing their coordinates. Look, we find the kill team, we find Greenway. Where are you now?
I'm just about to be swarmed by trigger-happy mercenaries. I need a way out of the museum.
Already on it. According to schematics, there's an old backlot behind the exhibit. Chances are the hostiles don't know about it.
Moneypenny, whoever this guy is, he doesn't deserve you.
Whatever this guy is, he
gone
doesn't
to work
deserve
day. I must have missed the memo.
What's going on now? Get him! There!
It's right there!
What the? Hostile was near. Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me.
Russia's position.
God, dude. It was awkward.
That was dramatic.
Okay.
The balcony on the other side's my way out.
There we go. This is very unsafe. My Persona 5. Ooh boy.
Not to alarm you, but an armed unit's just arrived from Web Industries HQ.
I must have made an impression. Any advice?
Play nice.
Always.
Okay. Play nice, I was told.
Great.
Locked.
Hopefully this is a good time to drop in.
Ground and first floor exits secure. Watch your backs, keep your eye out for anyone suspicious. FYI, Saunders and White have north exit key cards if anyone's looking.
I'll be needing that key card.
Hey, we are in...
Think you got the point.
Let's see. Oh, down? What will it do?
Any news on whoever this is we're supposed to be looking for?
Nothing. Doesn't exactly make our jobs any easier.
All right. Courtyard exits are secured anyway. Whoever it is, they're not getting in.
because that guy doesn't see me watching this YouTube. I'll see ya. Just come to the stream. Appreciate it.
Change the tune, mate. Thomas and his grand clients are bloody nuts.
Yeah.
It's been ages since the process started.
Well, the vetting's insane. I think they've told to everyone I know. I'm doing all sorts of weird tests.
Really?
Yeah, they don't mess about when it comes to national security.
Well, they shouldn't, should they?
What about you? Ever get the itch to climb the career ladder? I like that. Any idea who it is we're supposed to be watching for in here?
Not yet. Don't have a name or a description yet. Which I know doesn't do us much good right now, but just...
Oh, I'm about to do the generator. Oh well. Fuck.
Looking for someone when you don't even know who it is you're supposed to be looking for. Great.
Right, here on me. Yeah, I know. That's the order that came down from above, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, fair enough. There's enough of us here to wipe the floor clean with whoever managed to piss weapons.
Oh wait, I need a key card. Fuck. Shit.
Oh, doesn't. Not exactly the kind of Johnny you booked a travel agent. No.
Fuck. Don't I have to get the key card from the people in white? What he said? I forgot he said that.
Disappear!
Does that guy have it over there? Yeah, that guy. Later. So how am I supposed to get to that guy without like alarming everyone?
You heard what they found in the basement? No? What? What are the
Front
twins?
specialist.
Yeah. Somebody impaled.
I've only seen them around the office with Damien a few times. Make me very uncomfortable. Everyone gives them space for a reason.
Oh shit. That guy got fucked up. I slammed his head into the damn thing. That guy got fucked up.
What? That was sus. I'll have a look.
I have no thingies. This isn't necessarily good.
Right here. Huh? Wonder what that is. Got nothing here. Moving on. Christ! I'm looking over here. Found some work areas clear. Search is negative.
No, y'all see that body?
Are you okay? He's out cold.
Hey, what's wrong with you, mate?
What? Leave it be.
Fuck, I don't have the thingy. Fuck. I don't have any thingies, so I can't like decay the fucking smoke thing. fucking key card. Oh, wait, no, I didn't alarm anyone. Oh, you piece of shit!
Look like you're ready to cry, mate.
Okay.
Watch out. He's bleeding. Keep pressing.
Okay. License to kill.
Back this way. On my...
Bye. Once they're by me, please let me leave. Sheesh.
The recreation project
Fuck is this?
Evening.
Neural network algo wugga wugga what?
The algorithm analyzes the molecular structure of the artifact and, combining this with photogrammetric modeling.
Looks creepy. Looks like one of them Sifu levels. Oh, didn't we go to a museum in Sifu?
Listen up. Tango 1 is a white male, mid-20s, dark hair, medium build. Orders are just...
Damien's dogs, I presume.
Taking lead,
right
moving
side.
in.
Check that corridor.
Entrance right, clear.
Squad is in position.
Suspect spotted.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh man, 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 oh man. Oh shit. Hello, Mogu. Thanks for the raid. Oh my fuck, 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 fuck. Oh fuck. What the fuck is that armor? Yo, this is fucked. Oh man. I need the smoke, I need the smoke, I need the smoke. Oh god, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Fuck. Thanks for the raid, Mogu. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Okay, this part is fucked. Why is he not wearing tuxedo like Bond? What's up, Montress? Oh man. This game is rough. Okay. Appreciate the raid. What were you guys up to?
Damien's dogs, I presume.
You guys on Ingrid again or what? Oh my god.
Taking lead, right
moving
side.
How did I mess that up anyway?
That corridor.
Entrance right, clear.
Huh?
Find a way out. Oh fuck me, bro.
Where do you think you're slinking off to?
My eyeballs are on fire.
Think I get up here? They don't see me, I think. So bad these games. I was playing Ingrid. That's what's up. This game is fun, but like some of the parts are hard. Okay, I have to find a way out. How did Ingrid go? What rank are you on, Ingrid? Need to hurry up and get a master. Need to get a master. Flat? Yeah, you can definitely do better than that.
Bloody hell, my eyes. I see him.
Fuck. Oh, great.
I'm hit.
Oh, God.
Man down. Stand by sights.
Oh my lordy. Where's this guy? What the fuck? Oh god.
Look what you made me do.
Dude, oh shit, I wanted to do that for the smoke, but
You're going down.
holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oops, wrong button. Is that one-shotting them? I think it is.
It's not going anywhere unless we make it. Can't get into this shot. We can take it. I can see it.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Well, there's so many of them, bro. Let's do... I'm running out of ammo. Holy fuck. Ingrid, super cute. I haven't played Ingrid since, I guess, the day I tried her. I know I'm not gonna play her, that's why I didn't boot up for her. Okay, how the hell do I get out of here? Hostiles nearby? Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't played her since the day I tried her. She's good, but she might be a bit too good actually, but
somehow I doubt that.
Not my playstyle? Well, no. I
have the
I don't know, just
transmitting now.
doesn't look cool to me.
Moneypenny, you're a lifesaver. Where's your date?
I like Mina Kuma
Anywhere
too
but
much.
here. His words.
His loss.
I've got the address.
Not evil enough for me.
Hold on.
I suppose.
Almost out.
Her damage looks crazy though. That's probably gonna get nerfed. I don't think her damage is supposed to be that high. Like Akuma's max damage is 7k. Her max is like 7.9 or something like that. She's doing 5.5k before level 3, which is insane. Maya's evil? At least she was. Oh fuck.
James?
I mean like evil as in.
James, what's happening? Is that shooting?
Might be. Bro. Oh my god, are you gonna run out of ammo? Wait, why can't I move? Oh, there you go. Son. But yeah, thanks for the raid, Mogo. I appreciate it. I say you should give this game a try. You would like it. Especially since you played like what, the Metal Gear Solid games? I literally cannot move. Why can't I move? Holy fuck. Why is the game not letting me move? Is my game bugged? I think I need to restart it. I can't move. It will not stop shooting you. Wait, where's this checkpoint gonna send me to? Oh, okay, that's not bad.
James, what's happening? Is that shooting? Are you alright?
Okay.
I'll let you know in a minute.
Jeez. Looks like I can finally move now. I have to make it over there? Yo, what is stopping one of these guys from just rushing me down?
Jesus Christ!
Not quite. Keys, where are they?
In the cab!
Thanks.
It sticks in second!
It sticks in second.
Don't worry. I'll take good care of that.
A garbage truck? Okay. A whole garbage truck is crazy. Fuck, we're running through this, I guess. I don't fucking know. I thought we were gonna make it left, but never mind. Sheesh. I have no clue where I'm going, but here we go. Damn. That's hella dead. Oh no. Jeez. Oh my god. Oh hell no, get out the way. One durable ass garbage truck.
Who are we?
Christ, half of Kensington would have heard that. Did you get a car?
And some.
Then what are you talking to me for? Get a move on.
Yes, Mom.
Thought I told you to go home.
I needed some fresh air.
Clearly. And did you figure
What was
out
that?
who's been trying to kill us?
Webb.
So you understand what we need to do next?
File a report?
File a report?
We need to make the first move.
Sheesh, what a mission. I don't like garbage truck. Got me my first car now.
Greenway?
I asked Q to make a dead drop earlier. Old dog, old trick. Now tool up. I reckon the laser would prove useful in this type of situation.
Dart phone. I'm just gonna stick with the same thing I'm already using.
All set. Off we go.
Finally making the moves now.
Gentlemen, I've breached the Web Industries database, and as of this moment, you're both upper middle management. I'm sure you're
Upper middle management.
Your IDs will only take you as far as the executive floors.
Oh wait, I forgot. So let me shout out Mogu. There we go. There we go. You just gotta check out
That's where the
Mogu.
real challenge begins. Your final destination is
Awesome
an
streamer.
impregnable, self-contained structure atop the main building known as the Perch.
There we go.
I believe this is where the company stores its data.
Code White.
Once you forgot, now you're good.
What can you tell us about the Perch?
The
That's
Perch?
just it. The place is an information black hole. No blueprints, no infrastructure, nothing. Have I mentioned that this is a terrible idea? I need to notify M.
Bro, you don't gotta notify shit.
Her protection, not ours.
Shut up, Moneypenny. We're not leaving without answers.
She wants to notify MI6 so badly. There would be no notifying.
Perch bound, I assume.
Burning the midnight oil. You work at the Perch?
I work with all departments. Roger Finch, Chief Legal Officer. And you are?
Security officers. We've been called in to help out with the Code White.
Oh. Well, my department works closely with the CSO's office. And
Oh god, we're about to take this guy
I don't recall
out.
seeing you before.
I grew a beard.
I got rid of mine.
I see. You must work closely with Mackenzie. How's he doing? I haven't seen him all week.
I feel like this guy just made up this person's name, but alright.
Really? He does seem to be taking well to the treatments, but never better.
Well, I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
How do you deal with this clod? Oh, shit up.
I got this.
Say, I didn't catch your name.
Smith.
Right. And your company ID number?
Thing is,
I'm between ID numbers. tech issues. IT is sorting me out.
Let me get this straight.
Like, why did it take him so long to...
Oh my, something you ate?
Oh dear God. Excuse me.
Nightfall. Took him so damn long. This game was ass. This game was ass. What's no one said that? This is a game of the year contender.
Well, bridge to the perch is
No one said this game was ass. You're tripping.
I say we get a move on before Roger recovers and you dig yourself in even deeper.
This game is fire.
Control?
Evidently.
This is a game of the year contender. I don't know who told you this game was ass. Reviews are amazing for this game too. And I'm playing right now and it's been pretty fun.
We'll need a way to reach those stairs.
I'll see what we can do.
Smart ass. I'll check the corridor.
So this game is ass. They don't even play games. There's Twitter. Bro, if you like stuff, Twitter is not the place to go, bro. Bro, no way you listen to Twitter about game advice, bro. Oh no. Don't listen to Twitter when it comes to games, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're saying that new God of War game is ass because it's a female lead, bro. Like, do not stop listening to Twitter. Just play shit yourself.
Glorified vacuum.
Like, Twitter is not a place to be if you like games or if you like anything in general. Like, oh my god.
We should split
that
up.
app is.
I'll check the perimeter.
Jesus Christ, bro.
If you find something.
Will do.
Okay, what am I doing? I'm losing track because I'm talking to chat. Get to the stairs. Okay. So what did this say? Security sensors online. Okay.
A lot of locked doors around here.
Everything's
Must be
locked.
some way to hack them. All this defying orders and making the first move. What happened to the Greenway we all know and tolerate?
Tolerate.
Webb knows his son overplayed his hand. Now he's doing all
I would delete the app if I could, but I can't because I need it for networking and shit. Bro, this looks like an entrance, but this is a window. Oh my god.
Between the two of us and the future of the 00 program, she will have no choice. So come morning, we will be discredited and disavowed. So unless you want to consult Bavmar about career opportunities, I
Disavowed.
suggest we find ourselves a smoking gun.
So in other words, you woke up and smelled the roses. That's all you needed to say.
Woke up and smelled the roses. Is crazy.
Bond.
What?
This looks like a way up.
Good eye.
Oh. This? Okay.
Let's get this over with.
This is so unsafe. Oh, it's right there. Never mind.
You'll need to clear a path.
Will do. Can I fix you a nice chill G&T while I'm at it?
That would be against regulations.
Against regulations.
Drinking tonic in the line of duty.
Key card. Oh, damn. Conveniently open window. I'll take it. City of London postcard.
You forgot Roger Finch.
Okay. Damn, where's Buddy at? I mean, it's pretty late at night, but I wonder where the actual security is. Battlefield of nonsense. Yeah, like that state of play today was fire, but apparently Twitter hates it. I like the state of play, but that app is like not a place you go if you like shit, bro.
My stomach.
Occupied. Kick.
Do you mind? Someone's in here.
Office key.
Please, no more.
Damn. Like, if you don't like multiple different types of games, I would not recommend watching those presentations. If you don't like one type of game or two or three, I wouldn't watch those. Because you're just gonna say it's ass every time. And some people don't understand that. Oh, it's a robot. Some people don't understand that, so they would just keep watching them every year, saying these are ass, or every few months.
Has to say about assassination.
It's like, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Roger. He wasn't needing it.
I say, Bond, kicking a man when he's lying down.
On all fours, technically.
So he's not the kind of man to hold a grudge,
A wooden spoon? Okay. Interesting collectible.
Coast looks clear. This way.
This place is a bit too clear in my opinion, but
For where?
no one working an overnight shift?
Pain is in the mind, Bond.
So, yes.
I'll be fine.
Not a single person.
Fancy that.
I'm starting to think we're not welcome.
Let's poke about. I'll check the toilets.
And look for some meds while you're at it. I need you focused.
Don't push it. Oh. And beware the sleeping guard next door.
What's Webb's endgame?
I take it you have a theory.
MI6 was willing to ignore the risks because Webb got results. But with Thea, what's to stop him from rigging the next election?
Whoa,
worse?
push me down.
Very fanciful, Bond. But in my experience, the motive is always simple.
Well, building clear because it's pretty late at night.
Hang on. I found a vent.
Yeah, nice one.
Just
don't forget about the guard.
Oh, I'll get the drop on him.
I'm up. I'm up.
Oh, tea time.
Oh god. Oh my god, these assholes love grabbing. Okay.
Careful, it's hot.
Why can't this guy fight? What the fuck?
Back to sleep.
What the fuck?
Anyway, you were saying? About my theory.
Okay, anyways. Is there a key card on him? No, it doesn't.
And almost always sordid.
Karma, JC4, yeah, it kind of is like that. I think down here I need. I don't have the thingy. Wait a second. Is it just gonna let him? Yeah, it won't, see? I have to find the fucking thingy. Staff note, please repair the key card reader ASAP. Door only locks with a key at the moment. It's classified documents that are stolen from the archives. Blame is on you, Kenneth.
Well, what's it gonna be?
No recruitment.
Poaching staff from your business partners? Bad form.
Damn, that's fucked up. Security sensors. Bro's throwing it. Yeah, that guy was actually boxing me. Son, I don't have the thing yet for the door, you asshole. Check the bathroom. Why is there a kick option for it? Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. It's not here. Oh, here it is. Oh. Okay, that just led me to another thingy.
What do you waiting for? Let me in.
See, it won't work. I don't have the sensor thing. Where the fuck is the sensor thing? But did I miss it? That wouldn't make any sense. Hold on, let me go back to the other room. I think I missed it.
Well, what's it gonna be?
Maintenance room right here. Through the top over there. I didn't miss anything. Also, my game is bugged. What? I'm missing something.
Bond, the door.
Security sensors. Where the fuck is the security sensors at? I gotta turn those shits off. It would have to be past there. There's just no way it's not.
What are you waiting for? Let me in.
You can just come over here and hop around. Damn troll. This guy's sleepy. You can hear him snoring. Oh, do I have to go over there? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, I see. I knew I was missing something.
Well, what's it gonna be?
Can't go in there. Locked. Can't get up there? Huh. Unless my game is might actually be bugged. I can't go up there and I can't open this door. I'm restarting check one. I think my game is actually bugged. There are a few bugs in this game though. We'll say that game is definitely not perfect. I keep running into bugs.
Coast looks clear. This way.
Look a bit worse for wear. Arm's giving you trouble.
Pain is in the mind, Bond.
So, yes.
I'll be fine. Locked. Fancy that?
I'm starting to think we're not welcome.
Let's poke about. I'll check the toilets.
And look for some meds while you're at it. I need you focused.
Don't push it. Oh. And beware the sleeping guard next door.
What's Webb's endgame?
I take it you have a theory.
MI6 was willing to ignore the risks because Webb got resolved. But with Thea, what's to stop him from rigging the next election or worse?
There's a guard positioned over
Hang
it?
on.
Probably.
Found a vent.
Yeah, nice one. Just don't forget about the guard.
Oh, I'll get the drop on him. Anyway, you were saying? About my favorite.
I'm up. I'm
This'll
up.
do nicely.
You can't be in here.
Time for a cuppa?
Oh my god, this asshole loves fucking throwing. Fuck! Keeps throwing me.
Talk about a rude awakening.
He doesn't have a security card.
Anyway, you were saying? About my theory.
Right. Well, it's very fanciful, Bond. But in my experience, the motive is always simple. And almost
Security
always
sensors
solid.
online. Oh.
So
Wow, I did not look up this entire time.
St. Nicholas's dark secret.
I didn't look up. Like,
It's about his son.
I don't know. Like, I thought we had
Can
to
you
turn off the
imagine what it
thingy.
takes to keep Damien's
I didn't know it was up
criminal
there.
record clean? Hush money alone would feed a small nation. I bet 009 found out about
That's
something.
crazy.
Figured it will be his golden ticket back into MI6's good graces. So he had to die at all costs. See? Simple.
Very.
So I have to cross around again and do it. I see. Huh. So this whole game they've been using key cards, and now randomly there's a thing on the top of it instead of using a key card. Got it. I got mixed. I got mixed.
What do you know? It's open.
Really?
No.
No.
But what's the plan?
It's open now.
Well, let's see. Okay, I have an idea. But first, come and join me for a minute.
Don't tell me the old pro needs a timeout.
Tactical pause.
It's strange, don't you think? Sir Nicholas seemed genuinely sorry about what happened tonight.
He liked you, Bond. You got in his way.
They get in his way.
That's the world you're in now. Half this job is doing something you'd rather not. The sooner you learn that, the better.
Dark, how you doing?
No, Mrs. Greenway, I take it.
And why the sudden interest? Am I dying?
The night is young.
The night is young, dude.
She was a special liaison with the Treasury. After nightfall, I was in a dark place, and she couldn't handle it. She took a job overseas. Long story, not nearly short enough.
On the upside, you get a monogrammed fountain pen in case you fail to die young.
We're moving the blade gets at.
Must
He
take the
will
rough
be.
with the smooth.
He will be. I believe. I believe.
We'd never have
My
known
theory is
about
for the
Webb
last
if
team
it
is
wasn't for
Blade,
009.
Deadpool,
Think if things had gone
Scarlet
differently,
Witch.
You would have forgiven him.
If not Scarlet,
He was a
also
traitor.
Bloodstone.
That doesn't answer the question.
You don't get to wipe the slate clean. Fact is, Reese was a bad apple, and I should have seen it. Moscow rules. Assume nothing, trust no one.
Also, over
Sounds
Scarlet.
like no way to live.
Splendid way to stay
I
alive.
don't know. We'll see. Doctor
So why
Doom's
did you
team, though,
come
we,
back
we
to
all
the
predicted it
program?
like damn near
Because they
perfectly.
ask. We're civil servants, Bond. We go where we're needed.
This episode 2, let's go 11.
Running out the clock behind a desk on the 8th floor, writing reports while slowly mummifying. from
Scarlet Witch could have been
report
cool in that game, but instead they want to
Exclude the other.
make her
Hope you having a good stream.
left click demon. Oh.
According to the floor
Gotta make some
plan,
characters really
that
easy, you
lounge
know?
next door connects to the other side. If you can find a way in, you'll be able to double back and unlock the doors.
Sounds simple enough.
All right then. Let me get that for you.
Son.
You seem a bit out of place. Are you lost?
Damn, that was kind of overkill. Oh, there's all the people.
I
Level
swear,
2.
this wasn't here last week. Shit, I did not need this. I just put down a deposit for a new place.
Relax, you won't get sacked. The company's insured up to their eyeballs. Besides, we'll blame the cleaning staff. You just dump the shards and keep them.
Thanks, Gov.
Hey, you're one of us.
Lost visual, lost visual!
Air conditioner.
I feel so bad.
Ooh.
That's just how it's done. The academics blame us. We blame maintenance. Maintenance blames the delivery guys.
Who do they blame?
What do I care? They don't.
Oh, I was about to say, the takedown thing didn't pop up.
Ghetto film, very tiny items.
What's happening now? Hey, what's that?
Checking now. What?
W. I don't have any thingies. There any blue stuff? Batteries. There we go.
Sorry for the wait.
Yeah, I don't know who would want Squirrel Girl, but
And not a hair out of
yeah,
place.
please no.
Impressive.
I think I'm good off Squirrel Girl and Tokon, please. No.
Like a thief in the night. My bond will make a spy of you yet.
Oh, stop. You're making me blush.
The voice lines change if you do
Looks
stealth.
like we're stuck.
Don't be too sure.
Oh shit, I gotta go back in there.
This fella's starting to grow on me.
Oh, W robot.
Motion detected. Lockdown systems engaged.
Knew it couldn't be that easy.
Hang on. We need visibility.
That's not good. Bro, no one's playing Squirrel Girl like that.
Yeah, not happening. We need another way around.
Ooh, how's that not happening? I run on that wall right now. No, I'm joking.
On it. You never actually planned to pack it in tonight, did you?
I had to tread carefully. There's
I'm
only a
on that wall
handful
right
of
now.
operators in the world with the chops and resources to infiltrate MI6, Bond. Simplest answer, it's someone already inside.
You suspected Webb?
The idea did cross my mind.
How does he know our every move in advance? Hang on. Hold that thought.
Greenway, give me a hand with this. Coming.
I hate that Nutcracker is
Doesn't this
crazy.
all feel
That's insane to type.
too easy?
Compared to what? How many evil masterminds have you come up against?
2. Including you.
Trust me, when the enemy stops underestimating you, that's when you start to worry.
More pearls of wisdom. Let me get a pen. Anyway, you were saying about how Webb is spying on us.
Right. So, Occam's razor. It'll be a simple mole. Human weakness, Bond. Never underestimated.
Got any suspects?
I suspect everyone.
Including me?
Well, anyone who hasn't been shot at yet.
Oh. Like, damn, bro. I'm over here. We could die here.
She was planning a heist.
Your homie. The spawn would be so much cooler. Yeah, that's what my theory is on the last. I don't know who I'm gonna play though. I might do Carnage, Magic Carnage, Ghost Rider, or Star-Lord. I don't know.
Damien Webb's office.
I know I'm gonna play Magic and Carnage though for sure. The rest of the two, I don't know yet. I might do Doctor Doom maybe. I don't know. Yeah, bro.
You hit a snag.
Working as fast as I can.
Yeah, I'm working as fast as I fucking can. Leave me alone.
The perch gate is right through here.
What the hell's this?
Full
Access to every
access.
room. Automatically when the electronic sensors are posted in a robot, no human assistant required. I need to steal a robot. Employee contract.
Damien and the Murtos go a long way back.
Okay, I put the watch to use, what he told me, right? I can't hack the robot through the wall. You come over here, please. How the fuck do I hack this robot?
He's a
Skincare
stark
products.
raving lunatic, but he does have gorgeous hair.
Calendar.
Well, that was quite the evening.
I'm missing something again. Why do I keep missing stuff? Why can't I hack this robot? This door won't unlock for me. How the hell do I get this robot to come over here? Or am I supposed to hack it through there? Fuck. I think that's exactly what I have to do. But this random pathway is open. No, that's not what I'm supposed to do either. Damn, what am I supposed to do then? Oh, there we go. Aha.
Well played.
How did we ever live without a Q watch?
Okay, what am I doing in here? Disable security. W.
Coast is clear.
But the sea is treacherous.
Why would you say a thing like that?
Why would you say that? Come on, man.
This was the easy bit.
Easy bit?
We need a way into the perch.
Well, maybe it's open.
The gate is right upstairs. Let's find out.
Well, lockpicking's out of the question.
Hermetically sealed and blast resistant by the look of it. We need clearance or we're not getting through. I do love a good I told you so.
I never would have thought.
I told you
How
so.
about
It's
Webb's
crazy.
penthouse? Should be right upstairs.
Works for me. What happened tonight? Did they come to your home?
Worse. They came to my pub.
Damn.
The game was on the telly and I noticed these lads. They were in club colours, but they never once glanced at the game.
Amateurs.
I slipped out the window in the men's room only to find the actual kill team waiting in the alleyway. And there's the lesson. Never overestimate yourself. Got a bit hairy after that. If the sling hadn't thrown them, I might have actually needed your help.
Might have actually needed your help.
Smoke up your ass, Bond. Join the
This guy. What? What? Oh, shit!
Seems like we're not the only gate crashers. Breathing. But come morning, he wish he wasn't.
Does he have a key card?
Nah, they took it. But look, there's a dozer on the other side.
Dozer?
So all we need to get through the door is... get through the door. Leave it to me.
Lock the door from the other side. Okay. How do I get out there? Oh man. Need to get outside. Damn. Okay. This might be harder than I thought. You might have been right. The easy part's over. I will say this part of the game doesn't have a lot of options as the previous mission when we went to that desert place.
Bond, over here. I found a way through. Be right
What?
there.
Hard to reach.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Should have asked you for a grapple gun.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Jeez, that's high.
Yes. At least those pills have kicked in.
Over here. Give me a hand.
I gotta start looking up in these games. Anyway, in this game, I'm not looking up enough. So I'm missing stuff by not looking up. Because it's literally not in my field of view.
That's Sir Nicholas's penthouse.
Very 20th century magnate.
All he needs now is a top hat and monocle.
You think they allow top hats and monocles in prison?
Type of prison he's going to? I'd say he's pretty much mandatory.
That is true. Oh, this is unsafe. Oof. Whoa.
Bond, get the key card. Hurry up.
Let's go.
You may enter.
You're very kind. You didn't seem too surprised about the bodies. Something you're not telling me, Bond?
I suspect we'll know soon enough. Another perch door. Also sealed.
The lobby's on the
Damn, they ran through this place. Whatever it is, ran through this place.
Not exactly subtle. She a friend of yours?
How do you know it's a her?
Yeah, how do you know that?
I do now.
That's crazy. Wasn't trying to give it up, but damn. Fucking cook these guys.
We should really stop meeting like this.
You blew my cover. I had to advance my schedule.
I admire your commitment.
You're only as good as your last job.
Give me one reason why we shouldn't feed you to security.
First, there's only 2 of you, and second, I can get you into the purge.
Pass. Once bitten.
What's the play?
Spend my time on the cover working out a loophole in security, but I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit involved. I could use a helping hand. Or 3.
Go on.
Time is of the essence. James, get up to the penthouse. Hold timer with me. I'll explain on the way.
Old timer. Damn. Just straight up called him old timer.
First things first, James, you'll need to raise the stairs to the penthouse. There's an access panel near the base. It may be offline.
I'll figure it out. So, you mentioned a plan.
Accessing the perch requires a level 5 security clearance, which I
Clears.
don't
Turn the
have.
power back
But
on after clearing your
I
CEOs. Better
can
things to
trigger a
do.
system
Play around with
reboot,
fuse
which will
boxes.
temporarily unlock the gates.
And what do I do?
Go to the CCTV room on 29th, kill the feeds, clear us a path. I will infiltrate the mainframe and trigger the procedure. But I need the command code which Sir Nicholas keeps in a safe in his office. That's you, James.
Should have brought my drill bits. Exactly how are you planning to be in 3 places at once?
What can I say? I work well under pressure.
This is pretty cool. Oh, this guy got money. God damn. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, what am I playing? 07 First Light.
Swanky.
Swanky indeed. Yeah, big ass rug. What's on the game is fire.
That note you passed me. Your phone number?
You wish. Sir Nicholas forgets his passwords like everyone else. He wrote a memory aid to recover the safe code. Wasn't exactly easy to come by.
Well, nothing about you is easy. Yeah, definitely a cat person. Well,
So you guys like dogs or cats better?
To store his skeletons.
You have dog people in chat, or you guys like cats?
Slovakia.
Is it worth the buy?
I believe an
Yes,
explanation
I'd
is
say
due.
yes.
I wasn't lying.
Game of the year contender, in my opinion.
I was mostly lying, just not about 009. I heard about his mystery file from Damien. No clue what was in it, but it had Sir Nicholas spooked. I figured I
Cats.
could use it for blackmail.
I think I like cats more.
Sadly, Damien's thugs beat me to it.
Not both, but I would
confided
pick
in
cat.
His office was adjacent to mine.
Pick cat. Dogs, too much work. I'm too lazy. I stream too much to even take care of a dog.
Condition.
I can take care of a cat, but dog, no.
Day is inauguration. Big day. Rocco's basilisk. Every techno-futurist's worst nightmare. My gadgets stopped working. Right. I forgot.
Oh, it's not working?
When Webb went into business with MI6, he insisted we install a Q-Tech blocker in his office.
Wow.
So no one from our side could spy on him. It's like Five Eyes, only for real.
Where's the trust?
Almost at the mainframe. Where are we on these cameras?
Going dark. Now.
Video game.
Splendid. Pardon me, fellas. I have lasers coming up.
Should have stuck to game development.
Haven't I checked this already? Oh, secret button. Ah. Very well hidden.
Okay. Electronic lock, 4-digit code. Better check the note.
Oh, I was not paying attention to the numbers. Sheesh. Three on 9. The other one can check the notes, the architecture model.
Antikythera by Emil Gorka. I'm impressed. Web Industries Site 3 in Hong Kong. Very pointy.
Very pointy.
First in class. Nobody likes an overachiever. I like what you've done with the place.
Double O? Number 4. Have I not looked at? Is that everything?
Ballet dancers of the world, beware.
I'm gonna assume it's 104, I think. Sag. Painting. Code is in the safe? Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the cat thing. I'm missing something. What is this? Military record.
Damien's a psycho. Fancy that. I'm searching blind. Need to have a look at that note.
For 2012 and 2018, I guess. Nope. Nope. What note? What note is he talking about? Was the used notes? Like, we already looked at this. Was documents. I am missing something again. So sad I can't use my thingy to hack it. I use indeterminable. Yeah, what is the password for this shit? What am I missing? Early 90s adventure game, Perion 9. Damn, what am I missing? Is it like right in front of me and I'm just dead ass missing it? Looked up, I've looked down. What's this? Medical records. Nope, not of value. Chess. Yeah, I can't. I'm about to give up. I literally cannot find the shit. What is the note he's talking about? Oh, store inside a safe at Nicholas's penthouse office. Safe. There's no safe here. Home of painting game. Oh, is that the order? Okay, so diploma. Where the fuck is the diploma? Can't I just see it from here? Number 1, so it's 1. Painting. 1 4 9. 1 4 9, and what was the last one? Model. 1 4 9 3. Oh, I know I can look at it from the menu like that. It's very handy.
Sir Nicholas, I couldn't have done it without you. Got the safe open?
Look for an 8-letter word or number sequence.
That's why I couldn't find the note. I'm like, where the fuck is the note?
Code is basilisk.
You make a fine sidekick, James.
Sidekick?
Now cover your tracks and get ready to move. I'm activating the security override.
Sidekick is crazy work. Some savage ball. Oh.
Gather the team. You're leaving tonight.
Seriously? Right now?
I'll see you off. Just need something for my desk.
I bet Damien just walked in.
Careful, James. Damien will kill you as soon as look at you. Stay hidden and don't try anything.
The signal's blocked.
This operation is critical. Like it or not, we're in the spotlight now. Pull one thread and it all unravels.
Bond, try to get closer. I'll use the feed from your mic to try and record what they're saying. Maybe we'll get lucky. Stay hidden, move closer. Bit of an oxymoron.
And what about our tenacious friend?
This may be hard for someone like you to comprehend, but I deal with threats using appropriate means and force. He is tenacious, but he is one man. He's not what I fear.
And what does the great Sir Nicholas Webb fear? Please, enlighten me.
Please.
Bond, you're still too far off. Move closer.
And make it clean this time. Can you handle that?
Yes, I get it.
Vietnam.
Clean as a whistle.
Hang on.
I should be probably down
It's
there.
time for my meds.
What are those?
ACE inhibitors for lowering my blood pressure.
You, the epitome of calm.
I should probably be down there, not up here. Oh fuck, I might be fucked.
Your colleague, the one who perished. I take it you were close.
We thought alike.
My condolences.
His brother's not taking it well. This will get ugly.
I would expect so. Human nature is nothing if not predictable.
They're gone. You get all that?
No, it's too vague. We can't use it. And now you only have 4 minutes. You'll never make it.
Yes, you will. I'll guide you.
Straight off a cliff, probably.
Just shut up and go. Now.
I'm locked in.
Hold on. There's supposed to be an escape passage. Look for a hidden switch. Somewhere on Webb's desk.
Found it.
Oh god, here we go.
I'm out. Where to?
In the security office, take the door on your right.
Also locked.
Right.
Look for a vent. According to schematics, it'll lead back to the exec floor.
Found a vent instead. Honest.
You need to reach the bridge to the purge. If you're not across it when the timer runs out, you'll be stranded.
Thanks. I get the picture. I'm back on the exec floor. What now?
Head out. You'll have a clear view of the gate.
Company. Just what I need. Bet you didn't see that coming. Of course it is.
There's an elevator at the end of the hallway.
Oh,
Hurry,
fuck.
James.
Path is crawling with security.
Get the door on your right or make a run for it.
Door it is.
Go through the vent, then take the door on the left.
Fuck, wrong button. Yeesh.
Made it.
Don't stop now. Continue down the hall.
Left or right?
Left.
Oh fuck. Key card required.
Stuffy in here. Much better. I'm through.
The elevator's down the hall to your right. You can ride it all the way to the bridge.
At the lift.
Lift
No,
arriving.
not too soon.
Stand by, please.
Easy for you to say.
Come on, 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 come on. Son.
Going up. Almost at the bridge.
Oh, there's no way. Oh, there's no way. Come on, bro.
James, they suspect something. The bridge is starting to retract. You have 30 seconds.
Just what I need.
30 seconds!
James, above you. Grab the zip line.
Never a dull moment.
Oh, man.
When you're ready, Bond.
That was close.
We're in. Moneypenny?
Don't bother. The place is a giant Faraday cage. Nothing goes in or out.
Now she tells us. The evidence is here, and we need access before they wipe the servers.
Good luck with that, boys.
Oh, wow. Gotta like that.
We should do this again sometime.
She does that.
Nice coat. Where's mine?
I'm sure you'll think of something.
Please gather
Look,
in the central
in the
hallway
ceiling.
for your briefing.
Fire suppression system.
Possibly.
Beat it.
Still,
Please
let's
gather in the central
tread
hallway
carefully.
I'll think about considering it.
Think about considering it.
We're here for the code white.
You're late.
Got stuck in traffic. Surprised we made it at all.
Fine. You can join the degaussing team. Come on through. Not you. Get your uniform first. Company policy.
It's the middle of the night.
Oh, I wasn't aware the rules only applied in daylight, sir.
You heard her. Perch rules. I'll wait upstairs.
Fine.
What a mess. Let's have no more
Look,
surprises.
I was 4 pints in when I got the call.
Now I gotta steal a damn coat.
Don't know. Got any secrets, I expect. The work we do, especially what comes out of R&D, it's just too valuable.
Too valuable.
Can't allow some new bureaucrats to walk away with hundreds of millions of pounds worth of research, no matter the reason.
Say, where's your lab coat?
In my locker. But I can't find the key. I had it on the ride up, so it must be around here somewhere.
If you dropped it, the cleaning robots will find it. Those things swallow anything in their
I'd
paths.
say we look about the same size.
Recalling lead. Stand by.
Sorry, mate. Service desk is closed. I'm only here for the code white, same as you.
Oh.
That shit is definitely in it. Oh, fuck. Fuck, it's in there now. Uh-huh.
Something flew right.
Oh, you can't really be here. Goodbye.
Fuck.
Ouch.
Fuck, I don't have enough for 2.
They don't look good.
There you go. Be enough.
God, my eyes. What is that?
Locker number 6. Worth a visit?
Number 6. Okay, so where's the locker rooms at? Oh, it's right in front. I'm alive for 11
Okay,
hours.
6.
Oh my.
What have you got for me?
I know. Most bugs fixed. You guys a bug fixer?
That'll do
W
nicely.
bug fixer.
Hi.
Master of disguise.
Well,
That was
there
easy.
you. All right, let's start.
Rules are
Once
rules.
Alpha Team is done chopping up the servers,
I'm through.
Join me in the control room. We'll be able to access the data from here.
it uses an electromagnetic pulse to realign the magnetic elements on the chip's boards. Once Alpha Team is done chopping up the servers, we'll feed the bits into this. Don't wander off. Once Alpha Team.
Oh, somebody back here.
Once Alpha Team is done chopping up the servers, we feed the bits into the degausser, which is basically a microwave oven.
Do 12-hour streams back to back.
Taking most of the servers offline.
What if I end the stream immediately right now?
Someone
It wouldn't count as a
needs to
12.
bring them back on manually.
Lay it on me.
Well, first we must work out the procedure. Check the control panel on the admin unit over there. See if you can't turn it back on.
How's that?
Still no access. Must be some kind of firewall.
Firewall?
Let's try something else. Take it back offline and look for a manual override switch.
Annual override switch.
Here we go. Good. Now put the server back online. Fingers crossed.
Sure enough. It's downloading. Now we repeat the process in the server room. Scanning the search history for keywords. MI6, Thea, 009. I'll let you know when I find a match.
Okay. What is that guy doing? What?
Done. Plus the 4,000 is scrap metal.
Oh shit.
Starting this cluster as soon as Carl's taking them offline.
Will do.
Bond, I have 3 matches. Servers, 1100, 2600, and 3200. Look for the numbers on the floor.
Copy that.
And remember to flip the override switch, or else I won't be able to access the data. Got that?
It's not rocket science.
Well, carry on then, before they catch on.
Oh fuck. Oh man, this is odd. Not odd, but
Are those units coming along?
It's not exactly chopping wood. Still got a bunch to go.
We'll pick up the pace. I don't want to spend the night cooped up in here. I'm already 3 hours late to a thing.
At least we finally got to see inside this place.
we went on server. Oh.
Server 1100 is active.
Good show. Grabbing the files. Go to the next target.
Don't you dare. Aye, buddy.
Bond. Server 1100 is back.
Aye, buddy.
I didn't have time to finish the data transfer.
On it.
This is how we're doing this? Are you dead ass? It's 32. 32, 32, 32. These are 4,000s.
Leave it.
32 and 26. Where the fuck are these at? Oh, there.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, fuck. Where's the thingy at? Oh. Oh shit.
Server 2600 is back online.
Good man. Pulling the data now. Head on to the next server.
Oh fuck.
I'm gonna give you a high.
No! He reinforcemented. Fuck. Fuck, man. Whoa, watch out! Oh god! Oh! Ah! Oh, that shit trapped me! I made him taser his friend. That's hilarious. I made him punch his friend. Oh shit! Weave. Oh fuck! Whoa! Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. That was too close. Where's 32? That was too close. Oh my god. Fuck. So much people. 32 alt over there.
It's giving off so much heat all of a sudden.
Ah, that'll be the charging station. Only a matter of time before one.
You don't see me. Where's 32? 32. Oh, found it. That guy can't hear. That guy has so much shit in his ear, he can't hear. Oof. Clean with it.
That's server 3200 reactivated. Nicely done.
What?
Didn't see that coming, did you?
High voltage, damn. Shit's so high you can literally see it. You can see that shit. I gotta wait. So many bodies on the floor down. Yeah, we're stuck on green stuff. Perfect. Oops.
Okay, I think we've got what we need. You can get back here. On my way.
Huh? Something in my eyes.
Stop! Stay. Huh? What was... You don't look too hurt.
Then around. Oh, fuck. Damn, this guy is fucking tanky. Stop trying to fucking grab me.
Sweet dreams.
Sheesh. He's trying to grab me like 3 times.
Okay, what have we got? Mission reports.
What's up, Kami?
Ours? Mali, 2019. Karachi, 2021. The drone strike on Sarazin, the arms dealer.
I thought that was the CIA.
So does the CIA. Bond. These are all MI6 Black Ops based on confirmed Theia data. Some of our biggest intelligence successes in the last decade. But if I'm reading this right, we were working off of false intel every single time.
The fuck?
Theia makes mistakes.
Theia makes mistakes.
I mean, it's AI. What do you expect?
We don't know about it.
It's because Webb covers it up. So it looks like every time Theia gets her wires crossed, he dispatches Damien to fix the narrative, to alter crime scenes, plant evidence, frame or eliminate witnesses.
Eliminate
Correcting
witnesses
the facts
is
to
crazy.
fit the data. And this has been going on all the way back.
What?
To London 2014.
Damn, they've been doing this shit for a while.
It was a lie right from the start. There was no mole ring. Theia drew a false conclusion, so Webb made it true. He framed 009 and the others. They never betrayed anyone.
Damn.
You couldn't have known.
Damn, that's fucked.
Greenway.
09 was actually framed.
We're out of
Damn. Oh, we're locked?
James Bond. You ever phone ahead?
I know what you did. You lied about everything.
You're not seeing the big picture. It's not your fault. It takes a certain kind of mind.
For power?
Oh, no, I get it. You sold out your values for power and profit. Nothing new.
Did you know that every year 1.35 million people are killed in car accidents worldwide? And yet, we just accept it. Fact of life.
Okay.
But if a single driverless car malfunctions, clear the front page.
Fascinating. Your point?
People are short-sighted. They have boundless patience for human stupidity, but zero tolerance for machine.
Is that a crack in the window?
I'm only paving the way for a brighter future.
Son, what?
It must be tough. Being so much smarter than everybody else. And how long do you reckon you'll be able to keep up the charade?
Thea is the smartest.
He wants his AI Thea bullshit to be the smartest.
Perfection.
Every time it makes a mistake,
the lies will no longer matter.
That he just corrects that shit.
But just like you and I, Thea learns by doing. To become perfect, it must be used. But MI6 would never have let me use it.
Unless it already was perfect.
You see my predicament.
He was a cornball.
Oh, I do. You have a savior complex. Mankind needs a shepherd, and you alone can bear the burden. Is that how you're able to sleep at night?
This lie has cost me everything. We each live with the consequences of our actions. But as you yourself said, we can't do nothing. That's the biggest sin of all.
Enough. You can rationalize it any way you want. You won't change a damn thing.
I change things all the time. Changed you, John.
This guy, bro. This guy.
And as for you, I guess we'll never know.
That's not good.
Bond, step aside.
Woo!
In here.
Is that a pen?
You'll need that. Now, move!
You've had that this whole time?
Greenway? Greenway, where are you? Follow
A pen missile.
Greenway, it's locked. Ben is the door. Block. Use the... Greenway!
Fuck is this vent? What's over there?
The pen. Use the missile pen.
What? Son. Oh my, wait, do I not have it equipped? I'm dead. Oh, wait. There we go.
Bond, do you copy? Made it out. Where are you?
The flight deck. There's a helicopter we can use to escape. But you watch yourself. There's reinforcements here. Take me as personal guards by the looks of it.
Thanks for the heads up.
I gotta get to the, okay,
Listen
top.
up. We have 2 hostiles on the move. Last known position, data center east. Drop on sight, no quarter. This'll be
Lights to kill.
They broke through a ballistic barrier. That suggests heavy weapon.
Holy, this pen is busted. What?
What's wrong? Respond. No. What is this? Why did it? Watch it. He's here! Move!
Oh, that's awkward.
He's reloaded.
Got you.
Oh, what the fuck?
They just keep on coming, don't they?
Oh, fuck.
Take cover. He's changing position. Force him out.
Oh. Okay, that doesn't kill him. Oh, wait, I can't go through there.
Bond, still with us?
You won't get rid of me that easily.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm almost at the flight deck. Get here as quick as you can.
Do my
Oh,
best.
that's awkward.
Down. Box him in. Got him.
Come on, just push through.
Changing position.
Oh, God.
Got visual. Run him out. You're going down.
Ah, fuck. Oh, that's bullshit. He just fucking tanked that shit? Yo, he tanked the shotgun to the face. Son. He tanked that shit? Are you serious? Oh my God. That body armor is no joke. A whole shotgun? Are you serious? Okay.
Can't keep up this pressure forever. Not going anywhere. I'm going in.
Oh wow, this guy. Oh my God, what is this spot? Why is this like this at this spot? I'm getting shot from the left, the front, and the back. Holy fuck, there's like no cover. This spot sucks. Okay.
They just keep on coming, don't they?
What the? Son, you're not dead?
Push them back.
God. Oh, I have to go down? Fuck.
Got ya.
Moneypenny, if you're there, listen carefully. It's worse than we imagined.
Oh, fuck.
Mistakes, and Damien is the key to prove it.
Oh, stop. Oh my god. Shit. Why is there no cover? Well, I had cover. He fucking blew up my cover. God damn. The environmental interaction shit is crazy in this game. Dude actually just blew up where I was hiding at.
Just push through.
Watch your back! Push him out.
Why is the gun not loaded?
God's sake, get down! Take my knee! It's not moving.
It was just not loaded conveniently.
Advancing! Cover me!
Bro. This gun is fucking crazy. What the fuck is that? Shit. God, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god! Oh, what the fuck?
Coast is clear. Gotta keep going.
Is it really clear?
Moneypenny?
Oh, that don't look clear to me.
Worse than we imagined. Webb is covering up Thayer's mistakes, and Damien is the key to prove it.
Oh my god, it's a
do you
sniper.
copy? Can't keep up this pressure forever.
I can't see!
Next stop, cargo deck.
Don, I'm at the flight deck. What's your status?
Popular as ever?
Well, hurry up. Place is crawling with nerves. If they spot me, I'm done for.
I'm sorry, I'll try to not die faster.
God, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Go down. Oh my god, I thought I had to reload.
That'll be the last of them. They just keep on coming, don't they?
Oh fuck.
Reloading! Move in! He's in my sight! Moving him out!
Sheesh. Fuck me.
Get in cover! Come out, David!
It's gonna be a demon?
I'm reloading! Keep him off me! There! Oh!
I think you got the point.
No way all those shots missed. Oh, I have no ammo. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Yeah, that's weird enough. Which way do I gotta go to get over there? What? Oh. Wait, do I gotta get on top of that or something? Oh. But you asshole, stop fucking shooting me. Okay.
Error. Weight imbalance detected. Please vacate the loading.
Weight imbalance? Okay.
Rescanning cargo. Stand by.
Greenway, I'm near the flight deck. Get ready for liftoff. Greenway, acknowledge. Damn it. Gotta hurry. Evening, fellas. Is this the way to the rooftop bar? No?
You hear that, Lawrence? The man's thirsty.
Let's quench it for him.
Son.
What the hell? Ah! Pressure him!
Thanks for the practice.
Yikes. Oh man. That boy got zapped. Yo, what's up, True Vision?
Greenway, I'm almost there. Talk to me. Just a little further.
Greenway, Bond, I'm holed up inside the helicopter.
Oh my god,
I
there's
need
so
you
much
to
people.
draw their attention while I raise the platform.
How do I reach you?
Your only chance is to jump across from the control room. And I won't lie, it's gonna be tight.
That is extremely tight. What do you mean?
The moment you break cover, they'll shut the hangar doors to lock us in.
If I don't make it, go.
Bond, distraction. Shoot the pipes.
Good call.
Why am I using a shotgun from this range?
Go to the control room, Bond. Drop the ticket.
He's wounded. I'm reloading.
Oh man.
Right, get cover.
Oh no! Don't have gun at him! Holy fuck! I'm gonna fucking die!
Now or never, Bond. Through the window.
Son, I don't have... Oh man! Get in, get in, get in! Oh my fucking god, I was 1 HP. I was actually 1 HP. Oh my god, W 12-hour stream. W fucking 12 hours. Holy shit, dude. Just landed in a random ass park.
We need to finish this. Greenway.
You were right, Bond. I couldn't have known, but I didn't even try. I never even looked.
To see if your friend was actually telling the truth, he was being framed.
We can't let him win. There is no we. I'm out.
Nah, there's no way he's out. He's capping. He wants to do your shit alone if I had to guess. I'm out. Damn. It's like that? Oh, Moneypenny's are here.
Moneypenny, we need to round up.
Not here. Come on.
She just still dressed up from her date. She left her date to come here. I feel so bad, but like. Where we going? That was an agent, basically a lie. Yep. That AI. It's that AI, bro. Shouldn't have trusted the AI.
I looped the security feeds in the lobby and the elevator. We don't have a lot of time.
No, we don't. They're wiping everything at Web HQ. We need to send a team over there right now.
Look, it's not that simple, James.
What?
We messed up. Going to Webb's. You don't do a thing like that without consequence.
Consequences for Webb.
He is a very powerful man.
He
What's
is.
wrong with everyone? First Greenway, now you.
Yeah, everybody's scared of him.
Greenway, this is a whole different game. What he learned tonight, it changes everything for him. He doesn't deserve your anger.
Well, perhaps not, but still.
What we did tonight changed the rules.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
The fuck?
You're making coffee.
Could do with a cup. No.
Ooh.
Okay.
We call it the null space. Whatever goes on in here never happened. No surveillance, not on any blueprints. It doesn't exist.
If you hope to bury this, you're out of luck. I don't care who Webb is. We need to stop him.
What we do is not up to us anymore, Bond.
Is this Em stalling? Where is she? I'll talk some sense into her.
Be careful what you wish for.
Wow.
Just through here.
Em, thank God, we don't have much time.
There's been a development. Sir Nicholas Webb sent me this. In case you're wondering,
Everybody get
it's footage
framed?
of you and Greenway assaulting Webb HQ. 2 of my agents rogue on British soil.
Well, that doesn't change the fact
It
that...
changes everything.
Oh, God.
He is accusing you of terrorism.
Oh!
He CC'd half the cabinet. As we speak, there are arrest orders with your names on them working their way through the system, and my future's not looking much brighter.
Show them what we found.
Oh, God, don't be so naive.
He has about a balls.
It's one thing that you broke into Web HQ. It's another that you got caught, but leaving without proof? You couldn't have botched this any worse had you tried.
But you're not handing me in.
Of course I'm not. I'm sending you on a black op to collect the irrefutable proof we need to bring down the Webbs.
Oh, okay.
I am putting a lot of trust in you. Don't you dare disappoint me.
Yeah.
Moneypenny,
Yeah, at least I'm not
go
arrested.
and finish the mission brief. Bond, you go and see Q. You're dismissed.
That's cool. That shows she has trust in me. Told you.
And what about Thayer? It's obviously compromised.
This mission is strictly off the record, so we can't use it anyways.
MI6 needs to shut it down right now.
And then what? Em needs to play her part and aid in apprehending her rogue agents.
And Thayer will assist.
Yes. However, I'm taking a few pages out of 009's playbook. I've already set up hundreds of breadcrumb trails for rogue agent James Bond. on the
09,
run.
bro.
That should buy us some time. Meanwhile, you...
He was innocent the whole
Mr. St. John
time.
Smythe, do what billionaire playboys do best. Go to a luxury resort. The trip booked a year ago.
He
No one will
disappeared trying to
suspect a
find proof. He finally got the proof, but he fucking died. They smoked his ass.
A luxury resort, you say? Sounds awful.
So, we know Damien is heading to Vietnam. I've managed to figure out his destination. The exclusive resort, the Pearl.
They smoked his
According
ass
to his
instantly.
social media, St. John Smythe was really looking forward to his stay. But unfortunately for him, he bears a striking resemblance to you. And some odd mix-up with the permit for his private jet is now delaying his takeoff. I dare say he will stay grounded until you send word it's safe to clear up this misunderstanding.
Pearl. That might take some time.
Actually, it might. Without Thea, you're in for some good old-fashioned spy work.
Spy work? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Old fashioned. Damn. It's gonna take some time. Ugh.
In the zone, are we?
Bond. I say great work at Webb Industries. Well, the whole business is dreadful, of course, but silver lining.
What's that thing
finally,
doing?
some real failure is not an option spy work. Living by one's wits, no safety net.
I'm about to say, how's it working on it with the thing on top?
Speaking of silver linings.
Nice try, but you won't need a car where you're going.
Aww.
Besides, she's not ready. I do have some gadgets lined up for you, though. Take a gander.
You know how it is, Q. Easy come, easy go.
Suppressed pistol.
Take a look. I'm sure you'll find something to your liking.
We have 4 slots now. Nah, I'm taking that pen. That pen is too far. I'll take the laser strap out though.
Bond, you are wanted by the Met. Let's make up your mind.
You take good care of us, Q.
W suppressed pistol. That's gonna come in handy.
Q, I've been meaning to ask. You ever heard of a ghost pattern?
I'm no expert, but I believe it's a probability paradox. When one has a large enough data
This guy's
set,
staying up
accidental
late,
patterns in
not even going home.
Coincidences that appear
We're just in the
deliberate,
lab,
random
literally.
events that seem meaningful.
If enough people slip on banana peels, it starts to look like banana peels are out to get us.
Spot on.
So, Sir Nicholas Webb.
Fine line between genius and madness.
Indeed.
Present company excluded, of course.
Of course.
Mm.
You have a lock on Greenway? He was in a rough spot when I last saw him.
Greenway knows our playbook front to back. If he doesn't want to be found, there's not much we can do about it. Look,
Damn.
Greenway has had the rug pulled from under him.
Literally.
Give him some space.
Damn. Oh, now it's his boy too.
Webb was covering up Thea's mistakes.
Confirmation bias, I suppose. We saw.
He turned
what
his
we
back on him
expected to
because
see.
he
Thea
thought.
was supposed to be infallible, so no one searched too hard for
But
evidence. Thea made us complacent and risk-averse.
Damn.
Hopefully this whole sad affair will serve as a wake-up call.
You really are a glass half full person, aren't you?
Well, depends on what's in the glass.
Well,
He turned his back on me because that wasn't telling the
Gate's too
truth.
risky. You'll need to take the sewer exit.
The sewer?
Can't be helped, I'm afraid. Let me get the door for you.
What?
There. It's right through the wind tunnel. Just watch out for the Bakerloo line. Only kidding.
Right.
Good luck, Bond. Sorry about the shoes.
Oh man.
So, tell me, James, are you familiar with the scientist Benjamin
Quan? I read about him, I think. Some kind of green energy pioneer?
Full marks. Neutrino-voltaic energy research. Sadly, he died last month in Singapore under ambiguous circumstances. 3 weeks later, a solar geoengineering specialist died in Orlando, Florida.
Damn, everybody died.
Circumstances equally ambiguous.
Dare say a pattern emerges.
Indeed. Thea flagged these seemingly unconnected deaths as consistent with the MO of an elusive terrorist, Caliban, a rabid extinctionist who believes that mankind is a cancer on the planet that needs to be purged.
Sounds delightful. Safe to say this Caliban is not too keen on scientific progress. What's it got to do with Webb?
Here's the kicker. According to Interpol, Caliban's charred remains were recovered from a Mexican landfill. And according to forensics, he's been dead for months.
Oh, wow.
Now, if this is true...
It means Thea made another blunder.
Another ghost pattern, yes. We believe Damien is in Vietnam to cover up this latest mistake. Likely, he plans to stage a copycat killing, making it look like Caliban is very much alive and kicking.
confirming Thayer's original conclusion. Who's the target?
I'm afraid we don't know.
Yeah, he sends his son to
That
clean
part
up the work that
is up to
Thea
you.
obviously messes up. Wow. He sends his son to connect the dots. That's crazy. Ooh, this place looks fun. Wow. Look at the water. Beautiful. Sheesh. It's clear blue water. Oh, wait, I was pressing the wrong button.
All right, time for a little Q&A.
Q&A?
Who are we playing today, James?
Smythe. St. John Smythe.
And what do we do for work?
We run our own company.
Oh, cool.
Same-day courier service called Go Get It. Launched it a year after turning our back on the music business.
Why would we do such a thing?
Too many arseholes and egos.
Lovely. And Vietnam?
Once a year, we hop on a plane and venture somewhere to recharge our creative juices. This year, when the dice rolled, Vietnam came up.
Okay. I'd buy it.
That's because I'm selling it so well.
Time to die. What? What type of chapter name?
And the welcoming committee.
Time to get in character.
Time to die. Time to die is a crazy ass chapter name. Okay.
Welcome to the Pearl, Mr. St. John Smith.
That's St. John Smythe, my dear.
Of course. The staff and I are very pleased to have you with us. This way, sir.
You smarmy git.
Well, you told me to get into character.
Well, you are a natural, James.
That's Mr. Smythe.
That's Mr. Smythe to you.
I'm just getting started. Decent.
Your villa is this way.
Oh,
we
no.
pride ourselves on exclusivity.
All right, chat. That's gonna have to do it. We'll continue more of that next stream. That was pretty fun. 12-hour stream, but 12 is all I got. 12 is all I got. Sheesh. Anyways, chat. Appreciate you guys being here. Very, very late at night. W streamed all those that sticked around. If I was to put you in a headlock again, yeah, no Mr. Fantastic next stream. That character is insufferable. That is one insufferable ass character, bro. Anyways, I'm going to send you guys to you guys to Amor. She's playing Street Fighter 6. She's playing Ingrid.
I keep fucking that up.
Guys are going to Amor. She's playing Street Fighter. I will catch you guys later. Appreciate everybody being here. Like I said, thank you guys for watching. We'll be back with some more tomorrow. I gotta upload a video first though. I didn't get to upload a video today because I had the rush going live because of the state of play. But yeah. Oh, Friday we have Summer Games Fest, and on the 7th, Xbox Showcase, and then followed by that will probably be Nintendo Direct. We just don't know what day Nintendo's gonna do theirs. But yeah, lots of presentations. So keep coming back. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. See you, chat.